Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia.
New champions of the men's season.
Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL Malaysia. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL Malaysia, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni?
Aduh, limumu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, ya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia.
New champions of the mid-season.
Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my
I might cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Diskriminasi menjatuhkan aku, reputasi kini menjadi bisu. Adakah perlawanan ini akan jadi satu perlawanan yang seru? Kita tunggu dan lihat apabila mereka bertemu. Ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-14, hari yang ketiga, minggu yang keempat, di mana kita bersiaran secara langsung daripada Stadium MBSG Sedang Jaya, dan anda bersama saya Sid sebagai pengacara anda ataupun hos anda untuk hari ini, di mana kita akan sajikan dengan 3 lagi perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit untuk kita saksikan bagaimanakah keputusan perlawanan-perlawanan tersebut. Tetapi seperti biasa, saya akan pergi terjah bilik pemain-pemain, dan hari ini saya memilih untuk pergi ke bilik pasukan Team Ray. Jadi tak nak buang masa, ayo kita masuk ke dalam bilik mereka. Mana pintu? Oh ni. Alright, Assalamualaikum. Okey, saya dah nampak AJ dah berdiri. Tak tahu dia dah bersiap sedia ke apa ni? Okey, dah ready. Okey, ambil mikrofon dulu. Okey, AJ. First of all, how are you? Sihat tak hari ni?
Sihat Alhamdulillah. Lebih semangat.
Lebih bersemangat, itu yang kita nak. Okey, sebentar nanti anda akan berlawan dengan pasukan Team Hak. Alright, jadi saya dah tak nak cakap pasal persiapan dah. Kita dah tahu bagaimana dah masuk minggu yang keempat dan setiap perlawanan sekarang ni sangat-sangat penting. Tapi apa yang anda rasa anda bangga dengan pasukan Team Ray sekarang ini?
Saya bangga dengan Team Ray sebab player-player semua improve
Faham.
day by day. So kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk match-match yang akan datang.
Okey, bercakap tentang buat karya yang terbaik, ada sesuatu yang istimewa tak yang bakal Team Ray tunjukkan pada hari ini?
Tak ada benda istimewa kot. Cukup kot dengan red.
Okey, itu game yang pertama. Kita nak bincang semula dengan game yang kedua. Di antara pasukan Homebois berhadapan dengan Todak. Apa yang awak jangkakan yang bakal mereka tunjukkan pada hari ini?
Homebois dengan Todak, berdasarkan performance Homebois, game yang seru lah.
Game yang seru
Game yang seru.
Sebab minggu diraja kan?
Minggu diraja.
Okey.
Seru.
InsyaAllah kita akan saksikan match yang seru. Untuk perlawanan yang terakhir, Selangor Red Giant berhadapan dengan RSG, dan kalau Selangor Red Giant berjaya dapatkan kemenangan hari ini, mereka secara automatik dah layak ke play-off. Jadi apa yang awak nak tengok di antara kedua pasukan ini?
Untuk RSG RSG dengan
SRG.
Kalau SRG performance memang sangat mantap lah. So 2-0 kot.
2-0 itu awak nak tengok. Itu awak nak tengok. Itu yang AJ nak saksikan di antara pasukan Selangor Red Giant berhadapan dengan RSG. Tapi saya nak awak bagi tahu lah siapa yang masih lagi ada dekat rumah yang berdekatan dengan sedang untuk datang untuk tengok MPL ni.
Right. So siapa-siapa yang masih di rumah boleh datang ke Stadium MBSJ Serdang. Waste je terus ke sini. Masuk
percuma, betul?
Masuk percuma je. Tak ada bayar apa. Datang ramai-ramai.
Alright, thank you so much AJ. Semoga melakukan perkara yang terbaik untuk hari ini, insyaAllah. Dan jangan lupa untuk anda semua, join the fight. Scan QR code untuk berpeluang mendapatkan hadiah yang sangat-sangat menarik. Khas untuk semua penonton-penonton setia MPL MY. Dan saya percaya caster kita dah bersiap sedia, baik English, baik Malay. Jadi ayo kita bersama dengan mereka untuk memulakan perlawanan hari ini. Dipersilakan.
Day number 3 here at Minggu Diraja, or what we like to call it is the Week of Kingmakers. We've already experienced 2 days of intense gameplay, and finally it comes to this to really solidify your position here at MPL MY. Season 14, just in case you don't know, it's week number 4. My name is Getting Cute. This is stuff I hear at the desk to keep you guys entertained for the rest of today. Don't forget that if you are going to be using maybe a post-pay plan, maybe consider getting a pre-play plan. Pre-play plan with the best 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming with Hotlink. Once again, thank you to our sponsors. But yeah, today has been kind of interesting overall, right? You got to experience yesterday SRG crushing down onto the Homebois. We're going to see another SRG match later down today. Oh, sorry, not the Homebois. I keep thinking
the ex-Homebois.
The ex-Homebois. They beat Vamos recently, but let's look at the schedule to keep you guys up to date with today's games. Let's have a look at it because we have Team Hawk versus Ray, Homebois versus Todak, that's why I mixed it up, SRG versus RSG.
You would think that it'd be easier to mix up SRG and RSG, but no, it's just the Homebois that we can't quite get out of our minds. Understandable though. We've got some pretty interesting matches today. Team Hack versus Team Ray, both sitting a little bit in the second half of the standings and eager to get any points they can to qualify to the playoffs. Homebois and Todak, both teams that really want to prove that they still can reach the same heights as before. And SRG, RSG, definitely going to be an uphill battle for RSG MY to stay in the league.
It's not going to be easy here, but with that being said, looks like we have a bit of a video here for our very first match with Team Hawk.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang saya bersama dengan Team Hawk untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So sekarang ni I ada a series of questions and I'll ask you guys and I want you guys to point at the person who's most likely to.
Okay.
Number 1, funniest. Miko. Why Miko?
He makes a lot of jokes.
Always not serious.
Oh, it's not serious. Okay, who gets nervous easily? Miko. Why Miko? Yeah, he's sweating now. Who sleeps the latest?
Miko.
Miko.
Last night 4 AM.
Oh, okay. Who sleeps the longest?
Miko.
How many hours does Jesus sleep?
So long, 10 to 11
Who eats a lot?
Miko.
Can see the stomach.
All Maggi goreng, nasi goreng ayam, all inside. Who is always late?
Gigi. Midnight.
I'm joking, he always the one that late.
No, he's always late. Who gets angry the most? Oh, Panda gets angry the most?
Yeah, but it's okay because he is eagerness to win.
Who daydreams the most? Coach daydreams the most. Everybody agree? Yeah. Okay, then thank you very much to Team Hawk.
We're so glad to have Miko back here in MPL MY. Such a character, really brings out the best in his teammates.
He's always such a bundle of joy, and it's good to see that because Team Hawk do have some sometimes high-strung players that could use a little bit of that relief. But right now, they are going into their proving ground. And this is going to be the lineup we're looking at.
It's going to be Lexia, Hesu, Box, Miko, and as well as Panda to complete the full lineup of Team Hawk so far. Honestly, it's a little tough to say whether or not this team is going to make it all the way to the very end here. I know Lexia is rather stable overall, but his hero pool is in question at this point of time. Then again, it could be meta. Even Box, right? On this Julian is one of his better performing heroes, but we haven't seen him like really succeed on the hardcore assassins.
I think Team Hawk also run into problems with their overall playstyle, in which their coordination and early ganking is actually not that bad, but they're very based around momentum. If they don't get that early game win, if they don't have a snowball or something to push them forward, they completely falter in the mid to late game.
They do struggle when they are behind, but I feel like that could be an easier problem to solve than finding the opportunities. And then again, as you mentioned, lots of disconnections, even with the EXP laner Hesu here. Hopefully they've kind of fixed that coming into this game, because when you're up against a team like Team Array with AJ, Eevee, Kidsz, Virgin, as well as Trap, their early game is where you see them be the strongest.
Absolutely. If you compare them, I actually feel like Team Ray has slightly better synergy. They seem more cohesive as a 5-man unit. They win together, they lose together, and I really like what I see from them. It just requires a little bit more refinement, because I think that every single player here is quite creative and capable in their own way.
I think the thing that's missing from both of these teams is foresight, right? Because both EXP laners, Hesun as well as Eevee, sacrifice quite a good amount of their lane just to make sure that they can win team fights. And that, yeah, I mean, yes and no, there are its pros as well as cons, but generally we've seen EXP laners who sacrifice a lot end up not scaling as well.
But now we have a bit of a topic to ask before we start things off for the day. And this is actually a good question for us. I think we both play a good amount of EXP lane. Who are our top 5 EXP heroes in the meta right now?
Oh man, they just had to add in the meta. It's the worst. It's the worst. Hylos, Phoveus. Let's get the easy ones out of the way. After that, I think it's kind of a toss-up at this point. Really, it depends on the scenario. Terizla is always going to be there, and if Terizla exists, Xborg also exists. So,
but those are more niche nowadays as well, right? We're actually seeing EXP lanes being more of direct counter matchups. So we are starting to see Cho EXP becoming quite popular again.
Yes.
Khalid, the flavor of the week, suddenly popping up everywhere. So it's interesting, right? And it creates a little bit of more of a dichotomy for the EXP lane where it's not just Hylos Phoveus all the time.
I mean, I think that's what we're leading into as of right now. Coming into week number 4, we have seen Khalid bans growth actually being prioritized for a lot of blue side teams. Sorry, I had to figure out which side it was, left or right. Blue side for sure. Am I getting colorblind? Maybe LaFell is rubbing off on me. But with that being said, let us not keep you guys waiting for the excitement that's about to happen here at the arena at MPSJ. It's time to bring out the teams for our first best of 3 of the day.
Team Hawk.
With 5 points on the board, they are far from out of this race. They are here to prove that they can stand toe-to-toe against anyone. They enter the Land of Dawn with only one goal today, with their eyes set on the prize. This is Team Hawk!
Team Ray.
Determined to carve their own path to victory. They are no strangers to this scenario. Could they make a comeback today, or will they be stuck being at the bottom in the standings? They are ready to rumble. This is Team Ray! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Good luck to all of the brains that will help the Brawn here today. Let's keep it going. Fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Gaya Kita.
This is our style right here. This is the Malaysian Gaia indeed. And hopefully we get to see some of that in the Land of Dawn as well. As we mentioned already, Team Hack and Team Ray are both looking for some points right now, dangerously close to not making it to the playoffs, which is not a position anyone wants to be in.
I think everybody is going to struggle with that, right? Especially dealing with the pressure of not making it over to the playoffs, especially when you're trying to avoid just the bottom two. But let's look at this video here. I know they gave us a preview of this, but it's still funny. There's such great personalities.
Where's AJ's hype man? Why does he have to do it alone? Now you have Miko and Hesu. You gotta have someone with AJ, right? Come on, Evie. You can do it.
I feel like Evie, he's still a little more introvert. Wait, wow. What's the name of his... What's the name of his ex-teammate? I can't... Oh, it's not coming to me. It's not coming to me. D-Ace! Yes, he needs D-Ace up front to start it off, and AJ, he's going to roll with the punches after.
We miss D-Ace. Those were the days. But understandably, the eras have changed. The generations have grown. Though AJ and Evie have certainly made a resurgence here in the recent seasons of MPL.
I think right now, we're just looking for the big plays that we used to see from Evie. The same goes even with AJ, right? His shot calling is very much creative around the team fights. Macro-wise, I think somebody needs to keep them in check because they do fail to sometimes keep up with the wave management.
Well, let's talk about these mid laners a little bit more here. We got AJ from Team Ray, we got Lexia from Team Hack, both fairly veterans of the MPL, making their big splash during Season 7. Though Lexia at the time was a jungler.
Yep, and now after he's done with the transition, it's funny to see that he's not like trying to be the playmaker most of the time. He's being very much like AJ, a strong anchor for the team. If you want somebody to fall back to, trust in these mages. They will get you through the day. With 20 seconds left on the clock, you think the new tech is going to get banned out early on, like Khalid as well as the Alice. We've seen both of them actually getting banned out in the previous days.
Thinking about Alice when there's ban on the opposite side is worth considering, but as for Khalid, you kind of have to look at the players for that. We don't got Rippo around here to worry about, but there's plenty more to think about in the draft phase for game number 1.
All right, let's jump right on in here. We see an instant Fanny ban from the side of Team Hawk just to make sure that they can hold on, because Kidsz has been devastating in the jungle, especially when he gets one of his comfort picks.
I think Kidsz so far has demonstrated a wider hero pool comparatively to Box, and the latter also very momentum-based. If he doesn't have those kills early, you can see him having a bit of trouble maintaining his presence in the battlefield.
Shout out to Grimjow in chat. Thank you. We appreciate your love and support. Now, as expected. Okay, wait, we're not... Hold on. Somebody's not banning out Phoveus here. Somebody needs to get rid of Phoveus right now. We see the Hayabusa. I see the chip coming in from the side of Team Ray. They might be setting up for an assassin for sure, but at this point, most of the power picks are still in the pool.
Yeah, the Jawhead ban specifically respect to Virgie as well. I think he's been the best Jawhead player in MPL MY this season. And because Team Hawk wants to play off of that early game lead, giving away a hero like this is a bit too dangerous. The same goes for the Hayabusa. So far, the most consistent hero for Box.
Very targeted bans, not looking at the wider picture of the meta, very focused on the personalities we see here on stage. 10 seconds left for the side of Team Hawk. They might just go for a first pick Phoveus if it's not banned out. They get rid of the Hylos. All right, this should be the Phoveus follow-up.
If you ban Hylos, very likely that Phoveus is going to be the lock-in for you. Trying to think if there's anything else they might want to prioritize though. Even though Zask has been banned recently, Lexia still does like playing it.
I think that now that we still have Khalid still in the pool, I would like to see Khalid into the new Phoveus right now. Never mind. Phoveus banned out. First pick going over to Team Hawk.
So is it going to be... I don't think Khalid is first pick worthy. In fact, a lot of the time Team Hawk likes to go Assassin first, especially if Hayabusa is open. But since it's not, Julian would become the second pick. Do they want to make sure Box has a comfort hero? to prevent Ray stealing it away, or is it too risky?
I think it's a bit of a tough call because no matter what, if he goes Ling, therefore Ray is going to go for Julian. I think this Cho is going to be by far the best one. It's a great flex pick, can go into the EXP side of things, can go into the roaming position just to make sure that even if your opponent does have an assassin, you have the Way of the Dragon to answer it immediately.
I think it's interesting to see what has happened in this week specifically, where before this we would have said Cho first pick. That seems like a really bad idea, and yet multiple teams have been doing it, including SRG, because he's now starting to be flexed back into the EXP lane.
I personally love it. I think this should have been in as soon as Edith was meta viable, because overall Cho is just flexible in terms of his hero builds. He's flexible in emblems as well. He can build full damage, he can build full tank. Either way, he still provides a great amount of CC. Now Edith is a good opening pick for the side of Ray, but I'm expecting them to at the very least, pick up the Julian now rather than later. Oh no, they go for Vixana.
Looks like they're not too interested in directly competing for heroes against a box. In this case, it's fine for them since we've already highlighted Kidsz seems to have a pretty solid hero pool, doesn't need to worry too much about that. And the Vex is not too bad against the Cho.
Yeah, I think Team Hawk go for Valentina Aurora, and then they pair it up with... I feel like Team Hawk wants to lean into blue side, maybe get a potential counter pick in the first phase, and then afterwards sacrifice later down the line. We see the Julian get picked up here for the side of Team Hawk. Not bad, not bad. Synergizes well, but they're pairing it up with the Zask. Okay, I guess that kind of works well. Either or with the Aurora kind of does the similar things, just one has more CC than the other.
And it's interesting to see the Zask being picked up because we already mentioned it's been nerfed recently, and Vexana is commonly picked up to try and go against him, so he's not going to dominate the mid lane. They do have Cho, so they won't have the same issues as, I forgot which team it was yesterday that had no CC with the high-low Zask.
We don't talk about that. we don't talk about those mistakes.
But this is fine for now, and still going to make sure Box gets his main assassin. Ooh. And the Nolan from Team Ray.
Very confident here. Nolan has high mobility. It's gonna be a little difficult for Cho to get on top of him directly. So for neutral objectives here, it's smart because even Team Ray are thinking about it. It's okay, teams when we fight, if it's around an objective, it might be a little hard, especially with the Zask. It doesn't help that there's a Cho, but we have extra mobility. We might be able to play across from the map. We might be able to open up some different plays. And they're also getting rid of the Kidsz, so looks like Eevee is going to get the counter matchup that he wanted to at the last pick.
Yeah, if they're trying to open up the map, then getting rid of Khalid is going to be very good because this hero is really good at keeping his opponent in lane. And not to mention, if you're playing an assassin jungle, nowadays Khalid players will just make a beeline straight for the jungle to invade you. So if you're going Nolan, Hayabusa, anything like that, just getting rid of it will take a lot off your back.
I mean, there is one more early game EXP laner. Whoa, Arla gets banned out here. All right, very much targeting the EXP. I think it might just be pretty If they're still missing gold, they're still missing EXP. I think that gold matters a little less in terms of overall matchup now that Harith is gone. Maybe the Alice as a follow-up for the side of Team Hawk to keep it standard in gold lane?
The thing is, Trap probably won't play Alice. He's more likely to play Ruby. We've already seen him do the fighter gold lane quite often for Team Ray in the past. So look like they'll ban the Moskov instead.
Okay, so very much targeting Trap here. Two of his better heroes. I don't see the reason to actually play the Ruby just yet. I think they might want to hold off on it, but they have to reveal what their composition looks like to a certain degree. Yep, there we go, got thought. And now they hold it over Team Hawk's head. Let's see the full comp.
Gatot going to be a little difficult to deal with. Cho can actually directly deal with Gatot quite well if he's able to kick him away from his team, but it means that you need proper follow-up, and right now Zask is not going to provide the burst damage needed to take him out.
I think the worst part is that Team Ray understand that we're going to struggle during neutral objective takes, but Gatot's ult is going to allow us to create a lot of space very, very fast, maybe to deter Team Hawk from securing it, or at the very least holding priority of that spot. That being said, Team Hawk, let's see the full reveal here, because I feel like even if they go for Claude, it's totally fine. Now that Moskov is gone, they don't have a lot of combo start. Oh, Kufra. It might be a Beatrix.
Beatrix would not be too bad.
carry.
Alright. That's the burst damage you need to take out Gatot. But
Okay.
we'll need 1 or 2 items before they're able to start doing so. And the Kufra to try and directly counter Nolan. It's not too bad a composition yet. I feel like something is missing.
This one's a tough call. Against the carry, is Trap confident in playing Ruby? It's not like he hasn't done it before, but is it beneficial for the team, right? Because Gato can run around the map, Edith can run around the map, sure, doesn't really matter, as long as they're moving as a mid-trio. But how do they open things up for Nolan? Because there's no quote-unquote, like, vulnerability as of right now other than carry.
That is true, that is true. I'm pretty sure they have to go a typical marksman here. With Nolan in the jungle going double fighter side lane, it kind of puts you too heavily in the early game. And yeah, then Tan going to be locked in, one of Trap's comfort heroes, and should be able to lane quite well against carry.
I don't know, it feels like a lot of magic damage right now. I thought they probably wanted to diversify and play a little bit more heavily onto the attack damage, but alright, I think at the end of the day, Team Ray has a very nice curve, right? Early game they have plays to make, mid game they have plays to make, and late game they've got security. They have an insurance policy. I think that Team Hawk, if they want to approach the situation well, attack the side lanes, bait out these fights towards the turtle pit early on, but just take a step back, right? Because at the end of the day, Team Hawk wants to scale as quickly as possible into the mid game before they even start engaging.
It's gonna be difficult though. Team Ray has already won out early game against a lot more consistent teams so far this season. So this will be a huge challenge for Team Hawk to gain those much needed points to push them up further in the rankings. And we will find out how this develops as we jump into the Land of Dawn for the very first game of Week 4, Day 3. Which of these teams shall come out on top?
Alright, let's see where the jungle is gonna start off here. Team Hawk on blue side, Team Ray on red side. It looks like orange buff starts for both teams. Looks like they're gonna end up on opposite sides of the map. We'll see where the golden as well as the EXP are located, just so we know the priority. So Nolan's gonna end up towards the EXP side. Julian is gonna end up towards the gold side. Let's look at the emblems, see if there's anything interesting. No, pretty standard all across the board. Gato going full tank here. Has the vitality as well as the tenacity. I guess he understands his role. He's not winning out in that lane very early on, but he has a lot to do here.
Of the taunt onto Hesu, he will be playing EXP lane show here. Looks like Litho will be secured by Kidsz as well. Team Ray continuing to play around this early game. Rotations are going to be very sound from them.
Yeah, Kidsz here might be in a little bit of trouble, depending whether Miko can intercept him with a bouncing ball. I don't think it's going to matter too much here at the end of the day. But Eevee, he needs to play for lane control. I think he's not even trying to trade too hard against the Cho. If he can get a proxy right now, he might be able to make a gank off in mid. He's already got vision from Virgie, and I think Team Ray, they're playing this really, really well. And Team Hawk also have come in pre-prepared. That's why Lexia is being put on this Zaz to open up the map a little bit safely, more safely in the early game.
Yeah, he got the stun just in time as well. Stopped Kidsz midway before he could actually connect and maybe burst him down. So a little bit of a bubble popped for Team Ray, but as expected, we're not going to see... Oh, hold on though. Miko finds Kidsz in the bush. Not quite enough damage yet from full combo of Box to finish him off, but this may zone him off in time for the turtle.
Yeah, nerfs to the enhanced scythe. A little sad. Little sad. If he would have died there for sure if it was in the previous patch. Top side doesn't look like anything much is going on between Trapid as well as Panda, but seems like the EXP is going to be the big influence here. Now that they're hitting level 4, this is where it gets dangerous for Team Hawk, right? If they commit too hard to this turtle, they might fall into getting combo by Virgie and Eevee at the same time. Like, the three of them together, there's just so much CC that Hesu... Oh, wait!
Oh, Hesu not able to find the kick in time. Virgie able to dash out of the way back into the tower. So he should be able to survive until he hits level 4. That means both teams still unsuccessful in getting those initiations.
I'm surprised. I thought that Team Hawk might have opted to go for an invade towards purple side, but Kidsz now level 6 in Box, currently at level 5. That level lead is going to make the difference here for Team Ray.
It seems like they were worried about playing into a funnel here. The knockup going to be dodged. Virgie blocks it aside and Eevee zones away. Box, really good positioning by Ray to secure the turtle.
Yep, matched equally. Both of these teams. Same rotations pretty much. Gold doesn't seem to be too out of control. Both are getting double waves. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wow, okay, very deep here from Virgie and AJ. Looks like they want to give Trap as much tower shield as possible. Nice ult usage to dodge the Tyrant's Revenge as well. I like the discipline from Ray.
I like the discipline too. Very good optimization of the way that they're rotating across the map. Most teams would just start...
Oh, that's awkward. Virgie flickered too far forward. And that results in Miko surviving what should have been a kill. Miko, though, also misses on Virgie. Dominates his descent. Gonna be zoning out the rest of Team Ray.
A whiff for a whiff, you know? Trade for a trade.
Balance in all things.
Balance in all things. Kind of a little unfortunate there. Very big opportunity for Team Ray to actually find the snowball of their own. But so far, things are looking good for the Team Hawk. They're really taking their time with this. Hesu has got a slight EXP lead over Eevee as of right now, mainly because of the River Crab, but he also rotates extremely quick. You will always expect Eevee to come just slightly later than Hesu in a majority of the engagements.
Yeah, timing is going to be important here because both teams do have a good amount of setup. Hesu not gonna go for the kick here. Box isn't ready for the burst yet.
It doesn't have the Dominator's Descent. Makes sense. Response to bot
Nico misses Virgie, hits AJ, not the target he wants. Avatar the Guardian also whiffs on every member of Team Hawk, including the taunt as well. It's just a whiff party in this game.
I don't think either one of these teams are very warmed up.
Oh, well, as we talk about that, Way of the Dragon finds one, Eevee gets knocked up, but the Eternal Guard finds two as well. The Terrify gonna knock them away, but First Blood still secured by Lexia as the Dominator's Descent is just pelting away the whole time. Gets a double kill, Kidsz comes in, Fracture going to miss, nicely timed flicker by Panda, and that means that Kidsz is caught out. Hetsu lands the final blow.
And now do people understand why the Cho gets picked up in the EXP? He got what, 3 rotations? 3 rotations of his spell? How many times do you have to deal with the third hit of the Jeet Kune Do? Frustrating for Kidsz, but still, we now have a predetermined lead for the side of Team Hawk. It's a small lead, of course, but they just want to scale up. Just look at the way that they're managing these waves, right? Team Ray still making sure that they're doing their chores despite dropping 3 kills. And now, first item Golden Staff for carry. Interesting build from Panda.
Oh, that is very interesting. So he is intending to fully rely on the passive instead of building in damage first with things like the Demon Hunter Sword. So that will deal with Eevee a little bit more easily, though I wouldn't expect Panda to really join fights too soon.
Well, I mean, then again, the one time Panda did decide to join a fight, they netted 3 kills, right? So utilizing this optimization of, hey, I don't have Demon Hunter Sword, I'm not even go. Wait, hold on.
Hesu looking for AJ, not gonna commit Way of the Dragon. He sees many members of Team Ray here, and right as he sees them, he is gone as well. A beautiful catch by Virgie to punish.
Do I attest this to bad comms? I feel like Hesu, he definitely had an angle to kick there. Yes, he didn't have his flicker, but if the team didn't want to fight, why didn't they tell him sooner? He would have instantly shunpoed out of there.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just thinking, oh, I'll go in, I'll poke. He saw too many people, figured I'm not gonna kick, and then thought he could get out on his own, but then Team Ray collapsed too fast.
No, but he hit the third hit of Jeet Kune Do. He would have reset his shunpo at that point, right? So I do think that Team Hawk aren't really communicating with him that well, whether or not this is a potential angle they can do. He's going to try again, but he is farming up that Thunder Belt quite a lot.
Oh, Hesu in trouble? Has the flicker out again. Another battle spell used up here in the mid lane.
Right now, both sides playing rather passively. But still, they're waiting for that one big opportunity just to start chaining these kills together. I think that Team Hawk, this is going according to plan. Team Ray, if they want to start creating a lead, I think they have to play through Kidsz, and I think it has to be invading the jungle, right? I don't think there's any other way. The lanes are pretty much secured at this point.
Probably Turtle gonna be easily taken out by Kidsz here. Miko a little late to the party. Way of the Dragon for not much reason there from Hesu, as well as Team Ray walk away with a free objective.
I think Hesu was thinking that maybe Eevee was gonna Sky Guardian Avatar, potentially set up a play, but Team Hawk playing ultra defensive, going with the conceal at the very least, but look at this one rotation coming in from Team Ray. Every single time Turtle is on their side of the map, they instantly try and cut off resources from that lane, proxying the waves, slowing down their opponents from actually reaching and defending that turret. They've done it 2 times. I think that Team Hawk really needs to take note of this.
Yeah, this is the thing. If Team Hawk doesn't have a lead, if they don't have a player that has kills under them that they can maybe play around, you see that they're very defensive, and Team Ray has better synergy overall, it seems. Their rotation looking more active, which means that Team Hawk is always running away.
I think at this point, we're going to have to wait until 35,000 gold total before we see them do something. Oh.
Kidsz gets the knockup, gets the kick, purified by Trap, and Box, okay. Walks into the back against 4 members of Team Ray, and just gets executed. At least they're able to trade the top tier 1. Kidsz also has to back off and defend the mid wave, though it looks like... Eevee walking too far into the tower. Tyrant's Rage misses the wall. Virgie's here to escort him out.
Are you kidding me? How does Eevee's hitbox... How does Guthod's hitbox not connect with the tower there? It almost felt like it was butter butter on a hot plate. It just slid right off of it. It was sent flying, and he just casually walks out. Now, in the damage dealt... Wait, hold on. Eevee might get a taunt here.
Conceal play, taunt, looking for Panda. He lands it, and a beautiful flicker onward. Earthshatter sets it up for Trap. Kidsz coming in, Miko coming in. The Dominator's Descent doing a good amount of damage, but he's the only one. Lexia, he's been abandoned. The rest of Team Hawk just run away.
All right, Team Ray now starting to run away with this. 2.6k under their belt. Once they take the lore, they're going to develop it into 5k. Ideally, crack open that mid-tier 1. So many teams have been defending this mid-tier 1. And once you get rid of it, you have so much freedom to walk into enemy jungle as well.
Kidsz delayed with his Way of the Dragon, ends up getting caught in the Edith combo, has the flicker out to just barely escape, but is he gonna burn to death at this rate?
Oh my god.
Kunpo just barely survives.
I'm not colorblind or anything, right? He literally has a sliver of health. I saw it disappear. Shouldn't pose to get the shield back to negate the last tick of the bird. Surprised that he survived, but it's great for Team Ray. That's 4 flickers gone and the Lord pushing on their side.
Kidsz hesitated with that combo. There was a split second before kicking after the Jeet Kune Do that allowed Virgie to use his skill too.
That's the thing. We've seen this happen multiple times, and that's why I'm wondering whether this is a potential comm issue. Let's see here, because AJ so far really been taking his time throughout the game. As the anchor of the team, you can see how Team Ray are basically walking around him, trying to quote-unquote protect the president, but really he's their fortress.
Team Ray are very good at these 5v5s. Lord crashing in bottom inhib. Minion wave is cleared quite quickly though, so it looks like Team Hawk will be able to defend this without too much damage being done. Mid wave cleared up as well, though they do have one more. Virgie gonna try and zone them out. They should get 1 inhib, and then Team Ray will back it off.
Very worth it. Very worth it for Team Ray. If they get a kill here alongside it, I think it's pretty much over for the side of Team Hawk. That's why you can see them being very, very careful with the way they approach this. They know they have an extra, 3 minutes worth of time before the next Lord spawns and starts walking over to their base. But now the siege continues.
Avatar, the Guardian, really deep under the oh wow, where did Lexia go? He just gets exploded in one moment, and the fight is completely split right now. Kidsz and Buck trying to deal with Eevee, and Eevee just thumbs up. I'm fine, and you can do whatever you want to me. They've already lost Lexia in the mid lane. Team Hawk just seems so scattered.
Honestly, this is really great from Team Ray. AJ wasn't lying when he said this team was getting better every single day. Oh my god.
Careful, Eevee is just tanking it all. This is actually very comfort for him. He used to be more of a tank utility EXP laner, so Gatot is right up his alley.
What's really pissing me off is the fact that Eevee didn't even unleash the taunt. He's just charging it, and everybody threw spells hoping he would walk into it. I don't know, he's doing a phenomenal job. Like, there is a whopping lead for Trap. He's basically at full build at this point. 1 item off from it. Even, oh my god, how does Virgie have a 1.5k lead against Miko as a roam support?
Well, Miko hasn't exactly been setting things up so far. Virgie way more active overall, and we can just see that in the total items. Trap almost full build himself.
Here comes the conceal. Maybe they can actually get this pick.
They're gonna look for a box. They catch out 3 members at the same time. Tyrant's Rage onto Trap. Actually a good target, but Avatar the Guardian solidifies the capture. And there's 2 members of Team Hawk already down. Team Hawk, they probably don't want to continue this. Dominator's Descent doing quite a lot of damage to Trap, but he's so low. And Lexia tries to dive forward to catch him, but there's no backup. 2v5. Team Ray currently quite low, but Box is the only one that can actually do any meaningful damage. Mid-wave going to crash, allowing Team Ray to take another inhib. Can they end Ray? Box, you are way too far out, sir! And that sword not gonna save you from this one! And Team Ray just punishes Team Hack in game number 1.
Nicely played by Team Ray. Standard procedure, and honestly, too many mistakes coming up from the side of Team Hawk. Way too many mistakes. Not enough times did we see a tempo breaker come through from the side of Team Hawk, especially on Jesus Cho, and I think that was going to be the difference maker for the team. But Ray, again, just too big of a lead.
I really like what we're seeing from Team Ray. This is genuinely a team that has been getting better and better every single week, and does seem to hit a pain point for Team Hack. Their strengths don't coincide well.
Yeah, they really don't. I don't know, a lot of weird things happened in this game. I'm not 100% sure what Team Hawk was eventually hoping for, but he never got to that critical mass that we were waiting at the very end.
Team Hawk is unfortunately, again, way too dependent on that early momentum, right? So if they're not able to get things started, and you can see that Miko is a lot less active than Virgie as well, they're just playing on the back foot the entire game.
I feel like, at least for Miko, he understands that if he goes for the engagement, there's a very good chance that instigating the fight is going to cost them more than the initial engagement, right? And I think it's a cost-benefit analysis that he's doing very well in comparison to Jesus. I don't know. I feel like they're just really not warmed up here. I don't want to be too critical just yet. They might wake up in the next following game, but let's look at the highlights and let me explain, right? Because again, time and time again, we see Jesus in a position where he can actually make something happen. And this anti-synergy here does tell me that, yeah, they're not as warm as they should be.
Yeah, there's a lot of miscommunication where like 2 or 3 members of Team Hawk are making things happen, or trying to, at least by themselves. A lot of examples of Jesus jumping in and trying to do something and then being too slow to execute on it. I feel kind of bad for Lexia. He really is trying, but also getting a little too desperate at times.
Yeah, well, I could say that for a majority of the team, right? Even Panda, like, why is he even here? Why is he so deep in the lane? They could have waited for the lane to push all the way in before they did anything, right? It's not like they have inhibitors to protect them. It's not like they have outer turrets as well. The most that they could probably do is maybe scout for the Luminous Lord, but even so, I think this is a pretty fair game for Team Ray. And you got to give it to Trap here. He played a solid standard game, and if it goes along with his tempo, he scales fine, and you'll start crushing people just as finely.
Trap is a gold laner that doesn't get enough attention. I feel like he's capable of a lot. It's just that Team Ray has still been looking for that footing so far. His gold lane marksman play, pretty good, able to farm quick, able to join fights at the right time, and he can even play those fighter gold lanes. Ruby, Phoveus, the only one to play Phoveus gold so far. And it worked well.
Yeah, and I think that for Trap, if it's a standard game, I think he does well. The one thing that I'm waiting to see from him is the big play, right? Set up a play, maybe even bait your opponents into a play. That's what really sets the regular gold laners from some of the best.
100% kill participation though, with a 900 GPM. The fact that Team Hawk were playing so passive and were missing so many opportunities meant that Trap could join fights really fast and still farm from it.
It's good. It's good. I don't have much to say about this game. I think it's pretty unfortunate for the side of Team Hawk. They're going to need to show us something a little bit more here, because I bet watching them walk off that stage, they all knew, guys, we play bad. We can move on from this. There's not much to talk about in terms of like strategic advantages. But now, as long as we get our mechanics down at the very least and work on our synergy, then we'll be fine.
And that is the thing. A big issue with Team Hawk is I feel like their hero pool has some problems. Box is highly dependent on Hayabusa and Julian. And then Jesus, I think he does pretty well on heroes like Arlet. But then beyond that, I don't really see the same kind of setting gameplay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether that's true or not, because it's not like he doesn't have the mechanics. If you could play Arlet, Cho's not too far off. The only difficult mechanic you have to do is the way of the dragon flicker. Most of the time, Jesus is actually in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, something's just missing. Just the connection is not there from Team Hawk. It felt like a lot of time Jesus was trying to set something up, Miko was trying to set something up, and Box just wasn't there. I think he was put behind initially and spent a lot of time farming, and then, I don't know, something's off.
Yeah, I think they need to identify how to play certain team fights. They're overly worried about too many things. I'm overly worried that the Sky Guardian Avatar is going to, cut off our escape route, when Team Hawk's composition is very much about pushing and taking space when you have Miko on this Kufra as well as Jesus on the Cho. And we didn't see that happen too often. We saw them whiff a couple of times, and definitely that could have maybe changed the game. But generally, when you have an overly low kill count, 3 to 10, like, both sides have done good enough homework. Their fundamentals are strong. It really just boils down to the execution that's going to make the difference.
The damage done isn't actually all that big in terms of difference, only about 30k. We see Lexia really trying his best. The mid laners really popping off this season, but the rest of Team Huck having a bit of difficulty following up. And I also want to take this chance to really shout out AJ a little bit. I did a recent thing where I shouted out unsung players. AJ was one of them. He is always where he needs to be. He does a lot of damage.
Yeah, both Lexia and as well as AJ are strong pillars, very good anchors at what they do. In the earlier weeks, AJ did sacrifice a lot in the mid lane. Pretty much similar to Eevee, but now I think, you know, his fundamentals are a lot stronger. He's got a lot more help with Virgie to make sure that the ideas in his head come to life in the most efficient way possible.
Let's look at the damage taken. Obviously, most of it going to be on Eevee and Hesu. I'm actually surprised Hesu took more damage than Eevee, considering how often Eevee was just running at them and taking poke. But it shows how often Hesu was being caught out, which really shouldn't happen on the show.
Maybe it's just damage reduction diff.
That is also true.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm thinking. You know, eventually once you keep getting discounted damage, eventually it's going to start adding up overall. I think that if Team Huck is going to change, anything, they're probably going to go on towards that red side. The draft was kind of interesting as well because it's very targeted bans. I think maybe they could open up just a little bit more.
Like, which bans do you think they could open up though?
I'm thinking that jungle is very reliant on what the EXP is supposed to do. Both sides have if Hesu can play chill, I would assume that their hero pools are roughly the same. So that means their big contender is going to be the roam position, right? Something that can flex within EXP roam as a first pick, and then immediately after, we need to reveal what the jungle is.
So it would be stuff like Arlet, Edith, Ruby, and Cho, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I'll take one of them. I mean, even Hylos Fulvius, if it goes through, makes sense to me. I think that those are pretty much their only options because it feels like the mid lane at this point equally matched. I think Roamer's Virgie definitely has a bit more of an advantage because of his synergy. Trap, however, it felt like he just had to stand there. A lot of these skills were kind of spoon-fed to him.
Yeah, but I think Trap is a player that doesn't require that spoon feeding in the first place. It just works out even better when he does. Looking at the Hall of Fame right here, Trap 913 GPM is actually really impressive on 100% kill participation. AJ having the highest damage dealt, Hesu taking the most damage, and Trap even being his own best wingman with 6 assists.
His own best wingman. I love it. I love it a lot. If anything is going to change in the game, it has to be going over to red side for Team Huck. I think their laning phase isn't really punishable. It's tough. It's tough. I can't find a solid solution for Team Huck if the execution is not going to go well. But assuming that they do pull it off, they need to hurt the laning stage. I feel like Panda wanted to win, but got sandbagged pretty hard by Trap. Immediately afterwards, we see that actually Hesu is moving out of the lane a lot quicker in comparison to his counterpart Eevee. And I think, rough idea, not bad. I just think that if they could speed that process up, if you are leaving that lane, something must happen, and it must happen quick. If not, it punishes Hesu, right? Because Hesu is coming in, 5th minute into the game, gets a Thunder Belt. Now he's really active. Now he really wants to trade against his opponents to build up as many stacks as possible. But if he does it towards that mid lane, you're expecting Eevee to actually go with the Sky Guardian avatar in range of where the turtle is supposed to be. So as much as you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you end up pulling in a bigger nuke from the opposite side of the map into the mid lane and putting everybody in danger.
I agree. The Cho EXP lane plays a little bit differently from your typical laner like Phoveus or Hylos, where you want to stay in lane for quite long. You want to leave the lane early and try to get things set up. We saw 2 Cho EXPs yesterday from Cram and Xeno, and they had very different results, with Cram doing a very good job of even forcing his opponent in the lane to respond to him across the map. Whereas I think Xeno and Hesu aren't quite achieving the same success.
Yeah, well, I think that even if even if, actually, you know what? I take it back. I think that Team Hawk just need to play comfort picks at this point, right? Because a lot of their draft is basically, hey, I'm just looking for the counter draft. I don't want to give you comfort heroes. I don't want to give Kidsz Julian for an example. I think that definitely needs to change. Because if Box played Nolan in that position, maybe he would have given Hesu a better time in lane, if not more gold with assists.
A little bit of a cheat code when your team's coordination is lacking is to go for those pocket picks. If you're not able to communicate with each other too well, you just go for the strongest hero you can, you win your lanes, and you will naturally bring that success into team fights. I think that's what happened with RSG yesterday, actually, against MV. But will it work is the question for Team Hawk, since Team Prey synergy seems really good.
I mean, you're rolling the dice at this point, right? You're rolling the dice when they get up onto the stage. You can only arm them with the best weapon possible. What happens on the battlefield is going to be on the battlefield, right? Now, Team Hawk members, as you can see, I don't know if he's scolding them or whether he's trying to be the hype man. It's like, hey, we got to be active.
I think it's a pep talk that has a little bit of that that parental love put in, you know? It's like, what are you guys doing? I believe that you can do better than this.
It's just Shia LaBeouf.
just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Stop being so scared. But they come in at the very end with, at the very least, bringing them all in. Handshakes. Wait, sorry, not handshakes. What is it? What's the proper term for this?
Wait. What is the term for it? So
it's not
the huddle.
The huddle.
Yes.
That's it. Man, my vocab today is just failing me. The thesaurus in my brain has withered pages.
Oh, good. I think we have a lot to think about in this game, so it's understandable that something else is gonna suffer in return. What do they do though? Like, will pocket picks really be all they need?
I think they just need to play comfort heroes, right? Take mechanics out of the equation, take the execution out of the equation. But we did also ask Trap, which hero do you find the most frustrating to play against? And for him, he's like, for a gold laner, the most annoying hero, Hylos and Phoveus. If the enemy plays them well, they're hard to kill.
I see. So Trap basically was, well, if you can't kill him, join him situation. Played Phoveus gold.
Yeah, that's why we're putting the highlight on Eevee specifically, and he's just like, hey, you play both of those things, huh, you little nerd?
I think most EXP laners do nowadays. Are they all nerds?
Yeah, they're all nerds, all of them. They're all frustrating to deal with. Unless
That's
maybe
true.
Trap gets like carry, and I think that's the only exception. And even then, it's still dangerous.
True. Well, let's see what happens. We got someone sharing their profile up here.
How does he have 20,000 views? All right, I'm a little confused about that one. How did he get that many? But don't forget, guys, M6 is happening in Malaysia, greater than ever. Please don't forget to use the redeem code. I know that some people have missed it out. We also have instructions at the bottom. Go to in-game profile icon, settings, and the redemption code, and then you can claim it. It's that easy. Or scan the QR code, which is even easier.
Not to mention, M6 tickets gonna be available very, very soon. So make sure you guys jump on that as soon as possible. Interestingly enough, Team Ray actually have a really, really low win rate on first pick. So if we do swap sides, that could be an additional advantage for Team Hawk.
All right, hopefully that's going to be enough for them to get the advantage. We'll wait and see, because it feels like they're not taking full advantage of the draft just yet. It's very targeted, yes, but at the same time, there are better ways of actually making the trickle-down effect really effective on blue side. But hey, you know, that's up to them. Take a couple of notes from some of the best in the world, and maybe they'll figure it out as we head on over to the draft.
Franco, hook us in, my man. Let's see what's gonna happen for game number 2. And looks like they have switched sides indeed. Team Ray on blue, Team Hawk on red. Can Ray defy a 16% win rate on first pick?
I think they have a very good chance here, and especially with a potential 3 points on the line for Team Ray, it's going to be very important for them to win this against Hawk here and now. Now, we do see the Hayabusa banned out as expected, but the Nolan ban is kind of suspicious for me.
It's because Team Ray don't intend to contest an assassin for their first pick. Most likely they want to get something for Eevee first. And if so, then they know Team Hawk will want to get their assassin as early as possible. So this kind of corrals them into Julian.
I feel like if they have the opportunity to first pick Julian, I feel like they'll do it, right? I mean, Julian does pretty well against Fanny. It does pretty well against the Ling as well. Team Hawk, they also opt to ban out the Fanny too. Very smart of them. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to corral Team Ray to actually go for Julian.
Team Ray probably want to prioritize either Phoveus or Gatot for their first pick. And if Team Hawk don't ban Jawhead here, I'm sure that Virgie will want it as well.
I think that Team Hawk just opened it all up, right? Open it all up, might as well. Get rid of the Phoveus, let him have that Jawhead, and then we'll figure it out from there. There's plenty of assassins with iframes to dodge it, so that's fine. Oh, looks like Jawhead is just way too annoying. Let's ban it out straight away. Phoveus first pick?
Phoveus first pick makes the most sense. Or Gatot, I think one or the other, since they both work pretty well. Wow, really?
What?
So they are challenging Box directly.
That's so funny.
These are the only 3 assassins you play, sir.
All right.
Show us something more.
Come on, come on. It's time for the Hesu Phoveus all over again. I mean, technically, well, now that I think about it, if Phoveus gets picked up here, there might be an opportunity for Ray to go for the Mincetar.
Ooh. Mincetar. I don't think that's really Eevee's style of hero.
True, but it can still be played by Virgie instead. Either or. It's a flex pick. It's a flex pick that's been really interesting to see because it's super conditional. We see the Khalid and as well as Matilda get locked in for the side of Team Hawk. I like this a lot. Khalid is going to dominate in the earlier stages of the game, so even if they do get Phoveus, at the very least, Khalid can out-sustain him.
Very different opening from Team Hawk, and probably a good one too. This leans them heavily into early game favor, which they want to play for in the first place. And having Miko on Matilda means that even if Ray is able to set up with a Virgie and a Kidsz on the Julian, there is a way to pull people to safety.
Yeah, I think you still pick the Phoveus, despite it being a bad matchup into the Khalid. Yes, Khalid is going to beat you in lane, but with a little bit of help, you can bail yourself out of there, because Matilda already groups people up, at least 2 people, right? Majority of the time, if you're low, they're going to head on over to Matilda, and that's when Phoveus can instantly just try and flicker and make a play of his own.
I can see that, though Gatot actually isn't too bad either in this position, because that Avatar, the Guardian, can catch people out in the backline even if they're saved by the Guiding Winds. So with Edith now being picked up as a flex option, it will only be one or the other for Team Ray.
Okay, that's fine. Team Hawk probably don't want to pick up the Phoveus now that they already have the Khalid. They can start banning it out in the second phase. They can look for a potential assassin, but it's a little hard against Julie and Edith and as well as Vexana, all of which have ways to actually deal with assassins. I don't think Box is confident enough to go for the Lancelot, though.
Yeah, he's played Ling before, but Ling's having a bit of difficulty these days, especially against more early game-centric lineups. So that doesn't seem like the right answer either. Maybe something like Alpha?
I was thinking like Alpha, Roger, things that, you know, kind of take their time, high sustain or high mobility. Either or would be totally okay here. But now with Alpha already locked in, it's an interesting lineup. It means they can go in really, really hard and then they can start switching their spots of the front line with the help of Matilda.
All right. This is going to be a very early game-centric draft from Team Hawk, so they want to deny heroes that would make that early game more difficult to play for them. Tigreal being a pretty obvious one. I think they can actually afford to let Gatot through if they have Khalid and Alpha, because that's quite a lot of damage.
Yep. Ray, smartly enough, targeting the gold lane, banning up the Harith. Wait, is this a potential angle for like a Lolita Hanabi? Let me think about this for a moment. Because I feel like with Khalid and Alpha, it's a bit hard because they can shred through the Aegis and your natural shield pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is not the time for that yet. Especially since Lita doesn't have a lot that she can reflect here. Oh, Team Hawk does still decide to ban the Gatot anyway. So just trying to limit as much of what Virgie can play as possible.
I would only assume that Team Hawk wants to play like a full dive comp of some sort. Yeah, they also ban out the Natan. They want to make sure that at the very least Trap feels just a little... Sorry, Panda feels a little uncomfortable in the lane. Do they want him to go for Moskov? Because Moskov is still open. Moskov, Claude, both of which are actually totally fine.
Moskov Claude would make the most sense. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Because there's not a lot of combo starters for like Beatrix, for an example. Harith and Natan are banned out as well. Oh, wait. Okay, wait.
They could last pick Alice, actually.
They could last pick Alice. Wait. What else would go really, really well with Alice? You have two frontliners that can actually go for that big dive. You have Matilda as utility. They go for mid lane here, right? If not, they would just... Oh.
Nah, it's just boring.
Why do they not want to show the mid lane here? That's what I can't figure out. There's literally nothing wrong with any of the mid laners that they pick here. If it's Novaria, that's totally fine. If it's like Zask again, that's also okay. Aurora is also okay.
Yeah, really thinking about it, mid lane is one of the roles that you will have to worry about counters the least. So if they were gonna show anything, it would be here, unless we're suddenly seeing Matilda flexed into the mid lane.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Then what? Then my question to you will be, what support is that important that would completely ruin the comp of Ray? That's what I'm saying, right?
I don't know. Something that invades.
Something that invades.
Yeah, like the Hilda, the Natalia suddenly pops out of nowhere. But the Hellkurt has been getting banned a lot because of Beloy and MPL ID.
Hey, Beloy has done a lot of things. Whether it's his intention or not, he's definitely made influential waves across the world. We see the Kajan as well as Beatrix being picked up by Ray. Just a full combo lineup for their side. Somebody presses alt, everybody else presses their alt. Guaranteed profit.
I love the Kaja here to counter Khalid and Alpha. Going to be so good. Fair miss. Okay. Can see that potentially working. This is just all-out early game though. Team Hak is gonna run at Team Ray and hope it works.
I don't think this is a good idea at all. At all. Because now Julian is more incentivized to actually go for enhanced chains to set up this big Wombo combo. And even if you do have the Netherrealm, it's pretty easy to get rid of when you have so many ults and double ults with Beatrix.
That's true. You've got Netherrealm into the most AoE capable marksman in the game.
I don't know. Like, the only way I see this working is Team Hawk plays out of their mind. They need to get an early lead, and most importantly, they need to win their lanes. If they don't win their lanes, if they can win all three, that's great. If they can win two, that's not bad. If they only win one, sure, it's just a slower roll.
Miko needs to steal the first buff. That's what he needs to do. We've seen Matilda players do it multiple times. Can you do it, Miko? We'll find out. Game number 2. Team Hack needs a victory here, or things are going to be looking rough for them.
All right, let's start things off. Team Ray going to be on blue side, Team Hawk on the red side. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map. They're going to end up on top. So it's going to be an orange buff start for Kidsz, a purple buff start for Alpha Box. So it's going to be towards gold lane, okay.
Yeah, really good early start in the orange buff as well, because Hesu actually directly tried to invade with Miko in the purple buff. So Team Ray already started on the opposite side of the jungle.
Yep, pretty good stuff here, but still, laning is going to be difficult. Little Wander pretty much uncontestable at this point in time. But I think it's all right. Box really just chilling, waiting until he hits level 4.
Well, I don't think we'll see too much happening until that level 4 here. These two teams both want to be aggressive early, but not that early.
Yeah. Panda opting to go for Master Assassin. He really wants to win this lane. I would have imagined that Hesu wanted to go for Master Assassin as well instead of the Wilderness Blessing, but I mean, he's playing for the team, right? That's why he took Concussive Blast.
If you're playing around a Faramis, you want your whole team to be around during those river fights. Wow, Kidsz actually dashing back into box? That is a mistake right there. First blood claimed by Hesu.
Big mistake there. Big mistake. Kidsz does not win that 1v1 against box. It's just way too much sustained, way too much early base damages.
It's not even a 1v1.
I mean, even so, it's not optimal. Like, he should have instantly, oh no, I see two people. I'm out of here straight away. I'm dashing with the enhanced swords.
Well, that's what Team Hawk wants though. So Team Ray already giving them a little bit of what they're looking for. And we can see a lot of focus towards the EXP lane for the turtle.
What? Why? Okay. I mean, Hesu is going to hit level 4 no matter what here, so it should be fine. Didn't want to proxy the wave for some reason.
Yep, gonna force the retreat out from Kidsz to secure his orange buff, and Team Ray will surrender turtle over to their opponents.
Alright, pretty slow start from both sides. Luckily, at least first blood is in the hands of Team Hawk. In terms of raw advantages, we're not seeing it just yet. Virgie? Hello?
He's not level 4 yet compared to Miko, so gonna take quite a lot of poke damage there. Actually going quite a dangerous route back to mid.
Yeah. I mean, I think he could have lost his flicker there for no reason as well. That would have been a huge win for Team Hawk, since he is about to hit level 4 at the same time. 86 more seconds until the turtle spawns here. Can they actually proxy a wave to get early rotation? No, there's no need to for Moskov, but they do suspect that a majority of Team Ray is on the bottom side of the map.
Big ambush in the mid lane, so AJ already suspecting something's up, playing very safe around the tower. I like his awareness about enemy positionings.
Yeah. The Team Hawk looks like they're just going back to farming here. They don't want to make any progressive moves against Team Ray just yet, especially with the lack of information. It's not like anybody can walk up and face check a bush.
I think they realize they have a very small gold lead. They have the EXP lead notably as well, with Box as well as Hesu both one level above their opponent. So not going to try and force anything just yet and see where on the map they can strike.
Looks like it's going to be the top side. Team Hawk going to be playing towards the win condition Panda.
Spear of Destruction, gonna connect with Trap, instantly walks away. He sees 3 members of Team Hawk up in the top lane. Little do they know it's actually 5. So they will get all of the gold shield up here, but because all 5 members of Team Hawk are here, they also get the entire gold shield for Team Ray in the bottom side.
Yeah, Hesu, is he still even in terms of EXP? Yes, he still is. Maybe slightly behind now, but that's like a single minion, so it's not that bad. Turtle about to spawn, 2 seconds left. You can see the full rotation that Team Hawk was trying to make. They sacrifice that top side as well. It looks like they want to get Panda involved in this fight.
I really like what Team Ray is doing. They see that Team Hawk is moving as a group. They are now playing the macro on the map. EV gonna scout out the turtle. Raging Sandstorm on him alone. Thumbs up from the Edith. Circling Eagle committed as well. Will this be enough to take him out? EV still holding on to that. Oh, he doesn't actually have Primal Wrath, but he's gonna survive this entire engagement.
Yeah, and he still had Flicker the entire time. So the man really got some cojones here.
Ooh, just got Primal Wrath back up. Gonna use it to clear the wave. 1v2 now under the tower against Hesu and Panda. Actually gets the stun, survives all of it. So this is a huge net profit for Team Ray.
It's so crazy. Eevee still, the most he lost was his ult. He still has his flicker. So it works out very, very well. He focused on the wave. He was using his passive to make sure that the chain lightning was hitting the minions as well. Uh-oh.
Circling Eagle on Miko, hits tree. Team Ray not going to choose to connect on this. They see the engage. Oh, Spear of Alpha. Nice dash from Trap just to avoid it.
Very close, very close. A pixel away. In the meantime, Panda, I am curious about the gold lead right now because Panda has a level lead onto Trap. He did take down bot tier 1. He also got full plating from both sides, so he should be pretty rich.
And a rich Panda is a happy Panda. Hesu gonna scout out 2 members. Divine Judgment gonna be used, but not able to pull him close in time. So Virgie gets picked off. 2 ults from Beatrix used. NetherRealm also popped maybe a bit preemptively, but that is a solid pickoff for Team Hawk.
I think it's fine for now. Team Ray, despite losing a couple of their members, doesn't mean they don't scale in the later half of the game. They just need to deal with this early to mid-game pressure from Team Hawk. And overall, it's working out, right? It's not like it's a 2,000 gold lead. Oh, no.
Uh-oh, Eevee maybe a bit too far forward. Now finally has to use his flicker. Team Hawk not going to pursue the issue.
And look at this, Kidsz even setting up the way for success on the bottom side, allowing Eevee to actually walk away and try to make an impact on the opposite side of the map. So this being said, it looks like Team Ray, their macro overall has been looking very, very good. Team Hawk now kind of devolving to a strategy of walking as a death ball and allowing Panda to be by himself. He's about to get ganked here. Let's see how this plays out.
Team Ray are so good. They know the instant the death ball disassociates. Divine Judgment comes in, picks up Panda. The one time Team Hawk are not together, Team Ray get a pick off.
So worth it. So worth it. It allows Trap to actually recover from the economical damage and might be able to get a top tier 1 here for free. I see a majority of the Team Hawk members. Wait, don't they want to protect mid?
Doesn't seem like it. Eevee is scouting them out, trying to zone them away. Blazing Sands flickers forward, lands on AJ. AJ has to flicker away as well. And it looks like they're not going to continue. Spear of Destruction somehow treads the needle between every member of Team Ray.
So very, very close there. I think Miko probably could have helped out with the Soul Bloom to try and chuck AJ out and force that flicker a little bit earlier before the Raging Sandstorm, but regardless, it's totally fine. It works out in Team Hawk's favor.
Well, Team Hawk, though, are starting to lose a bit of that net worth lead. Team Ray now is 500 gold ahead of them, thanks to all the macro play and just generally avoiding their death ball.
It just goes to show that at the end of the day, the kills don't necessarily mean you are winning the game. It's really very much about the gold, how much EXP you have, some primary resources. Now, the way that we're looking at this is the fact that Team Hawk, their split off is they're playing one segment on the map. They're not trying to own every little bit of area. They know that they're strongest when they team fight and when they initiate really, really quick on a singular target.
Right now, though, Circling Eagle engages, knocks up Eevee, but again, Team Hawk not gonna try and force things. They're gonna go for a bit of macro play themselves as Panda gets another tier 1 up top.
Their time here. They sacrifice mid-tier 1, and this is what I was worried about for the side of Team Hawk, right? You're already giving these structures over to Team Ray when honestly, you shouldn't be letting them at all. Yes, maybe they don't have the best wave clear in the world, but even so, it's Farmers as well as a Moskov. There shouldn't be an excuse for that.
And we have to note, the later the game goes, the more Alpha, Matilda, and Khalid are gonna drop off. So Team Ray is perfectly fine with taking this slow and waiting for a better opportunity.
Yeah, like if they did their homework, did their chores, they'd still be having a mid-tier 1 and making this contestation a lot easier.
Lord at half HP, Team Ray gonna immediately back it up. Kidsz has to be a bit careful here. He's the only one being revealed. Divine Judgment catches out Miko into the Bennett's Rage, dropping him low, flickers out to safety. Quicksand Guard on Hesu. Raging Sandstorm lands on AJ only, and he's pulled back to safety with the Guiding Winds as the Eternal Guard continues zoning out Team Hawk. Another flicker from Lexia. They're also low. Flicker of Shatter finds one! The Nibiru's Passion finishes off Box. Hesu loses immortality, loses his life as well. Double kill for Trap as Team Ray is finally online.
And that's a break point for Team Ray. Securing this Lord is going to net them at least 3,000 gold when they start pushing in. If they can take out one of Team Hawk's inhibitors, they could set themselves up for checkmate angle. Right now, my only disappointment, Hesu, why'd you flicker? You're already dead, man. You need that flicker when you're Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, there's just panic there. You can see Team Hawk didn't understand the timing, tried to engage, realized we're not winning this fight, and then just went on a mad scramble to escape, disregarding everything else.
Yep. Hopefully that doesn't cost him too much not having his flicker. Still, the idea, the way that Team Hawk is looking for these fights are really, really good. I kind of wish Hesu actually went for a more
Oh, the entire Team Hawk is here actually. So Eevee, that really nice Earth Shatter, still surviving with the Primal Wrath, Nibiru's Passion, dropping Box and Hesu low. Virgie flickers forward. Divine Judgment finds one. Oh, life Nether Realm going to be popped, though Hesu is still finished off in the end. But still, a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team Hawk.
Nicely done by Team Hawk here. Very big save coming in from Lexia with that Netherrealm. Manages to still profit from the trade. Damage dealt ranking as of right now, AJ and Trap with EV2 at the top, and the rest all Team Hawk members. With Kidsz and Virgie, who's like, we haven't really gotten too many fights this game.
I'm surprised how low Kidsz is actually. That'll change soon. He just got Holy Crystal.
Yeah, I was about to say. All right, let's look at this instant replay one more time, right? We see the Raging Sandstorm coming through, and Eevee, it felt like he had no choice. Onwards towards his target to go into that Primal Wrath. Doesn't connect onto anybody, because I feel like if he landed that onward, maybe there was an opportunity for Trap to go for a cheeky old drop down the Bennett's Rage.
Like Earth Shatter onward, catches Alpha. Raging Sandstorm going to miss entirely. Primal Wrath comes out, but Eevee is still picked off. Meanwhile, Hesu dealing with the backline, but already losing Miko. That's going to be killing spree for Kidsz. The moment we say he's not doing much damage, he decides, I'm going to do something about that.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a pointless fight. What did they get off of this, right? They trade 1-for-1. They end up losing flickers on support for Eevee as an EXP laner. Technically, it's an uptrade for Team Hawk because Team Ray has the economy lead, so what was the plan here? Were they going to maybe split push? Did they notice one of the waves pushing on top side? Like, feels like a weird fight.
It seemed like Team Ray was trying to force it so that maybe they could set up for a split push up top, but it didn't quite go the way they wanted, so they just decided to back it off afterwards.
Yeah, but they need everybody to make the combo work. as much as Kidsz right now actually has some relevant damage, let's actually look at the item list coming in from inside of Team Hawk. Not a lot of defensive ones. Queen's Wings for Alpha, that's kind of it. Khalid, I mean, so far Hesu hasn't completed any other items other than just the Immortality.
Yeah, that's really rough for him actually to be I would say behind, but he actually has the goal lead against Eevee as well. So, bit strange from the EXP laners, but they've been taking a lot of heat so far.
Conceal?
Reggie, do you really want to keep going here? You're not going to find the Divine Judgment you're looking for.
Oh, it's
going to actually bait to scatter Team Hawk, and he's just buying time, actually, for Team Ray to get the Lord.
Worth it, worth it. Very good stuff. Spear of Alpha doesn't connect, though.
Spear of Destruction misses as well. Bennett's Rage, Alpha gets pulled forward. Box loses Immortality. Hesu has the back off. NetherRealm comes in to save Box. Panda coming in from backline as well. Primal Wrath going to save Eevee from him. Raging Sandstorm comes out, and Team Ray just scatters. They part the Red Sea for Hesu. Panda already taken out. Miko and Lexia, the only ones surviving. Miko, you don't want to be here right now, sir. Kidsz, AJ still chasing. They will finally get away. All the while, Hesu has been completely ignored in the backside.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about this. It's just a misexecution from Team Hawk. I don't know why Box is like trying to chase a Kaja of all people. He already missed the Spear of Alpha. Yes, it's on a short cooldown, but who are you kidding here? You're gonna die within that 7 seconds. It's not like you can wait the full duration.
Decision making from Team Hawk being called into question. Lord crashing in mid inhibitor. That's the second one. Divine Judgment finds another Raging Sandstorm, lands in, but it's not enough. Guiding Winds gonna pull him back to safety. A lot of Immortality is already gone. NetherRealm not gonna be available. Hesu gonna burn his Immortality as Kidsz just focuses on the crystal as the rest of his team baits Team Hawk and Team Ray with an easy, clean sweep to start the day.
I think we can say for sure that Team Ray right now looking much better than Team Hawk. They're just, I don't know, something is up. Something happened within this week. Team Hawk not looking like themselves at all. So many weird decisions, so many fundamental flaws.
If you ask me, I feel like some of these flaws were already there from the beginning. They just didn't find a reason to put it on display yet. But other teams are figuring it out. So let's figure out what Team Ray has to say on stage.
Selepas mengharungi minggu-minggu yang sukar, kali ini Team Ray berjaya merekodkan kemenangan bersih 2 berbalas kosong. Tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan yang menunjukkan persembahan yang bagi beberapa saya cukup baik pada perlawanan pembukaan pada hari ini. Tahniah sekali lagi kepada ke semua pemain. Okey, Alalang AJ ada memegang mikrofon ni. Alright, soalan pertama seperti biasa, apa perasaan dapatkan kemenangan? Tadi kita nampak masa interview pasukan Team Ray ada memulakan dengan cukup positif, berjaya dapatkan kemenangan. Jadi apa perasaan pasukan Team Ray terutama daripada AJ sendiri?
Alhamdulillah syukur menang 2-0. Shaking lagi. Tak apa. Memang excited habis lah.
Excited habis.
Tak sia-sia kita orang training dapat hasil macam ni lah.
Ya, itu pentingnya latihan. Alright. Pernah bermain bersama-sama dengan Box, awak dan juga Eevee. Jadi mungkin ada kata-kata nak dikatakan kepada beliau?
Ada untuk Box.
Ada juga? Okey.
Sama-sama.
Boleh. Sama-sama, okey.
Box, bangkit.
Alright, saya nak pergi kepada Eevee lah. Awak dah membangkitkan situasi ni. Alright. Korang berjaya dapatkan kemenangan selepas tewas tempoh hari. Jadi macam mana kemenangan ini mampu untuk memberikan semangat motivasi untuk perlawanan yang akan datang?
Mungkin sebab kami betul-betul memerlukan kemenangan, jadi kami buat yang terbaik je lah, fokus start game.
Fokus dekat game.
Fokus.
Okey, saya nak tanya kepada Kidsz. Alright, kita melihat perbezaan meta dengan adanya patch-patch yang terbaru. Jadi macam mana patch ini akan melihat adakah Kidsz akan ada Kidsz yang baru ataupun masih sama lagi? Patch sekarang masih sama, adakah ini Kidsz yang sama ataupun akan jadi Kidsz yang baru?
Mungkin patch ini lebih ke assassin, itu kesukaan aku sih.
Kesukaan kamu? Sama sih. Alright, jadi kita dah tak sabar untuk melihat MVP kita untuk perlawanan yang pertama. Siapakah MVP untuk daripada pasukan Team Ray? Okey, kita akan berkiraan dalam 3, 2-1. MVP of this match is Trap. Alright, Trap, tahniah berjaya untuk dinobatkan selaku MVP dengan menggunakan hero Beatrix pada hero yang terakhir sebentar tadi. Alright, soalannya, kita dah nampak bagaimana prestasi pasukan Team Ray antara pasukan yang mempunyai perlawanan yang paling banyak setakat ini dekat MPL, dan bagaimana perlawanan tersebut mampu untuk mencipta keserasian pasukan Team Ray.
Oh, so kita orang belajar banyak juga minggu ni.
Okay.
Sebab kita orang been through hard days, and alhamdulillah kita orang dapat balik kita orang punya momentum. Kita orang dapat balik kita orang punya confident and feels good lah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, saya nak pass mic tersebut kepada Virgie. Okay, Virgie, mungkin kamu ada kata-kata berikan kepada fans yang ada di stadium MBSG ataupun berada di rumah ataupun yang berada jauh di Indonesia.
Buat fans Team Ray, makasih udah nonton. Jangan lupa dukung terus di next week ya. Slow, kita nanti playoff. Kita akan bantai next match. Sisa-sisa matchnya.
Alright, thank you so much. Korang boleh turun untuk menyambut kemenangan korang semua. Tahniah sekali lagi. Alright. Jadi perlawanan sebentar tadi yang cukup baik untuk pasukan Team Ray. Tapi kita nak dengarkan bagaimana mic check yang telah pun dilakukan oleh mereka. Jadi sama-sama kita mendengarkan mic check tersebut.
Kejar itu, buang flicker boleh. Dapat sih. Dapat kari. Nice bro.
Aku cancel track.
Mati dah. Mid bisa mid enggak?
Stop. Ni Zahui.
Mati dah.
Nice. Yang ada aja guys.
Kari dapat guys.
Aman Gi, aman. Kita bagus. Bola Gi.
Aman
boleh. Nice guys.
Atas ini.
Dua.
Dia maju. Just dead.
Lagi. Sabar.
Mati dah.
Gasnya guys.
Atas.
Bisa. Minta atas nih. Buang skill nih.
Nih gua angkat cowoknya.
Dua guys.
Aman bro. Nice bro. Reset. Nice.
Alhamdulillah guys. Bisa. Faramis guys.
Ketinggalan.
Gua ada flicker nih.
Gua.
Gua angkat dua. Isu.
Lord guys.
Nice Lord guys.
Nice bro.
Lu sendiri ditembak. Enggak bisa. Bantu.
TP.
Gua tarik lek. Ghost dulu. Alpha.
Target alpha guys dulu guys.
Udah enggak ada. Tuh, Faramis.
Lanjut. Depan guys.
Lihat gua.
Kalian belakang ya.
Nice guys, aman guys.
Kalian belakang.
Gua Faramis.
Hati-hati kalian.
Saya dapat aman. Gua ada. Sabar guys, lebih sabar.
Orang dulu.
Gua N aja. Gua N.
Oke.
Gua N.
Itu loh.
Alhamdulillah.
Lanjut.
Congratulations to Team Ray, taking it 2-0 against Hawk. I think that so far, at least based off of the mic check, that's why they have better chemistry. They're literally overcoming.
They're really having a good time, right? And it seems like the friendships and bonds that they've built with the import players, Kidsz and Virgie, have become quite strong, which is always important in the land of Dawn. I think Team Ray understood exactly what Team Hawk wanted to do, run at them as a 5-man in the early game, and Team Ray just said no.
Yeah. I don't know. I felt like this composition, especially when you see so much like AoE already, was it worth going for Farmis as their very last pick? Personally, I don't think so. I definitely think there were probably better answers out there. Most likely, things to actually punish these solo pickoffs coming in specifically from Virgie, because I felt like he got to walk around a little bit too much, and Team Hawk gave him way too much respect.
Look at the way they part here. The entire separation of Team Ray. And then after that, you just see Hesu looking so confused. Like, where did everyone go? It's like, I thought I was hitting people. And no, Trap, no deaths in both games, being able to freely deal damage from the backline. Having 100% kill participation in both games too is just crazy.
Yep, he was playing a strong game on the Natan, and I think he played even better on the Beatrix. I do think he got a little lazy towards the end because he knew he was so strong that he was one-tapping everything, that he was chunking himself out on accident.
Yeah, but you can't even really fault him at that point. You can tell that Team Ray is in control, they're comfortable, they're not really making any big mistakes.
Yeah.
So I think we can give him a pass.
Yeah, I feel like Team Ray, they didn't have to adapt in the game at all. They just played towards their strengths, waited for the right timings, and they just hit it perfectly, right? Strong fundamentals coming out from Team Ray. The togetherness, as I like to call it, is very much on point, but the cohesion is what's making them so much better than Team Hawk. Like Team Hawk, I'll give it to them. They had a couple of really good engagements. Although they did overheat, I felt like there was at least potential for a good play.
The potential was there, but you're right. They overheated way too much. We saw fights where they didn't need to take. They've tried to force it with multiple members jumping in with ultimates when they didn't need to and getting picked off. And then it was a downhill slope from Adair. It was an idea to maybe try and compensate for their shortcomings with the Faramis so that, oh, we just NetherRealm in, you guys do whatever you want and I'll save you. But Team Ray was prepared, right? I gotta give props to the coach. You could tell they played the early game completely differently because they knew this was what was happening.
Yeah, I do think Panda's a little greedy. Look at his boot choice. Look at his boot choice. Everybody else is like, okay, we don't want to deal with the CC, but Panda's like, 1v1 me, Trap. Fight me. I have a slight advantage when it happens. And that's why we do see him opt to go for the Master Assassin. I do think they could lean a little bit harder into it. However, my big issue here, Hesu, if he is going to go for a full tank build, you're going to drop off even harder, and you don't really threaten the backline. I felt like he could have gone for Lethal Ignition, Master Assassin, dominate that lane against Eevee, and then really threaten Trap, because Trap's only ability to escape situations is going to be that tactical roll, or even the flicker, both of which they were able to get out of Trap pretty consistently with just Box and Miko alone.
Yeah, we have to remember in the first couple of minutes, Eevee actually got zoned out of lane quite a bit, and then he still managed to survive all of it without using Flicker under his tower, despite being in 1v2. So if Hesu had more damaging emblems, that could have been different. That could have been a lane that they could play around in the early game.
And that's the thing, right? That's the big concern. I think that Team Hawk were thinking, all right, if we don't have a tank, then we don't have somebody who can just sit there in that front line. When honestly, they don't need to. They have hypermobility, a lot of sustain with Matilda and as well as Faramis. It's just about timings of when the the NetherRealm, man, I missed the old name. The NetherRealm is saving people time and time again, but once those ultimates are down, then you just have to rely on your raw attributes, and most of the time, Team Ray comes up on top with Trap alone.
I mean, not just Trap alone. AJ still standing back there, dealing all the DPS, actually having a higher total damage dealt than Trap towards the end of that game. And you can see that Team Hawk, their damage is a little bit scattered. Even the roamer, Miko, doing more damage than Lexia and Box. So, yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, it really was. Team Hawk, they just needed like a solid lead, something tangible so they can keep running at Ray. And that way, Virgie doesn't have these opportunities to set things up. Maybe for like a counter engage, but even then, right, Vixano would have been enough.
I think hero pool issues are starting to become a bit of a thing here for Box especially, because it was very easy for Ray to figure out how to draft to force him into Julian, into Alpha in both games. And this is the result.
I don't think it's necessarily his fault. I think that even if he was on Ling, this game would go even faster. I think the Alpha was probably their best option here. Something that has some presence in the early and mid-game stages. Something that can not only sustain, but also really threaten that back line if given the opportunity. And that's where Alpha generally is going to fit. I think that if they kind of skewed, because they put a lot of resources into Panda, right? I think they skewed a little too much onto his side. They could have split up Miko and as well as Box, and the way that they could have rotated to cut off that side and maybe create more opportunities for the side lane, especially within the first 4 minutes of the game, was very important. But just way too many resources invested in Panda alone, despite Hesu winning out his lane, proxying the waves, and leaving lane first.
Yeah, I think Team Hawk, in the end, do believe Panda is going to be their win condition most games. That is the style of play that he goes for. So even if they do have other lanes doing well, the main goal is still to try and feed him as much as possible. And in this game, the way they feed him is by creating space through kills. And well, by the amount of damage that Box was taking this game, Ray did such a good job of spacing and baiting them into them.
Yeah, I think AJ played a solid game here. Virgie as well when given the opportunity. Eevee, I think we know that he plays from ahead really well, but he's also decently good at holding his own when playing from behind, as long as he doesn't have to sacrifice too much in his lane. But we look at the total team fight participation, and yeah, it's basically Kidsz was part of everything he said. He's also following up on the setup, not using the scythe as often, but using the enhanced chains to kind of make it easy for both AJ as well as Virgie to find that kill angle.
I'm really liking what Kidsz is bringing to the table. In the first couple of weeks, he was really showing up on those assassins, racking up kills left and right. And in this game, he showed he can play more of a supportive role instead, dealing the damage that's necessary, but not overcompensating, and making sure that the goal goes to the right person.
At the end of it all, our Hall of Famers here, the rich guy going over to Kidsz, the carry for AJ, sandbag for Box's best wingman. Obviously, it's got to go to Virgie.
Now, Virgie seems really comfortable on these setup heroes as well. I think Team Ray is finding a formula that works really good for them, and I'm really curious how well they'll perform against some of the stronger teams this season so far. I think Eevee also feeling really good now that EXP lane is starting to shift them more into a tank frontline style. That's exactly where he got his roots.
I mean, I just want to see Eevee just one time. Give me a Benedetta game. Give me a Benedetta game for the fans out there. Same goes for Smooth.
If we can get a Smooth Benedetta first, then maybe Eevee will follow.
Oh man, I wish. I gotta check the schedule one more time to see whether that's gonna, technically they already have. Man, we're not gonna see it still. But I really wish that Ray started off the season looking like this. This is a much better starting point, because then at least through the seasons, you were going to start facing better players, and better yet, more evolved, polished compositions, allowing them to see the holes in their playstyle.
But I have the feeling the reason we see them this strong now is because those first few weeks let them figure out the holes in their playstyle, right?
I mean, that and also Team Hot is kind of playing like doo-doo
yeah.
right now. Like, this is not a very good litmus test. If really we're trying to see whether it's more alkaline, whether it's a little bit more acidic, I would say that this is one of the outlier games for Team Ray, right? Until we get some security in the following week.
Well, not necessarily either. Team Ray had a very weird score in the first couple of weeks where they were straight up getting destroyed by some teams and then doing the destroying themselves against others, which would have been ranked higher than the ones they lost to, so...
Well, I mean, hey, it's just layers in a cake of the tiramisu, man. Not everybody can be the lady's finger. Some people just gotta be the cream, you know?
I think Team Ray and Red Esports right now are the two teams that have really interesting interactions with others, because if they face a team that's just not good at dealing with them, it's so one-sided, but otherwise, they have a lot of difficulty.
It's like one-trick Zilong players. Some people are just not prepared for Zilong with inspiring like one shot by him. With that being said, here are the current standings here. Week number 4, day number 3. Team Ray shoots themselves out of the danger zone for now, putting themselves in 7th place, overtaking the Homebois as well as RSGMY. But I think it's all right. We're going to have to see how the Homebois are going to fare up to maybe push them back down into that 8th place spot, but they need to create a bigger separation from RSGMY.
Unfortunately for Team Ray, they've actually played probably the most games, I think, out of anyone. Yep, 7 matches total, and they're still pretty low in the rankings. Homebois right under them has only played 5 so far, so getting into the playoffs could be tricky.
I mean, we say that, and then we look at Team Hawk, already 6 games complete and only 5 points, right? And their aggregate points are the lowest amongst everybody else. So just goes to show that they have to really buck up, or at the very least take 2-1 losses.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. The last couple of weeks of MPL MY Season 14 are going to be bloody between all of these teams, especially with slots to M6 on the line and chances for a nice little trip to Johor.
Oh, yes! Yeah. It's going to be a good time, but with that being said, we're going to wrap things up here. Our very first best of 3 already concluded. Our second one going to be on our way right after this break here at MPL MY Season 14. We'll see you then.
kedua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni?
Aduh, limumu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kagura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
join the fight
to
the top,
To the top.
dare to be great,
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
and now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius.
You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We've got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wildcard different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards. Yeah, and then
the
I
BMI because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
We're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright
Nobody
if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah, adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams? How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want more stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving
Flashbacks.
through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
that's a great idea. That's a great
wait,
idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it. I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, limu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Penonton, penyokong kedua-dua pasukan, penyokong MLBB khususnya, untuk sama-sama kita memeriahkan lagi acara MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-14 ni. So, first match ataupun first activity kita akan buat adalah 1v1. Jadi saya memerlukan seorang pemain daripada penyokong pasukan Todak, seorang pemain daripada penyokong pasukan Homebois untuk bermain 1v1. Alright, so siapa nak main kena angkat tangan, but saya akan mulakan dengan penyokong daripada pasukan Todak terlebih dahulu. Jadi siapa nak main 1v1 dalam kiraan 3, korang kena angkat, wait sabar dulu. Korang kena angkat tangan 3, 2, 1. Okay, tunggu sekali lagi. Saya akan suruh saya punya FM untuk pilih. Okay, alright. 3, 2, wait, siapa yang angkat tangan dulu terus tak main? 3, 2, 1. FM, where's the guy? Oh, okay, alright. So, kita dah ada seorang pemain daripada pasukan, daripada penonton pasukan Todak memakai jersey Todak. Alright, so kita nak cari side daripada pasukan penyokong Homebois. Dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Okay, yang ni Alright, nice. Dua-dua pakai jersey. Dua-dua dah ready. Tapi kita kena berkenalan terlebih dahulu. Alright. Okay, so telefon dah ready Okay, mantap. Telefon dah ada Okay, so kita perkenalkan diri dululah. Siapa nama adik?
Asfar.
Asfar datang daripada mana Asfar?
Johor.
Daripada Johor datang sini? Play off lambat lagi? Oh.
Study kat Bangi dari Johor.
Oh, study kat Bangi. Okey, tapi asal Johor lah. Okey, nama adik siapa pula?
Nama saya Amirul.
Amirul datang daripada mana Amirul?
Saya Puchong.
Puchong, dekat je. Jadi korang dah ready Dah ready? Amirul, Asfa. Okay, so rules dia simple. Okay, so rules dia simple. Kena main role yang sama. Sama ada main mage, assassin ataupun fighter yang akan di-decide oleh kita punya penonton-penonton. Siapa yang dapat first blood adalah pemenang. Ataupun kalau lebih daripada 5 minit, siapa nyawa paling banyak, dia akan dikira sebagai pemenang. Alright. Asfa dah ready? Amirul dah ready? Okay, so role apa yang kita nak diorang main? Tak boleh support. Tak boleh support. Tak dengar. Assassin. Siapa nak assassin angkat tangan? Siapa nak fighter angkat tangan? Okay, assassin banyak. Assassin. Okay. Alright, jadi korang kena pakai assassin. Rule simple. Siapa dapat first blood tak boleh recall. Tak boleh ambil buff. Alright. Siapa dapat first blood ataupun dalam masa 5 minit, siapa nyawa paling banyak akan dapat dinner bersama Abang Lord. Tak, tahu je. Akan dikira sebagai pemenang. Alright. Assassin, betul. Assassin Okay, korang boleh ready masuk ke dalam lobby untuk kita melihat 1v1 di antara penyokong daripada pasukan Todak berhadapan dengan penyokong daripada pasukan Homebois. Alright. Apakah hero yang akan dipilih oleh Asfa dan juga oleh Amirul? Siapa Jijan, siapa Miku ni? Oh, Jijan awak. So, Asfa awak Miku. Kamu Asfa. Matilah kau. Jangan pressure dia bang. Jangan pressure dia. Aku ni kali terakhir datang MPL. Okay, kita dah boleh ready. Right. Pilihan adalah Assassin. Spell akan mainkan peranan yang penting. Emblem juga akan mainkan peranan yang penting. Saber daripada Jijan. Apakah hero yang akan diambil oleh Miku ataupun nama asalnya Asfa? Lane tengah saja, betul. Jangan ambil buff. Apa dia? Itu marksman bang. Itu marksman. Assassin. Assassin Asfa. Kita ada Lancelot. Karina. Okay, Karina. Alright. Spell main peranan penting Jangan buat retry. Asfa. Tak boleh ambil buff. Execute boleh. Revitalize boleh. Okay. Abang, penyokong banyak menyokong ni. Sebab siapa yang menang akan dapat skin. Dan penyokong untuk pasukan tu akan berpeluang dapat 2 skin yang akan saya pilih. Jadi berikan sokongan kepada wakil-wakil anda ni. Alright, this is it. Jijan yang menggunakan saber berhadapan dengan Asfa yang akan menggunakan Karina untuk aktiviti kita sebelum bermulanya perlawanan di antara pasukan Homebois berhadapan dengan Todak. Recall dulu. Jangan pandang belakang memang boleh pandang belakang pun, main satu lane je. Okay. Ingat rule simple, siapa dapat first blood menang. Ataupun dalam masa 5 minit, siapa nyawa paling banyak dia menang. Dan kemungkinan boleh diserap terus masuk kepada pasukan anda. Kita lihat sekarang ni Asfa dah level 2. Mampukah dia untuk dapatkan kemenangan sekaligus membawa pulang skin supaya hari ini pulang dengan senyuman. Tahannya minion di situ terlebih dahulu oleh Asfar. Rata-rata pemain masih lagi menunggu ultimate masing-masing. Petrify dibawa oleh Jijan sementara execute daripada Asfar. Kita akan saksikan siapa yang akan dapat level 4 terlebih dahulu. Akan yang baik, level 3 Asfar bersama-sama dengan Jijan yang baru saja mendapatkan level tersebut. Akan baik daripada Asfar tapi berjaya untuk dihalang. Jijan masih lagi memiliki peluang yang sangat-sangat cerah sekarang ini. Level 4 yang cari Jijan mungkin akan dijatuhkan tetapi Asfar. Jijan berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan yang sangat-sangat menarik. Asfar, thank you so much. Alright, thank you Asfar. Okay. Jijan ataupun Amirul, anda boleh pulang dapatkan apa nama ni? Skin. Okay, turun. Dah boleh turun. Thank you so much. Dan ini bermaksud penonton ataupun penyokong daripada pasukan Homebois berpulang untuk mendapat lagi 2 skin untuk anda semua. Tapi cara dia berbeza. Saya tak nak korang main 1v1. Saya nak mencari barang yang ada pada korang semua. Untuk dapatkan skin yang pertama ni, saya mencari seorang yang mempunyai duit 50 sen lama yang besar. Siapa ada betul bangun datang ke depan. Cepat, cepat. Cepat. Homebois lah. Cepat datang depan. Cepat, cepat. Okey, siapa? Okey, senang bagi dua-dua lah terus. Alright, thank you so much. Berpulang dan thank you. Lepas ni korang akan... tak. Okey, lepas ni korang akan melihat perlawanan di antara pasukan Homebois berhadapan dengan pasukan Todak. Harap korang enjoy dan sentiasa berikan sokongan and thank you so much sebab datang ke Stadium MBLJ. Jadi kita akan jumpa dah selepas ini untuk perlawanan yang kedua.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik. Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. I'ma go hard for the win. Win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLDB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
We're back with the second series of today. It's going to be an exciting one. It's not going to be disappointing, hopefully, here at the MPL MY Season 14. You're watching week number 4, day number 3. And to conclude Minggu di Raja, or the King Making Week, we have these two best of 3s to settle it all down to this. We're going to be watching Todak going up against the Homebois with me, Gideon Cuban, as well as Sadafa here at the desk.
Yup. We've got plenty more incredible MPL MY action to go for today, so make sure you guys are tuned in because this next match is also going to be very, very interesting. And of course, a lot of that is because of the devices the players are using too, right?
But of course, the Republic of Gamers have come out with a brand new product with the ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone of the MPL MY Season 14, that helped the pros to consistently be at the top of their game. It's just as simple as that. Just get a step up above everybody else with one device.
Yeah, it still retains its crown as the king of performance and now even comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras. It goes beyond gaming. So if you guys are looking for a new phone to rank up to Mythic, or if you're just looking for a great new device in general, ROG phones got your back.
Speaking of Mythic performances here, between the Homebois, well, again, generally they are interesting because it's a bit of a coin flip, and the same goes for Todak because we don't know what lineup is going to come up today. But let's look at the standings first before we preface anything else, because right now, Todak is in 6th position with the Homebois just under them in 8th position. 1 point difference, but the aggregate points exactly the same.
Earlier, we witnessed Team Ray take a 2-0 victory against Team Hack, which allowed them to take the 7th place spot and push Team Hack all the way to the bottom. But with an only 1 point gap, that means that if Homebois are able to secure a victory here, they will immediately shoot back up the standings.
I mean, the same can be said about Todak, right? They can break into the top 3 if they get a 2-0 here today. 3 points will put them at 11 above Monster Vicious, which would be, I mean, it's cool to see. At least people are contesting for that 3rd spot. Like, there's so many teams who could fulfill that role.
Yeah, it's pretty messy down here in the bottom half of the standings right now. SRG have already cemented their position as the team to watch, so far still undefeated, but everyone else still scrambling for the other positions, including that coveted second spot to M6.
Now let's bring it back to home turf. The Homebois, I don't know how to feel about them because earlier this week they beat MV, which was the up and rising team, full local lineup that was making waves in the first 3 weeks.
Indeed, this was after they brought in a brand new player to bolster their ranks again, Crush, alongside Izanami, Amal, Mal, and Soul. Homeboys definitely look to be a lot better up against MV the other day. Or is it that, or like, you have to ask the question, is it Homeboys who have improved a good amount with Crush's introduction, or is MV's just not feeling up to snuff this week?
Maybe a little bit of both, right? I think this is going to be the true test. It depends on the lineup that Todak brings here today, but I'm very excited for Crush to see another performance from him. He seemed to have made sure that he was playing efficiently in the EXP lane, leaving at the right times, being on time for neutral takes, and the synergy with Izanami with the rest of the squad continues to grow.
He did get MVP in his very first game of MPL. Note, this is not even an import player that came from other MPL teams. This is his first time on a professional stage. So getting MVP right at the beginning is a really, really good start. But he's going to be going up against the Malaysian legends, Todak.
Ooh, looks like they're bringing in Squad C once more with Zaim Senpoi, Momo, Zayed, Yanlord, as well as Chiku, guys. Now, Zayed, very big standout, one of the few Lancelot players that gets away with it. Most people are like, yeah, Lancelot is highly mechanical, he's so good if he can play him perfectly, but that's the problem, playing him perfectly is difficult enough.
And it's quite sad for Zayed because the 100% win rate he'd been keeping so far was broken the other day. I can't remember who it was who played the hero, but yeah, didn't go so well for them. Zayed still seems to be the more consistent jungler choice for the side of Todak, so they're going back to him instead of Gary. And Todak, while their performance is a little bit up and down, many people agree that this is the most consistent starting lineup.
I think we also have to talk about specifically the gold lane, Soul versus Chiku, guys, right? Chiku, guys, not exactly the greatest laner in the world, but has a very different vision for the macro. And then Soul, left unchecked, he kind of does whatever he wants.
Indeed, we got this long-term rivalry here between Homeboys and Todak. For the recent seasons, they have been the top dogs of MPL MY. Todak currently holding the slightly better score, having won 17 games as compared to Homeboys' 15. But this is a very different Homeboys lineup than before.
I'm hoping the players know about this so at least they can prepare themselves. I'm looking at their player booth. It looks like they're having a discussion. They don't see what's happening on screen because this is extra motivation. To equalize the score 17-70 will be perfect for them.
It would be quite the storyline considering it is a brand new era of Homeboys in the first place. Can this new era beat the record of the old legacy? But Todak, they've also switched things up, you know, they've been experimenting with lineups. I hope they don't butcher the game like I butchered that sentence. Like, players have been coming in, players have been going out, but I think we have come up with some new favorites here.
We have come up with a couple of new favorites, but we need to discuss why is split pushing undervalued at these times? Because once again, I think that backdoors don't happen as often in MPL MY, and I think there is a very high risk, high reward that a lot of the Malaysian players are unwilling to take.
I personally don't think backdooring is undervalued. It is still one of the best ways to get a game under your belt if you are in a losing position. But it is undervalued here in MPL Malaysia because we just love fighting. It is just so great. It's a little harder to do nowadays because with assassin junglers, mobility across the map is a little higher than with tank junglers. But still, split pushing is perfectly viable, and I kind of wish more teams did it.
Well, you know, not everybody can be liquid. But you know, that's just me. Personal bias. That's personal bias for sure. Generally, I do think that at least for Todak's side, they have at least adopted the angle just in case they needed a new way of ending the game or forcing a macro mistake out of their opponents.
A macro is important. We've always had a bit of a focus on micro around here. You know, we like our flashy plays, we like our star players, but in the end, objectives win games. So you gotta hit those buildings.
Yeah, you really gotta hit those buildings here. I am excited to see whether or not the EXP is going to make a large difference for either one of them, right? I think that at the end of the day, Homebois, I hope that they can get back into that form now that they have Crush in their lineup. But then Momo has just been an absolute staple for Todak for the longest of times. Last time it was like, we don't know about Momo. Now it's like, don't ever question him.
Yeah, Momo has been Todak's backbone, their pillar of support for so many seasons. And it's impressive to see that because his debut season, he didn't do all that well back then. So there's been a lot of growth, but there has also been some stagnation. His performance has not been as consistent as it used to be. So faced against literally fresh new blood, what will happen?
No, it's a tough call. It's a really tough call on who's going to win this time around. At least we know the lineup for Todak, so we can roughly estimate where they're going to be leaning in terms of their picks. I'm expecting the Rogers. I'm expecting the Lancelots at the very least for Todak's side. I don't know if they've expanded from that.
Yeah, there's a lot of expansion that can be done here. I think we have actually seen drafts start developing more with anti-metas like Cho EXP and Khalid getting more popular. So there's a lot of potential paths to discover here.
I mean, let's not forget that Todak has one of the most unique picks thus far. I think it was like 54 if I remember the stats correctly.
That high.
It's pretty high, and I think it's only going to increase. With that being said, let us not delay any further. Let's get this second best of 3 of today started right here, right now, as we bring out the teams live on the stage.
Homebois.
Stepping into the arena with swagger and confidence, they are turning every challenge into a chance. After breaking their lose streak, the boys are now poised to carry the momentum forward, ready to entertain and conquer. Cheer with us, Flame Boys! This is Homebois!
Todak.
Always ready to unleash their trademark unpredictable style and ever-changing starting lineup. The Swordfishers relentlessly pursue a victory, make them one of the most dangerous teams to face. Sharp, swift, and always ready to strike. Time to Langar. This is Todak! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in these matches. But of course, let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Kedua pasukan telah pun masuk ke gelanggang pertempuran yang memisahkan alam mereka dengan persembahan di dalam Land of Dawn. Jadi kita nak semak dulu, nak lihat adakah kedua-dua penyokong sudah pun bersiap sedia. Kita akan mulakan daripada Patriots. Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Itu adalah jeritan mereka. Bagaimana pula dengan Flame Boys? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jeritan ini akan mengikuti mereka di dalam perlawanan sebentar nanti. Dan anda semua yang berada di rumah, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code yang tertera di skrin anda untuk berpeluang menikmati dan juga untuk berpeluang mendapatkan hadiah yang sangat-sangat menarik. Dan saya percaya kedua-dua caster kita English dan juga BM telah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi, mari kita bersama-sama dengan mereka untuk mengulas perlawanan ini.
Thanks, Sith. Now it's time for the teams to prepare up on stage. I'm curious to see what the draft is going to be. Oh, Kuja is going to be standing alongside everybody else, so I'm expecting comfort picks from this squad.
Comfort picks have always been the main goal when Kuja comes to drafting, and there's always usually a plan and objective in terms of the lineup that they eventually go for. But before we go into the game, we gotta ask a little something to Yanlord. What contributed to his improvement this season? And he said, I changed my mental compared to last season. Now I feel I have nothing to lose this season. I'll give 100% effort. Last season, I only gave 20 to 30%.
What?
That's a bit of a...
20 to 30%? I don't know, some of the plays that he made last season, if that was 20 or 30%, who knows where the ceiling is for this guy. Hey, wait a minute, it looks like Momo's grandparents have decided to come down to check out his game.
Look at that. Great support coming in from the family of Momo right here. He is a pillar for Todak, and I'm sure his family is a pillar for him as well. So perhaps this is the buff Todak needs.
I mean, it goes both ways, right? Sometimes it doesn't go well, other times it can really help and motivate that team. But let's look at some of the most picked heroes we have here today, and that is Cho. Yanlord has picked him 5 times, Yums has picked him 4 times with a 100% win rate, Mal has picked him 4 times, and even Miko has picked him up 3 times.
Cho has been relegated to roam for a very, very long time, but is suddenly making a resurgence as a flex pick for the EXP lane due to the popularity of tankier EXP laners like Hylos and Phoveus, which become very easy targets once that Way of the Dragon connects. Not to mention, Assassin Hero is becoming quite vulnerable.
Don't forget, guys, M6 is happening in Malaysia, greater than ever. Make sure you're just as flexible as today's Cho builds and go in-game. Click on the in-game profile icon, go to settings, then redemption code, and then hit in the redeem code to claim your rewards, or scan the QR code. It's way faster. I'm telling you, I'm giving you a heads up here. Scan that QR code, picture it, and send it over to your friends if they need it too. But it's the drafting phase that we're heading into right now. Good luck to both of our competitors here as they get armed for the best weapons possible as they head on into the land of Dawn. The Brains now at war.
This is a rivalry that has lasted for many a season here in MPL Malaysia, but the faces of both sides looking very different than they used to. What new form will this interaction take? Homeboys, they're gonna be drafting blue side. First pick, Todak will be on the red.
Alright, so it's Matilda, first ban for the side of the Homeboys, with a follow-up with Hylos immediately after. Harif for the side of Todak, which is a very good idea because Seoul was absolutely killing it the other day.
You could say he was crushing it.
I wanted to, but I felt like we need to see both of them work together first before we get to that point.
That's true, that's true. We'll see what happens because this will be a true test of what Crush is capable of. Having an opponent like Momo in the lane is going to be tough.
Alright, Fanny going to be the follow-up ban here for the side of Todak. This is interesting. So it looks like they want to take out some of the power picks from the Homeboys. Haven't seen Amal play Fanny in just a quick bit, but I know that he's kind of nasty with it. Still, Phoveus up for grabs for anybody else. Not sure whether Homeboys are looking to first pick it, though.
Some interesting dynamics with these teams, I feel, is that Homeboys so far hasn't been the most aggressive early game team. So if Todak has any opportunity to start creating some momentum for themselves, it will be in those first few minutes where if Yanlord has access to a hero like Cho or Matilda, can start disrupting Amal right from the get-go.
Oh, I don't think it's... I wouldn't put it past him. He still has Kufra in his back pocket. He still has Grok as well. Chip finally... Blue side chip ban. Interesting.
Interesting.
But why no?
It means they don't want Chip first, basically.
Okay, but then they end up losing Phoveus still. Now it's going to be the flex pick that we're waiting for on blue side, which has been the standard procedure for a lot of these teams so far here in week number 4. Are they going to go straight into the Cho?
Well, both roamers have played a good amount of Cho. He has recently become flexible enough that a first pick is not too unusual, and yeah, looks like that is what Homeboys will kick off with.
Yep, and that's why you're seeing their fans saying, hey, this is going to be an easy game here for the Homeboys. He wants to see... he wants to see Abaklord jump the stars, and the poor man is sitting right at the front of the stage, and he's like, don't worry, we just need to win, and we don't have to worry about anything else.
This is just the trend now. Avang Lord has to do something every single time Todak wins or loses.
The poor guy. The poor guy, man. Alright, Khalid finally getting picked up by Todak's side. It got led through the draft, and even Vexana is going to be the follow-up here. So we're expecting some early game shenanigans from Todak.
It's surprising to see how much priority Cho and Khalid have gained ever since recently. Now that Hylos and Phoveus are being banned out quite consistently due to nerfs to both Zeusin and Zask. It's a developing meta.
It is a developing meta, and I feel like, unfortunately for Jushin, her kit really works with soft CCs and displacements rather than what we're traditionally used to, which is just hard CC, stun the guy, make sure that he's standing still, and then everybody can just blow him up.
Indeed. Okay, ooh, the Ling gonna be locked in. One of Amal's comfort picks, but the hero hasn't been feeling too good recently. Though with Edith and Cho, that should be a lot of crowd control to work with.
This might be Lancelot here. Julian feels like it's all right at best.
Is it going to be? Nope, not yet.
All right. So Zayed actually, okay, all right, that's fair. There's plenty of assassins still left in the pool. Locking in your gold laner now so you don't get pinched is a very good idea, especially since Homebois will not be able to counter draft it in the second phase. So these bans, these next 4 bans are really going to matter.
It probably means Todak is going to be focusing on banning gold laners since they've already secured Moscow for themselves. If they can limit Soul's hero pool, it'll feel pretty good. And if they can force Homeboys to be the ones to ban Lance instead, then their draft will go quite smoothly.
Yeah, Carry gets banned out here, which would indicate that Todak wants to have their next 2 picks be a little tankier. I don't think Zayed would want to play a utility jungle. I still think he's going to play Lancelot. I don't know if he's going to deviate from his current build, but this is for Momo's sake, right? So that could be the Gato Kacha. What other nasty tank could we put in the EXP lane at this point now that Edith and Cho are gone?
Well, Baratz is always the go-to.
Oh, that's fair. Huh. Baratz into the Cho. Okay, at the very least, there is some good counterplay from Baratz at the very least. Anti-CC, good wave clear as well. Just to be able to match up with Cho. Probably won't be able to transverse the map as quickly, but nothing Wilderness Blessing.
There's also the Arlet.
Change. Exborg ban here. Both tank busters gone. Huh.
Homeboys noticed the carry ban, so they banned Exborg. Curious, if they're expecting Todak to pick tankier heroes, they would want Exborg themselves.
Yeah, okay. From the looks of it, it looks like Todak is setting up for a Gato Kacha. I would only assume because Carry does well against tanks and Valentina specifically can steal high priority ults. So the real question is, what is the high priority ult here? It could be a Mincetar angle, it could be a Gato Gacha angle for the side of Todak. And Homeboys, they don't have enough ban slots and they don't have first pick on that second phase to deny both.
Mincetar is actually not a bad shout out. Counters all 3 heroes on the Homeboy side. And we know that Momo is capable of playing it though. They already have a Khalid, so it would have to go roam if they do lock it in, which doesn't feel the best.
It does not, but we'll see what we get here. First pick going over to Todak's side. Is Zayed going to get his Lancelot once more to face up against his Ling, or is he going to play a different assassin?
I think there's not much reason not to go Lancelot here.
He proceeds to lock in Baxia.
Oh, man.
Not even Frederick, it's just straight up Baxia.
That's Baxia. I mean, back in the day, Baxia into Ling would have been a pretty good matchup to disrupt him early, but tank junglers are not really in style anymore.
Here we go, the lock-in coming through, and it's going to be Lancelot once again from a Todak. Homeboys, how are they going to round out their lineup? They've got CC with Edith as well as Cho. I think lane priority is going to be really important, but keeping up against the Vexana is kind of annoying, and you know that Lancelot is there, so even Aurora feels a little bad because you can't guarantee the stun.
At this point, though, I think Lancelot is just Zayed's middle name. Like, he plays Lancelot.
Muhammad Lancelot Zayed.
Muhammad Lances a lot, Zayed.
I wouldn't be too surprised if that actually was. He changes his legal IC to Lancelot. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. But all right, let's see how Homeboys is going to conclude their composition, all right? Because we already know the EXP, you already know what the roam is going to be, as well as the jungle. The mid lane is so very important here.
Oh! Whoa! Okay!
I hate everything about this.
Angeling combo plus Cho 1-1, which we saw from the Red Giants the other day. They're expecting if Momo goes any sort of tank EXP lane, it is the absolute best target for the Way of Dragon into crossbow of tank setup.
The best part about it is this is an Inspire marksman, and generally in the early game, Inspire is a pretty generous battle spell, very low cooldown, so you can actually go for all-ins against the Moscovs if timed right. Now with the full composition already revealed to us, Gato Gacha finally gets locked in for Todak, and I I don't know how to feel about this, right? Because again, Homebois, their entire lineup is highly dependent on who can start the snowball and who can maintain it.
But if they do get it, then it will be a very difficult lineup to play against. We already saw what it's capable of in the hands of SRG. I'm really excited for this one.
I don't know how to feel excited for it just yet. There's a lot of potential loopholes here for both compositions. Todak, their lineup seems a little bit more flexible overall, but that early game is where they need to pop up before level 4, slow down that lane, and more importantly, really force Izanami out of that lane, because he will have zero control over it.
I don't have the most solid CC for Ling or 1-1 either, so this is an opportunity. But will they be able to grasp that opportunity? The eternal rivalry continues. Homebois versus Todak in the land of Dawn.
Let's see where both junglers are going to start. It's going to be a purple start for Amal, and for Zayed it's going to be a purple start for him too. They're going to end up on the opposite sides of the map and probably sacrifice. Actually, where is the Litho Wanderer going to spawn here? We'll find out in just a little bit.
That Litho could make the difference in terms of EXP, though we won't know for now.
It's going to be it's going to be towards that top side. Khalid didn't go for the initial roam and attack. Does go for the tank emblems, common emblems for Chiku, guys, right? No surprises there, but he's not going for Master Assassin. He's expecting Soul to have control over this lane.
We have to note as well, this is a Angela mid lane, not in the roam position. That's Cho for Mal. So that means we may be lacking in mid lane damage, which is quite important because mages have been contributing on the highest total DPS so far this season.
Yeah, but then again, even from last season, whenever I see Izanami on this Angela, it's like you're not utilizing the player enough. I get it, he may not have a lot of good comfort picks, and some of the others just don't feel that great, so this is their best bet. But even so, I see many times where Izanami is just waiting to do something, but he's incapable because of the kit.
So far, both junglers going to still be mirroring. Zayed actually a little bit slower than Amal, since Amal has already taken the gold crab on the opposite side. But that first turtle going to be the most important timing of all.
See the gank timings here. They're going to leave gold lane isolated on its own island. Doesn't look like Momo or even Crush are losing out in the lane. I do think it's interesting that Crush decided to go for Warcry here.
Warcry on the Edith. It can play a role, considering that once you pop that Primal Wrap, you do actually do quite a lot of DPS, but you would usually want to go for a more defensive emblem.
Yeah, that's what I would have imagined as well. Both sides probably not going to be touching the turtle. They don't want position over it just yet. It's particularly dangerous for Homebois to take control of it, so they don't mind if Todak walks up, especially since Yanlord is not level 4. They can just bide their time and wait for a pick.
A lot of it comes down to which roamer does hit level 4 first, and looks like it is Maul in this case. So Homebois can get started by pulling the turtle over to their side, but both junglers want to get this last buff before they commit to it.
Yeah, jungle's going to be the priority here. Main spearheads against each other. They're going to be positioning well. Gold lane's still isolated, but Momo, he's looking for an opportunity.
Oh, Eternal Guard gonna catch out Crush, forces the flicker into the turtle pit, right into the taunt of Yanlord, but Yanlord very far in front with the revitalize. Raging stats for flickers forward, lands on 2! Momo gets the catch he needed! And Heartguard forced out onto Ling. They're now jumping onto Yanlord, Avatar the Guardian out, Momo somehow lands the final hit on the turtle! So that is a win for Todak.
Really good stuff from Todak. Great communication between the players, and even Chiku, guys, getting an amazing trade against Soul. Everything is just working out for Todak at this point of time. Now, I think that personally, I feel that Mal needs to start initiating. They need to get some big spells out of Todak first before Amal or even Soul can get involved.
And Crush, unfortunately, being caught out that early meant that they were lacking in initiation entirely, and Todak was controlling the entire flow of the fight. Now Momo also 2 levels up on Crush.
Yeah, I mean, Crush, he ended up missing on a wave. That's going to cost him so much here in the early game. It doesn't mean that he's completely out of it, but it does mean that Momo gets a walk around for free. He does have 63 seconds left on that flicker. Expect to see Todak make more aggressive plays when it's available.
Timing was close there from Chiku. Actually nearly stole the purple, but it looks like Homebois did anticipate it as well. They actually slowed it down to make sure that wouldn't happen.
Amal still going to be power farming with the majority of the kill squad from Todak heading to the bottom side. It's not going to be easy. Crush may not have... Oh,
Terrify, Eternal Guard, Raging Sandstorm lands in Heart Guard. Are they gonna commit it? So far, Crush actually saying, I don't need it right now. Primal Wrath will save me.
Yep, Zayed ended up getting knocked up by the Earth Shatter there. Oh,
Amal also diving in real deep. They get the kick onto Zion Senpoi. So Homebois strikes back.
I don't think even Zion was prepared for the Homebois to be that deep in their base. Not to mention, sorry, that deep in their territory. Not to mention that Mal having to commit Flicker to it as well probably was out of vision for Zion Senpoi. But it's okay. They can still recover from this. 14 more seconds. The next Lord is about to spawn. I'm looking at both junglers, both equal level.
Taking out the enemy mid lane 10 seconds before the turtle spawns though is actually a pretty good timing because it forces Zion Senpoi to deal with the wave before he can actually start setting up for the turtle pit.
Speaking of which, Lord already here with the help of Momo. But I think at the very least, as long as Yanlord is able to hit a taunt, they can guarantee a Raging Sandstorm to connect.
Well, Turtle gonna be started by Zayed. Onward on Momo. Yanlord with Mal in a 1v1. Momo dealing with Izanami and Crush at the same time, trying to lower as much HP as possible. Both junglers still gonna be waiting to take this final buff before Turtle.
Yep, Sandstorm Grind being used by Momo to keep himself extremely healthy. This is why the hero is really obnoxious to deal with.
And Lord charging up the taunt, not gonna commit to it. Maul isn't the target he wants, and right now Maul is actually the only one here because Tempest Ablaze Heart Guard being committed onto Chiku, guys. Up top, Spear of Destruction lands, but he's not gonna be able to get away from Soul. Homebois trades the turtle for a kill on the gold lane. Eternal Guard lands on Maul in the mid lane. Raging Sandstorm does catch out Crush as well, so they'll finish off the Edith. Maul a little too late to the party, so he jumps right into the Torn Rose, and Todak comes out with more kills.
Yep. 2 for 1 in favor of Todak. However, I will say that maybe the kills might not necessarily be worth it there. I feel like that mid-tier 1 was more valuable than those 2 kills. As bad as it sounds, Chiku guys can still recover later into the game. They committed how many resources? 3 people to that top side, including the Heart Guard, to guarantee that this would work. Chiku is totally fine with that. 3 items, he's ready to go, but the rest of the team need access to enemy jungles to find these flank angles, and most importantly, to slow Amal down.
Personally, I think they could have gone for the gank out top without committing Heart Guard so early, and if Itazanami still had it, they could have been able to save someone in the mid lane instead, but they wanted to full commit to make sure Chiku went down, so it is an understandable trade in the end. We are 7 minutes in, not too much of a goal difference.
Yeah, it's been dead even between both of these teams, going back and forth, trading kills against each other, but it always is centered around these neutral objectives. With missing towers on the bottom side, as well as the top side, Todak have not opted to go for the lane swap just yet.
We have to say though, Homebois is farming quite a bit on Amal and Soul. Their lineup is actually more suited for the later game. Shinpo from Mal dodges Avatar the Guardian. Soul also able to jump away. Revitalize used by Landlord. Not able to finish off Mal, and the crossbow of Tang is completed. Landlord gets picked off. Heart Guard on top of Soul keeps him alive, though Crush is going to be sacrificed in exchange. As here comes the Ling. Amal wanting to finish off Momo. Quicksand Guard keeping him topped up, but it's not going to be enough to survive as Homebois comes out 2v2.
Really great placement with the Tempest of Blades, allows Amal to access the river, to access the lane, and still be able to dish out a good amount of damage. It's gonna be dangerous here. This turtle tank needs to be fast. Oh, the reset's gonna slow them down, but they've got plenty of damage to do this. They've got their marksman with them, and Zayed happily gets to walk away with a free turtle.
Todak having the confidence to still remain on the map to blitz the turtle down, knowing that Amal will want to restock on his purple buff before going for it himself.
Right now, it's dangerous, right? Because Homebois can be flexible with which one of the spearheads they can go with, either Amal or even Soul. I think Todak at this point of time really need to start splitting this map open, but it's tough, right? Because Amal can match them every single time. This is why we see the constant back and forth between Homebois and Todak.
Yeah, I think Todak actually needed to make things happen a little bit earlier here with the Khalid and having a 1-1 Ling on the opposite side, because the later it goes, the more favorable it'll become for the Homebois.
Well, to be fair, they did commit a decent amount of resources to the top side of the map, right? That's why Amal was kind of hanging around that area, trying to generate plays of his own. And even Crush, right? Rotating towards that mid lane, just to make sure if anything happens, he's there to respond.
We're gonna see a little bit of interaction in the river right now. Surprising since there isn't really an objective here to play around yet. Worried that Todak may be grouping up a little too much. This is giving Amal a lot of space on the map to farm.
For how long this is gonna go, we're not entirely sure. This mid-tier 1 is being heavily defended by the Homebois. They will not let this drop just yet.
Amal taking a lot of damage in. Shunpo dodges the taunt. Here comes Amal with the Heart Guard. Earth Shatter finds Yan Lord. He's gonna be thrown over the shoulder. We see the Spear of Misery knock Amal back. Avatar the Guardian from Yan Lord to escape from the clutches of the Homebois.
Really good timing. He's not gonna have his battle spell or his ult for this upcoming Lord take. And that's something that Todak can't afford because that was their big play, their big nuke to try and change this game. They will get mid-tier 1, which opens up access to the purple buff of Amal a little easier. But look at this, great utilization of the map, right? Even Soul getting a split push of his own.
Soul on the 1-1 means that he is quite capable of getting away from sticky situations himself since Todak doesn't have any really hard CC. So he can actually go for the split push, same as Amal. Yan Lord in some trouble. Oh, the clicker kick. Wrong direction, but still works. Yan Lord coming back in. We see Zayed as well doing a good amount of damage. Spear of Destruction comes in. Heart Guard, though, on top of the lane. Tempest Ablaze drops down. Chiku in a lot of trouble. He's able to jump away, but the crossbow tank comes out on top of Zayed. As Ling jumps in, Amal finishes off Chiku, guys, and survives on a slimmer of HP, while Soul chases Zayed Samboy. Not able to continue that pursuit, but the job is done. 4 members of Todak dead.
Woo! Soul, he's on fire right now in this 1-1. Nobody can seem to stop him. Nobody has enough damage. They can't lock it down. The inbuilt Purify from 1-1 is just too much.
Free Lord going over to the Homebois along with multiple kills. Soul at 4-0. Amal at 2-0. The late game heroes on Homeboi's side already coming online.
Oh, that's a Malefic Roar purchase for Soul as well. He's really far ahead of the economic gold game. Oh, Yan Lord!
Lord gets the taunt. Heart Guard being prepared. Soul down to half HP, but he's fine. Yan Lord has to use ult again purely to escape.
It's getting real unfortunate for Yan Lord. But it's alright. Using the Sky Guardian's avatar this early, especially since the Lord is already pushing into you, I think it's totally fine, right? Unless you want to deter your opponents from sitting underneath your inhibitors, but there's plenty of wave clear from Todak's side, so there's no need.
But how long will Todak be able to hold? The scaling, again, is going to come into question. Chiku and Zayed can do a good amount of damage, but it's still not quite going to compare to what Homebois has in store.
I mean, we say that, right? But technically, they're playing with a man down. Whenever the hard card comes out from Izanami, that's one body missing.
That's also true. Zayed gonna try and clear the wave, but they're already buffed by the Lord, so that mid-tier 2 going to fall. Only the inhibitor is left standing. Lord crashing down bottom. Chiku jumping in to try and clear the Lord. Eternal Guard gonna be used as well, but I think the tower will still fall. Yep, that's gonna be less structures now for Todak to play around.
Alright, now, they put them in check, but not in checkmate. By the time the next Lord spawns, I'm pretty sure that as much as Homebois want to develop into that 5k lead, they're probably not going to make 10k when the push happens. But when we look at the gold lead, Amal is currently holding a 2.5k gold lead over Zayed right now, already built 4 items.
4 items compared to only 2 on Zayed. So this is a massive lead in the jungle, especially when you consider that Ling is supposed to come online a little bit later than Lancelot. Todak already on the back foot, and feels like they've been that way for a while.
It really has been. Doesn't mean that they're out just yet, right? We haven't seen a proper team fight from Todak with all of their members going into a singular target. The front to back doesn't look as clean for Todak than it does for Homebois. But then again, Homebois, they have a lot more flexibility with the way that they engage.
With having the draft that they do, Homebois have so many ways of getting into these fights, and Todak, unfortunately, this draft is not really working out for them anymore, right? That Gatot pick in the last kind of countered initially already by the 1-1 and the Cho, and then they have Angela and Ling to jump into the back line as well.
They do, but is it worthwhile? It's a little tough to say, right? As much as I would imagine that going into the backline is always going to be a good idea for the Homebois, I do think that they need to get rid of the big spells, one of which is going to be that Raging Sandstorm from Momo, so at the very least, this Wanwan is able to kind of like break through the middle of the battlefield and actually get into the backline. Same goes for even Crush, right? As much as you want him to absorb the damage, if he's not getting spells out of Todak, it's a waste of time.
That is true. You ideally want to bait these resources out for the fight to be more secure, but Homebois also has a lot of tools. Oh wait, they already got the crossbow on top of Yanlord. Revitalize, not even gonna save him. Unstoppable streak for Soul as he continues working on Lord. Zayed comes in, Phantom Execution, he wants to steal this away, but Amal still secures it, and Zayed gets kicked to his death. 2 members down on Todak with nothing to show for it.
And the Homebois are awake. They want the rest of these inhibitors and they want an end game fight. Todak just needs to survive this upcoming Lord push and they will make it to the end game. That's all they need. Survive this push and this game is winnable.
Alright, that's gonna be tough though. They only have 2 inhibitors left standing. Homebois are 5-man strong, 5k net worth lead. Itemization should be maxing out now on their cores. Malefic Roar completed on Amal. What can they do?
Hope and pray, Yanlord hits a nasty 5-man ult or something, or even Momo, because right now their combos have not been connecting.
That's a lot to ask for, but they have to do it. Lord is coming in, mid inhibitor has fallen. They're working on it. Eternal Guard actually lands really well. Winter Crown on Crush though survives. Random Execution finishes him off. Homeboy's actually really grouped up right now, so Zai doing a lot of damage, but look at the crossbow Tang. Winter Crown from Zai's standpoint, gonna keep him alive for now, but Amal and Soul are both still alive. Momo trying to deal with Amal, but it's not gonna be enough. Killing spree for the Ling as Homeboys drop Todak down to his final 2 members. Zion and Zion's standpoint trying to do their best, but it is not going to be sufficient as the Homeboys takes them down.
Gee, Soul's nasty on that 1-1. Doesn't miss a beat. He's still got it. He's still got it after so many months. Nicely done by the Homebois here. It's going to give Todak something to chew on as they make their way back to the player room.
I think we can tell Todak was not prepared for this draft. We were not prepared for this draft. We saw the show 1-1, we knew it was a possibility, but combining it with Angela Ling is nothing that we could have predicted.
It just means that they're super flexible with their push and pulls. It's really interesting to see that Link can jump on in before anything happens, and then the Angela can decide on who to give that Arc Guard. Just goes to show, the way that the Homebois are playing right now is starting to elevate their current position.
The coordination was good as well. You can tell there was an objective in mind, not to mention putting players on comfort picks allowed the Homebois to really demonstrate their full capability here. And Todak were not prepared.
Let's check out these highlights one more time, right? Because a lot of smart moves were made by the Homebois. Sacrificing the turtle because they don't need the very first one. Giving that a gold lead over to Soul to maintain control over this area. But even for Todak, you could see the ideas of how they want to wombo combo together, but it's all under the effective, can I get both Ling as well as Wanwan in that same CC chain?
Well, these 2 heroes aren't the most contested these days, so drafting them was very easy for the Homebois, but making sure that the players were able to coordinate with them together in team fights is what is truly impressive here. Homebois have been working on their coordination thus far this season, and it does seem like the addition of Crush has brought new life to their gameplay.
I mean, it seems like he's very independent. He's doing very well against Momo at the same time. Although, yes, he does maybe make a mistake. He whiffs an ability, but that's expected of every player. We're only human, and we can't expect them to play at 100% every single time.
Especially since it's his first time at MPL. But Soul going to be claiming MVP for game number 1, showing that he's fully capable of playing more micro-intensive heroes like the Wanwan.
Legitimately disgusting, right? 7-0-5, 883 GPM, and with a Heart Guard, he goes even crazier. He's gone for Weakness Finder as his main emblem, but also takes Swiftness as well as the Master Assassin, knowing that he's going to have a significant advantage in lane with just Inspire alone. Let's just double down on that winning factor.
And in team fights as well, when we previously saw the Cho 1-1 combo from SRG, Innocent was oftentimes relying on Cram setting up those kicks to get the crossbow out. But for Soul, he was getting it on his own. He was not dependent on a setup from his team. He just needed them to buy him some space, and he was able to get that almost every single fight.
Well, I mean, that does boil down to the way that Todak actually peels backwards, right? I think they realized they made the mistake initially by going, hey, well, let's funnel into this choke point. Oh, wait, we're proccing way too many people with that true damage coming in from Soul. Let's just back up a little bit, and then it's too late. The crossbow tag activates. They change again, and I think the only way of that Todak could actually try to have some form of counterplay against the Homebois is if Crossbow of Tang comes up, somebody has to eat it, and if they do eat it, you better walk the opposite direction.
But the opposite direction wasn't quite good enough here. Homeboys had chase too in the form of the Ling jumping the back line. And I really love the item build from Crush. He knows that he's not part of any particular duo this game. He's just there to soak damage. So a Winter Crown third item to buy extra time is great.
It's so funny because he knows he's going to get hit by pretty much everything, right? So if you dodge those abilities with the Winter Crown, you save so much HP for later on. Although, I think that with this lineup now showing that Seoul is capable of playing Wan, I think that Todak is going to change the draft, the way they look at it.
I do think so. One thing Todak is known for is their adaptability and their ability to come back from these situations. So I have no doubt the draft is going to change to try and make up for this. But what if Homeboys also evolve their lineup?
I think right now the chemistry is looking very, very good. It doesn't seem like they have a comm issue overall, especially with how flexible the composition is supposed to be. You need to be on top of every single moment. If not, these opportunities go to waste.
We saw a lot of opportunities for Todak to do something, and then Homeboys, with their additional tools and flexibility, were just able to come out on top. So when we go into game number 2, you really cannot give them this many tools. But for now, we can really give props to the creativity of the team for figuring out they could do this, and for the players for pulling it off.
Yeah, the adjustments in the draft are going to be so important here. I'm trying to get ahead of this, though. How is Todak really going to deal with this? It feels like a wasted ban to get rid of specifically Angela, which is what's enabling this comp to go above and beyond. We look at the total damage, and honestly, 10,000 difference is not that big of a deal. Both sides doing a good amount of work. Zyme Senpai, the top damage dealer for the side of Todak, but Seoul just honestly crushed it this game.
If you ask me personally, Angela is a hero that enables things that really should not work. I played my own ranked games recently, got faced with a cheese draft of Angela, Alice, Ruby, and then just couldn't play the game. And now I ban Angela, even though she's not exactly meta, just to avoid those situations. So, personally, yes, she can be quite a pain.
Yeah, and it's great that at least for Izanami, he's got some great pilots in Solon as well as Amal, both of which played a hot game. I would say even Amal was a pretty good contender for the MVP. He was dodging some key abilities, utilizing his iframes, but most of the time he would hold on to the Tempest, Blade of Tempest, for as long as he possibly could.
Amal popped off on Ling in week 1, where he was able to even directly 1v1 Skies himself on the hero. He has been having trouble recently because teams have figured out that if you disrupt him early, then he can't find farm fast enough. But with a draft like this, and knowing Todak isn't going to be too invasive, they were able to get that farm, get those items, and turn him into a beast.
Speaking of being an absolute beast, let's look at our Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy going to Soul, the carry going to Soul, no problems there. Sandbag going to Yanlor, but best wingman goes to Izanami. Overall, I feel like, could it have been better? I feel like Yanlord, unfortunately, was not able to get effective ults off because he was taking so much damage. That could have been one of the few causes why Todak wasn't able to kind of keep up with the tempo of Homeboys.
By the time we got in the draft to Yanlord's pick, which was saved for last, I don't think there were a lot of viable options anymore. They decided to go with Gatot in the end to maybe have that increased survivability, but no matter what tank you pick, you are going to be giving 1-1 crossbow of tank. I think the draft from Homeboys was just a bit too complete at that point. So Yanlord was left with not much choice.
We say that, but I feel like even Minsatar would have done really well here. They had that final pick anyways. It would have countered like 4 out of the 5 heroes that we see from Homeboys.
Yeah, but would they have practiced the Minsatar roam?
Look, I have no clue. I don't know. If we're specifically Todak, I don't know what their training regimen looks like. They've got too many players on that org. But we look at the item progression build, and generally first items all came roughly about the same time for the side of the Homeboys. There were a couple of delays in terms of the item builds for Zaid, who once again opted to go for the Fury Hammer first and then complete the War Axe just to be able to double up on the speed of his farm, but never really completed the Hunter Strike because he didn't find any kills across the map.
Yeah, Zayat not being able to get those initial kills does slow down Lancelot a little bit. He was still doing a good amount of damage in the late game, but the rest of the team was no longer in a position that could support that. That mainly comes from the frontliners. Yanlord and Momo weren't able to do much early, and thus ended up falling off, especially against good counter heroes.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. Wait, actually, now that I realize, there's only one anti-heal user, and that's just Zyam Sempoi. Probably Yanlord was building into the Dominance Ice as well. I didn't see the Mana Crystal come off there.
But Yanlord had to try and get the Winter Crown out himself to try and counter the crossbow of Tang, so yeah.
I mean, if the game dragged on a little bit longer, if they could survive that initial Lord push, then it equalizes in terms of power. But again, the early game needs to be played a little bit better from the side of Todak. I do think they can be proactive if they wanted to, but I do think a lot of the decisions really boil down to, hey, are we at the right place at the right time?
That is true. Proactivity going to be very important. So we're going to be proactive and throw it over to our host to take over for this next segment.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada caster kita daripada Bahasa Malaysia dan juga English. And Des pula. Yes! Adin bersama-sama dengan saya dekat sini sebab dia akan mempersembahkan satu lagu khas. Bukan lagu.
Jangan lagu.
Alright, so Adin.
Cukup semalam dah hujan.
So since awak dah berdiri di depan saya, di sebelah saya, bukan ada kursi pun nak duduk.
Betul.
Jadi apa sebenarnya tujuan anda bersama-sama dengan kita kat sini?
Okey, sekarang ni kita tahu venue playoff kita pada musim kali ini akan berlangsung di Johor.
Alright.
Tetapi khususnya dekat mana dekat Johor itu yang kita tak ketahui lagi semua.
So far dekat JB betul
Dekat JB juga sebenarnya. Jadi kat sini kita nak umumkan di mana playoff MPL MYX Southern Festival akan bertempat di Edu City Indoor Arena dan akan berlangsung selama 4 hari playoff kita daripada 31 Oktober sehingga ke 3 November 2024.
Yes, jadi secara rasminya venue untuk playoff kita ada di Edu City Indoor Arena selama 4 hari, Adi.
Benar, jadi korang dah boleh standby nak carpool ke, nak naik flight ke, boleh juga sebenarnya.
Naik train pun boleh.
Betul juga.
Sebab kita ada pelbagai aktiviti yang akan diadakan dekat sana. Kita ada watch party, kita ada food festival dan macam-macam lagi. Jadi rugi kalau korang tak turun kat JB untuk tengok playoff ni, Adin.
Tapi kan, Sith.
Ya, betul.
Kita akan berlangsung pada hujung bulan.
Right.
Selalunya duit dah habis. So nak masuk playoff ni nak kena bayar lagi. So macam mana ni?
Kenapa kena bayar kalau tiket ini adalah percuma, Adin? Free. Jadi playoff tiket adalah secara percuma khas untuk kesemua penyokong-penyokong MPL MY musim yang ke-14 ini.
Of course, kalau korang nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, korang boleh layari social media MPL MY. Make sure korang follow, make sure korang dapatkan information yang terkini dan sudah semestinya MPL MY Season 14 X Southern Festival dibawakan kepada anda oleh Munton dan juga KPRJ.
Kita dah tahu tarikh untuk playoff, kita dah tahu venue untuk playoff dan dengar cerita, kita ada lagu baru.
Lagu baru!
MPL, jadi stay tune. Bersama-sama dengan kita dah tak lama lagi, Adin.
Benar, kita lagi beberapa minggu sahaja untuk regular season. Seperti mana kita cakap tadi, korang dah boleh plan nak datang dengan keluarga, nak bercuti juga pada waktu yang sama. Tak silap saya, cuti sekolah juga tau sebenarnya.
Dia ada satu hari cuti di Bali tak salah saya.
Di Bali juga. Jadi I think ini waktu yang sesuai untuk korang datang beramai-ramai ke Johor untuk saksikan playoff beserta dengan pelbagai event acara yang korang boleh laksanakan.
Playoff MPL X Southern Festival yang dibawakan khas oleh Munton dan juga KPRJ. Thank you so much, Adin, kerana sudi bersama-sama saya untuk mengumumkan berkenaan dengan playoff. Anda boleh pergi buat kerja anda.
Saya tak boleh stay sini.
Tak boleh.
Okey lah.
Alright, perlawanan sebentar tadi telah pun dimenangi oleh pasukan Homebois. Mampukah Todak untuk bangkit, cuba untuk menyamakan keadaan? Jadi kita akan terus pas kepada para caster kita untuk mengulas game tersebut.
Thanks, Sid. Thank you, Andine, for those international viewers wanting to check out the grand finals, the playoffs even, for MPL MY. Come on over and visit Johor Bahru, our southern state of Malaysia, at Edu City to check out all of the games. Remember, tickets are free, so plan around it for all of our local viewers.
There's gonna be a watch party, there's gonna be a food festival, there's gonna be plenty of activities for you guys to check out, so sounds like an excellent vacation getaway, all while enjoying finding out who will be our next MPL MY champion.
And if you want to check out MPL MY over MPL SG, our Singapore lovelies out there, come on over, cross the causeway, join us. The water is fine. But we quickly asked Abe, of the COO of the Homebois, how do you feel when the team secured a win against MV? And he said really grateful that they were blessed with this victory, and hopefully my team can be consistent again. I'm not saying that last bit. You got terrible. Terrible.
Hey, what's wrong with that? It's just Todak with flair.
No, you want to call it Todak with flair? All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. But it was a very emotional win for a lot of the behind-the-scenes staff members managing the boys here. They were crying. They were crying after that win. It was so momentous for them.
Homebois caught the eye of many of our fans at the start of the season when they took a game from SRG, but weren't successful in getting a victory after that until MV, and are now looking better than ever. So I'm really, really impressed and hoping to see what else they can do against their long-standing rivals.
Let's jump on into the drafting phase here to arm our boys with some proper weaponry, as they will bring it to the battlefield to decide their fate. Whether it's going to be a 2-1 or a 2-0, it's up to them as we head on into the drafting phase. Let's see what side both teams have opted to go with. And it looks like Todak has decided, you know what, we want blue.
Going on the blue side now means that they would be able to prioritize the Cho for themselves, in fact. And by taking that away, does make playing heroes like the 1-1 a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I would like to see Coach Jeff, whether or not my theory stands, where a lot of teams, they ban out the heroes that they feel are going to be really nasty, especially when they're on the opposite side for second pick. But Chip, going to be the very first one. Let's see what the follow-ups are.
A little fun fact, Homebois versus Todak happened during the 4th week and 3rd day of Season 13 as well. Even the second match of the same day. And the result was 2-0 for Homebois.
Ooh.
Right now, history is on the verge of repeating itself, and only Todak can change that.
Oh, this is nasty. Immediately they get rid of the Angela for the side of Todak. They do not want that ultra sustainability. They don't want a supercharged Ling or a 1-1 ever again. The Homebois respond by getting rid of Matilda, and Todak quickly reply, finally getting rid of the Fanny. I was wondering when that was going to go.
Yep. The Fanny was banned out quite early on by them early in the game 1. And this time, they're not going to let it through their grasp either. Amal has proven to be a very capable assassin player. You don't want to give him picks like this that immediately snowball the early game.
Speaking of snowballing, I don't know whether Homebois is just going to let the Phoveus through this time. I mean, now that Angela is banned out, the Hylos is open. A lot of things are actually open.
That is true. Hylos and Phoveus were each banned by one team in game 1. So with only one man left, you can't get rid of both. So it looks like Homebois will choose to open both, which I think is a smart choice.
Yeah, but let's see what the first pick is going to be for Todak. If they go for the Cho opener again, I don't think it's a bad idea. It denies it off of the Homebois, but most importantly, the Way of the Dragon is just such a powerful tool.
So Cho gets locked in. This means Homebois has their pick of either Hylos or Phoveus. Now we have to note, picking these EXP laners means that you gotta have enough crowd control with the rest of your heroes, or you will encounter some difficulties in team fighting.
Actually, you know what? Why not just pick up both? I don't see any downside to picking up both the Hylos as well as the Phoveus. Phoveus takes EXP, Hylos eventually takes the roam, but no, they want to go with the Ling early on despite Cho being shown.
The Ling early with a Cho on the opposite side means you want more early game heroes that can allow you to deal with the Cho if he decides he wants to invade your jungle.
This is an interesting take. I think that Homebois right now, it kind of feels like the discussion with SRG during MSC, where it's one of those like, hey, we want to prioritize our jungler. We know for sure that Amal can carry this game if given the right amount of resources and support systems.
Ooh, Aurora and Mincetar. All right, this is going to be Mincetar EXP, I would think. So that is not too bad at all against the Phoveus, and Aurora will allow them to deal with the Homebois if they decide to run at them.
Is it even worth it at this point? If they could run at them, I think it's alright, but I think they need a strong disengage mechanic. Is this a Minotaur game for the side of the Homebois?
Minotaur would not be too bad. Not really the target you want to kick. King's Calling doesn't affect him all that much. But Homebois will start by locking in their mid lane so that Todak can start banning mages in the second phase.
Okay, that's totally fine. Very standard openings for both of these teams. The only real outlier is going to be Mincetar here, which has been the go-to answer for Todak when they are dealing with the Phoveus. So that was to a degree expected. But now, if we look back at the draft pick recap of game number 1, this is where we saw a lot of the target bans being very, very effective. It also gives us a little bit of an idea of what they want to do. Homebois are going to start things off with banning out the export. It's just annoying to deal with, especially when Zai picks it up in the jungle. Makes Link's life really difficult. You have to spend way more time there trying to burst down a target that requires 3 sessions of burst once export gets the immortality.
Now that tank junglers aren't quite as good anymore, Xborg is one of the more durable fighter junglers that you can go for to easily secure objectives, all while doing consistent damage to tankier heroes like the Phoveus. So Homebois just don't want to give away this hero to Zayed so that he's able to farm jungle more easily against an assassin.
Yeah, Todak now ban out the Jawhead. What do they want to bring into the gold lane that they're so worried about the Jawhead? Let me think about it for a second. Harith is available.
I like the line from the fan there. Crush them all with your soul, and victory will be ours.
And by God's will, victory will be ours.
It would be quite soul-crushing for Todak to end up losing this one.
Oh man, people are going to come up with so many of these types of lines.
You can add more, you know? If Homebois go really hard, they can be very maliciously soul-crushing.
Let me guess, if Homebois is doing really, really well, it's just like, oh, it's Maul! If they're doing Terrabella, it's like, hey, Maul!
Yes!
So, such a big L.
We Malaysians like our Mauls.
We do. Oh yeah, there's even those with double A's in them as well.
Yeah.
It's all coming together now. The conspiracy finally ties itself with a nice bow. We do see the Claude as well as the Gato getting banned out by Todak and the Homebois respectively. Why do they want to get rid of the Claude here? Moskov is still available. They would much rather deal with the Moskov compared to a BMI because BMI covers a lot more distance.
Chiku does some pretty ridiculous things with Claude and the BMI.
That's true.
So Moskov on him seems to be a lot more manageable. Because to be honest, out of all the heroes like Roger, Claude, and so on, I think Moskov is actually one of Chiku's less consistent gold laners.
I would agree with that, but at the same time, I'm seeing whether Coach Jeff can actually pivot for the Homebois, right? Instead of just like playing around the Lincoln as well as the Phoveus buys time, maybe they can get some combo starters and play Beatrix. Oh, looks like they're going to go with Natan instead, a very safe pick, which is rather surprising.
I think Natan's not bad.
I think it's like okay, but that's a lot of magic damage on their side. I mean, yes, Link provides a good amount of attack damage, but let's see the response from Todak. It's going to be Nolan. What are they going to pair it up with?
They're looking for the gold lane right now, unless we suddenly see Mincetar gold, which has actually happened before in MPL history.
Yeah. I mean, they could go Harith if they wanted to. They've got plenty of attack damage with Nolan, Mincetar, as well as Cho. I'm surprised that both sides like left it open. Like previous game they banned it out for the side of Homebois. This time around they left it wide open.
Yeah, it's very risky to leave a hero like Harith open, but if Homebois can get on top of it, then Ling is a pretty good way of kind of snuffing him out before the hero gets going. One final pick for the Homebois. Looking for their roamer. What's it gonna be?
What would be a decent center for the team?
I would say Ruby if not for the Mincetar.
I'm thinking big AoEs. I'm thinking Minotaur. Minotaur, maybe even Grok. They both have pros and cons, but honestly, there's no clear direct answer to this. I think both go okay here.
I think Grok is maybe a little bit better. But let's see. Ooh, I considered it, but Cho and Mincetar actually mess with Tigreal a good bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about as well. That's why I didn't bother putting Tigreal in my list of potential pickups, but at the very least, you know that Nolan can't just go in for free anymore, right?
True.
At any moment, that implosion could make the difference in this game. But let's break down the compositions one more time as we make our way into the land of Dawn here. Starting off with Todak, the composition is very much eliminating the big ults coming in from Homebois and then extending the fight so they can find their primary targets with a lot of pick-off capabilities. Homebois, on the other hand, need to play a little bit slower. They will scale very well in the late game, but if they can't even make it through the earlier stages, especially if Amal doesn't slow down Zayed, you're expecting Zayed to pop off.
They have a more traditional lineup, whereas Todak have a much more Todak-ish lineup. Will the Langar bring them all the way against the Homebois, or will this turn out to be another victory to propel them to success?
Well, let's find out here. Because again, I definitely think that Soul giving away the Harith is kind of interesting. He crushed it the last time he played the Harith. I'm surprised that he opted to go with the Natan this time round. I don't know whether or not he's genuinely worried that Momo will always get on top of him, but it kind of doesn't make a difference if he was playing Natan anyways.
Yeah, but Natan is able to walk out a little bit easier comparatively, because Harith is very dependent on dashing in order to escape. Having to deal with a Mincetar and Show at the same time means that Purify isn't going to help you too much either. So I can see the choice there, but I do want to ask you, Gideon. We've been seeing a lot more Weakness Finder recently. Is there a reason for that?
Oh yeah, Weakness Finder is just great, right? I definitely think it's one of those it's a preference amongst gold laners in the way that they want to play the game, because it's very difficult to trade against it, right? Usually you want to be able to like take a quick attack, one ability, and then sneak in another auto attack. You don't get that second auto attack anymore with Weakness Finder.
Oh, nicely Kundo. Two-man knockup. Purify force from Izanami, and Zayed lands the final blow. Amal though looking for the vengeance. There's a passive on the Aurora, but he commits Tempest to play just a double kill. Picks up Zayed as well. Lord finishes him, but I think that's worth.
So worth it. So very, very worth it. However, both junglers do lose out on their purple buff. The fact that Amal found two there, that's asking for too much.
Oh, Soul careful. Uses Purify, actually running down Chiku. That's not gonna work.
Did he think he was gonna win that? Like, buddy, what? Let's look at the instant replay one more time here. See which moment that they were catching. Yeah, so the flicker for Zyme Senpai early to make sure that Hailstorm actually connected costed him his life and his passive here. However, I will admit, Amal, he's got some fast fingers. You can see the hesitation from Zayed to try and land the fracture, but at the same time, it's like, wait a minute, which direction is he going? Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
So much happened, but all Purify is gone. We see the King's Calling land. Zayed secures the Turtle Crush, is stuck inside, cannot ult, so he is picked off. While Yanlord's just playing time. Malt flickers forward, but Yanlord also flickers to escape him.
Okay, they trade flickers. Mal will be able to walk away from that. It's more beneficial for the Homebois than it is for Todak here. At least they equalize. They try to equalize.
Mal, why are you just standing there? Gets picked off by Zayed and Zyme Senpai.
He got frozen. What can I say? He got frozen in place and got blown down. Amal still in the lead for now, ever so slightly in gold. Zayed trying to make up for it with his extra mobility. Still has the bottom side to clear. At this point, I don't know. It's pretty tough for the Homebois to play off.
Oh no, Amal frozen again. Zayed though actually not committing for the kill. Just goes for the Litho instead. Tempest of Blades though, Yanlord wants the kill, so forces ultimate from the Ling.
Very worth it. If I was in Zayed's position, I probably would have done it as well.
We have the Dragon onto Maul. Fracture used. That's a Tigreal. He's not gonna die, but it will zone him off the river.
Speaking of which, is Soul gonna get ganked here? Yanlord doesn't have his flicker, and Chiku Guys is too much of a threat. Soul's just gonna have to take his time. Let's look at the rest of the map here, because right now they're still contesting, invading the jungle. Yanlord just being annoying.
Up trying to steal away camps from Amal to slow down his farm to give Zayed the edge. Right now, even though Amal made a pretty big play earlier, you can see Todak way more aggressive overall, making it hard for Homebois to play for their mid game.
With Fulvius neutered because of Momo. Wait, oh.
Sacred Hammer pushes Yanlord back, Wave the Dragon Dog, kicks him back into Zayed, and Zayed Zempoi instantly blown up.
Not sure what was going on there. Looks like Mal got distracted by Yanlord. Wasn't paying attention to the mid lane. Just recently getting cleared as well. He probably could have had some foresight to predict that. But now they're going to be proxying the bottom side. They're giving you so many resources over to Jiku guys to really help press his advantage.
Yeah, this is a big problem already. And we talked about this too, right? With Tigreal having difficulty against Mincetar and Cho, Mal isn't really matching in roaming presence, giving Todak a much more dominating presence in the land of Dawn, and they're able to secure another turtle.
Well, that's why we hear that the Homebois crowd is trying to give some extra motivation for their players up on stage to make something happen here. But it's so conditional, right? Momo now heading down to the bottom side of the map. It's an early lane swap here. Actually, no, it's just to cover for their lanes. They're trying to make this play onto Soul.
Soul in trouble, actually. He's already used Purify and he's still stuck on Yanlord. Gonna try and fight him under the tower. Gonna wait. Oh! Beautiful timing from Soul! And they even pick up Zayed in the top lane!
That was kind of embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. You can see that Zyme Senpai was waiting on the other side of the entropy to try and lock him out. And I think he threw down the blanket device a little too early there. But Sol, great outplay. Super patient as well.
Just stood next to Yanlord, pelting him the whole time and waiting until all of the abilities were used on his TP point before he actually went back.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
That is soul crushing.
It really is. It really is. But at the very least, Homebois still at least bring down the gold lead from Todak instead of 2k now to 1.4. Still a good amount of time to recover here, but we see that Amal on the opposite side going to utilize the space given to him to get a push down to that tier 2.
Yeah, that's a big swing there for the Homebois, but Todak are still going to be holding on to the net worth lead for now. Their composition allows them to play a lot more confidently across the map. Homebois, though, they're okay with this as long as Amal and Soul get their farm.
In the meantime, though, we haven't seen like a proper team fight from either side just yet. There has been attempts to cut off rotations and as well as ganks. Now, the next turtle spawning. This is where we're expecting hell to break loose.
Hell will break loose indeed. At this stage, the network lead actually isn't that big, and most of the cores will have 2 or 3 items. Todak on the turtle, Crush is coming in, King's Calling gonna be used on him alone. Zayed gets the turtle, but the implosion comes in, catches 2, but Crush way too far ahead. Zaman Force allowing Chico to do a lot of damage. Tempest Blade is gonna be used up as well, but Amal messes up the combo! He gets pulled! The Spear of Glory captures the enemy jungler.
Oh, that's so sad! So very sad. He could not see the indicator for that Spear of Glory. Wait, is you guys okay here? No, they just don't have enough damage. That's kind of sad, but man, Momo sneaking it away.
That was close though, really close. We can see here in the instant replay what happened there.
So to kick things off, right, Chiku guys was making sure that he was playing around the area. He doesn't want to hit the targets within that ultimate, but most importantly, once they zoned them off from the neutral objective itself, you can see that even for Mao, he was basically out of the fight after he flickered forward, imploding onto 2 targets.
I think Amal also dropped Tempest of Blades in a really unlucky position where he got caught on the turtle pit wall instead of being able to dash to the next sword. Otherwise, there were really low health members of Todak that he could have gotten.
Well, it's fine. It's not like Todak has a 5k lead. They do build back up to 2.5, but it's nothing that Homebois can't clearly recover from.
Ichiku gonna be continuing the push. He has a Momo and Zyme Senpai here to escort him. Todak eyeing the purple buff pit, but not gonna go for it. Yanlord right now just providing vision.
Still transversing the map really well. Not a lot of denials towards that purple buff. However, I would expect Todak from this point onwards to get real aggressive to make sure that they can at least stop Amal from getting the most important buff in the game.
This is a key timing for both teams right now. Todak, if they want to win this, gotta keep upping the pressure here before Soul and Amal start becoming bigger issues. This is where Homebois are going to be the weakest for the rest of the game.
They have to take their time with this. Really good positioning from the Homebois, covering every single entrance towards this Lord Pit. A 360 vision worth of coverage for this Lord. But expect to see Todak. They might just go for the conceal play.
Momo looking to jump in, flickers in, King's calling, catches out one Tempest of Blades though, allows Amal to secure the Lord, but he's now stuck inside, still gets picked off in the mid lane though. Homeboy is actually winning out that fight, but not able to finish off Zion or Yan Lord. It's Crush who gets picked off instead.
They're all so low. Very good idea from the Homebois. They got Mal and as well as Izanami to cut off a potential rotation from the mid lane, and they catch two people doing so, not allowing Todak.
Oh, Yadlor with a beautiful flicker into the field of glory. Izanami gets delivered across the country into the hands of Todak.
Oh my goodness. Izanami heading back to his hometown all over again. Man, I know the playoffs is in Johor, but we don't have to foreshadow it. Oh boy, let's look at the item list so far. Everybody seems to be doing really well, and now Chiku guys finally attaining that Holy Crystal. Todak is in the driver's seat, and they gotta put their foot on the gas!
Oh, King's calling, and Spear of Glory misses! Zaman forced though to chase down Maul, already dropping him down to 10%! One hit away! He's still alive! Oh, Chiku guys finally gets the kill, mega kill, but Amal jumps in, Tempest of Blades will finish off Zayed! Dodges the Frigid Glacier at the same time!
Okay, alright, now they need to go for the full reset here. Zyme Senpai is starting to show that he's a bit of a problem. They can't seem to break past the battle lines and break their coherency. With that being said, Momo, his ult is so very valuable, but he's also forgetting that he's got waves to clear.
Yeah, look at Amal just split pushing bottom. Chiku hurts, but Amal not gonna take a fight with him. Homeboy's transitioning the macro play.
Alright, can they deny the purple buff here? Amal may be down to 50%, but he wants to come from Tri-Brush angle. Zyme Senpai is here to safeguard it. Momo, he's going to clear this wave and start making his way down to that purple just to cover as well.
No way Todak will give this to them for free, and I'm sure Homeboys knows it. They're not going to risk invading the jungle when they're still behind in gold here. Just going to defend whatever towers they have.
It's 33-31. It's honestly not that big of a deal, especially 11 minutes into that game. Like the 2K economy lead for Todak is pretty negligible, right? Until we hit the 5K. That's when we start to see big components really make the difference in this match. Could be Fury Hammers, could be a pair of pants, all of the stats of which make the difference here.
Right now, Chiku still being annoying right there. Trying to take down this mid tower for free. Soul just got his Holy Crystal. Amal just finished BOD.
Where the heck is Ball? Why is Ball all the way on the top side with purple buff is spawning?
Huh, weird time. Hold on, Crush almost getting kicked, but able to jump away in time. Forces Flicker from Yan Lord. Mal has Conceal up, but can't find the angle for Implosion.
Hopefully, Amal did get his purple buff. We did pan away at a bit of an awkward time. But the Homeboys, they gotta be real careful. Okay, Amal does have this purple buff. Real good, and also still has his Retribution. Now that Yanlord doesn't have that flicker, it allows Homeboys to play this a little slower than usual.
And that's what, oh my goodness, that hurts! Izanami though still alive. That's the important part, but he's not gonna be part of this next Lord fight. Todak can take advantage of this number advantage.
Yep, they just need to stagger them.
Uh-oh, Crush in trouble. Frozen, Purify used on the Phobius already. Homeboy's running out of resources from Todak's poke. Implosion though catches Momo. Sacred Hammer pushes Yanlord back. Yanlord gonna fall. Spirit of Glory misses. Frigid Glacier finds two. Maul gonna be taken out in double streak on the Harif. But Tempest of Blades, Amal going to be able to get away from Zayed. Still a 4v4. Homeboys with less resources. Soul poking Momo down. Izanami also doing the same. Amal running away from Chiku. Izanami, the Lord! The Lord smacks Min Sitar in the face!
Big Lord looks at Little Lord. Out of the way, little bro. I got this.
Cool spear you have there.
You don't see that very often, but still, very high intense match here. Both sides really don't want to be making these types of mistakes, but at the same time, it's just one frame away from making the God play.
The teams are getting very close. Homeboys have actually scaled up now. Wow, Izanami hurts quite a bit as well. And Lord, realizing all of Homeboys is here, they've recovered their resources. They're going to be able to restart onto the Lord once again. Implosion catches Yan Lord, pushes him back, but isn't he's taken out. Monster kill by Chiku guys with the Zaman Force. King Tolling on top of the Lord right now, zoning away the Homeboys. But Amal finishes off Yan Lord. Lord very low, Zion gets it. But now Todak has to make a retreat. Momo gonna be caught out. Zyme Senpoi as well. Double kill for Amal. One more for Crush. Homeboys turning it around.
Amazing decision making coming in from Homeboys. They completely negate this upcoming push from that Lord. They crack open the mid-tier 1, and most importantly here, Zayed, he's waiting for an opportunity.
Oh, the
he's gonna try.
Zaman Force gonna finish him off, and now he's 1v3. But here comes Zayed. Tempest of Blades. Amal wants him. But Chiku hurt so much. Mal is going to pay the price. Amal literally hanging by a thread.
Bit more than they could chew. Way too much. Amal thought that he could basically just one-shot Chiku guys, but he doesn't realize Chiku guys is 702. He is max build. He has all the damage in the world. You cannot afford to whiff an ability.
And this is why you don't give Chiku Harif. This is a dangerous hero in the wrong hands. Homeboys did end up kind of winning that last fight, but the Lord is pushing in for Todak. Right now, Purple Bomb contested. Zaman Force dropped by Chiku once again. Homeboys immediately disengaged. They cannot afford to fight this right now.
Keep pushing, Amal. Keep pushing. There's no use for you back at base. But now, waiting for that wave to break open that magic barrier. He's still lingering around just in case.
Spear of Glory misses on Crush. Right now, he's going to be holding the Lord right outside the base. And looks like, yeah, Todak's going to back off. They realize Amal is knocking on their front door. He's already taken an inhibitor. And there is nothing gained by Todak from that Lord push.
Worth it! What are you going to do about it? Are you going to chase me? Come on, who else wants to come to the top side of the map, Todak? Send as many members as you want. A good defense coming in from the Homeboys, a very good idea as well, but they waited for the correct conditions. It's an informational war between the two. Execution is not a problem.
We got a close game right here, ladies and gentlemen. Concealed play from Todak, not able to find anyone. Fracture just barely misses Izanami by a hair. Saw his life flashing before him.
They didn't even know whether he was actually in that bush, maybe. They were like, he could be in that bush. There's a high possibility. Yanlord already opened up the tri-bush, and they already cleared that top side. Very good chance that Izanami was hiding there, but even so, Lord didn't get much done for Todak. That big goal lead that they had doesn't even matter. Equalized perfectly by the Homeboys.
Absol will be hitting max items very soon himself. So at this stage, it is all about that execution. It's going to be about the macro, about the micro. That goal lead not going to play much of a role anymore.
Speaking of which,
ouch.
Yeah.
Zayed still very painful. Todak living inside the purple buff right now. Tempest Blades, Amal not able to take it. Zayed steals it away from him.
Unlucky, and both of them use their retribution as well. So even if the Lord does spawn, nobody can really force it out. Unfortunate foresight. It just goes to show how hot and heavy this game currently is. They're not thinking too far ahead. They're thinking about profit here, profit now.
Lord gonna be focused. Homeboys trying to keep Todak here so they can't defend against this next wave, but it's actually crashing on the crystal. I hope they deal with that soon. Yep, Zayed has to go home. But the Lord does successfully get reset by Yanlord. Conceal play. They see Zayed at home. They're gonna try and engage. But Chiku guys comes on in. Implosion. King's calling at the same time. Amal secures the Lord. He picks up Yanlord. Chiku has to run away, but he's picked up as well. Soul shuts down the Harim. Killing spree for the Natan. Zayed goes in, shuts down Soul in return. But is it gonna be enough? Amal is in their base. Momo and Zyme Senpoi have to come back to defend. Todak will live for now, but oh wow, Izanami just barely surviving that fracture as well.
Man, Zion, whenever he has the fracture available, he is ready to pull that trigger, but the Homeboys are playing out of their minds right now, making some incredibly good decisions all across the board. Amal, this is why his link is nasty. With or without his team, he can make work.
Lord gonna be pushing up top lane. Everyone should be respawned by the time this crashes. And we can see that now Chiku not going to be able to freely deal damage anymore with Soul on the horizon. That first death going to give a lot of shutdown gold.
Oh man, I don't know if it's raining outside or not. My nose is acting up, but you can feel that in the arena, all eyes are on that screen. They cannot afford to miss a moment. Blink, you just might miss it.
Well, let's keep our eyes peeled now. Lord is coming in, but only one inhibitor has been taken down, so not a lot of paths in for the Homeboys. Do they want to force this?
They wait for the next wave, right?
I think so. Lord gonna be taken out though. Not much they can do about that. Frigid Glacier Not gonna land on anyone. Spear of Glory misses 2, but they succeed in zoning them out to take the wave. Conceal play comes in. Mal looking for a catch, but Zayed gonna pop it with Fracture. Implosion on Yanlord alone. Eternal Guard. Sacred Hammer pushes him back. King's Calling zones out. Yanlord just barely escapes with his life.
A good recovery from Todak's side. They only lose one. They lose no inhibitors for that, right? Negating the push, and I understand Homeboi's perspective here. If they dive too hard, they're going to get counter-engaged on, and the counter-engage from Todak is just so deadly with the Spear of Glory. Not to mention the fact that the King's Calling, as well as the Frigid Glacier from Zaib Senpai, is perfect for these types of scenarios.
Oh boy. Looking at the jungler head-to-head right now. Amal having a better KDA. Both GPMs are really close. You can see they are playing with their lives on the line.
So far, GPM getting slowly coming to an equalization of 800 here. But there's 40 seconds left on this upcoming Lord. Unless the Homebois can open up a huge opportunity, maybe 3 kills against Todak, they could end the game. If they get 1 kill, they pretty much secure this Lord for free.
Lord coming up in 25 seconds. Doesn't seem like either team wants to force anything right now, but housekeeping in the lane is going to be important to make sure they are freed up to take this objective. This could be game ending. Oh, Spirit of Glory purified by Izanami.
Oh no, that's such an important spell for Izanami. Soul does at the very least get his Winds of Nature to protect himself against Side or even Momo if he gets caught in the King's Glory all over again. But bot side is slow pushing right now, and the Homebois need to address it.
And now both teams meeting in the jungle. Soul gonna be caught out. Zaman Force from Chiku Guys chasing him down. Chiku Guys gets the kill. Soul is gone. Implosion, Sacred Hammer, but Homebois, their ranks are falling apart. They've lost their main DPS. Amal though, going to try and take this opportunity. Wait. Crush is buying time. Yanlord is going back to make sure that he can at least hold the base, but he's gonna get taken out. There's only 1 minion here for the Homebois. Todak going to recall straight away. It is a 2v3 situation. But if they get out with the inhibits, oh, they can't get the last hit.
It's fine. It's 1 HP. It's as good as gone at that.
Chiku,
it's gone.
He's looking for Amal. Amal jumps down. Chiku finds him. Tempest the Blades. Immortality instantly purchased. Zaman Force
Get him.
Winter Crown. Amal pushes him into the tower. He doesn't have implosion. Chiku chases Amal away.
Oh my god. 2 for 3, but the Lord will fall into the hands of Todak right now. Homebois trying to play the map and Todak just trying to crush their souls. This game has gone on for 21 minutes and still we have not found the victor just yet.
Lord will be secured finally by Todak. Homeboy still has plenty of towers to play with, so the game is not over yet.
I mean, this play coming in from Chiku Guys, I don't know what the heck was happening. Why was Soul and Amal both collectively like, we need to walk away from this rather than fight him, right? I would only imagine that they didn't notice that Momo had already used the King's Calling earlier, and that is why they were in that panic in run mode.
Well, Chiku Guys does a lot of damage. I think we still have to be respectful of him somewhat.
I mean, it's a 2v1 there, as long as both of them don't line up.
Amal isn't really doing damage. As long as Amal goes down, the fight is won, you know? They can't risk that. Lord pushing in though, bottom inhib should fall here. Zayed dropping Mal to half HP. Yanlord in the base, stopped by Crush, so Izanami is safe for now. Amal was still split pushing. He'll finally recall to help defend. Mid-wave going to be cleared up as well. Homeboy still going to be holding this fine, and Todak will not overstay their welcome.
With Izanami as well as Soul, they've got some really good wave.
King's Calling used by Momo, but he instantly gets disrupted. Mal kind of outside the base, but he's able to dash back. In the meantime, Zyme Senpai inside, flickers forward with the freeze, but gets punished for it. Monster kill for Amal. Are they able to get the mid inhib at least? Yes, they will. So they'll settle for that.
All right, a very big sacrifice here from Zyme Senpai. He came in the weirdest angle possible on the right. Oh!
Amal, he wants Zayed. He has purple, but Zayed is just too fast.
No Finch Poise as well. Used it early on. That wave is going to get shoved in, and that's going to be a trade for the purple buffs, right? Amal is probably going to pick this up. It's spawning in 3 seconds. And Momo, he's here to try and deny.
Purple buff, Amal wants this one.
No fear.
Can they steal it? Chiku, can he get it? I'm not sure. No, Amal got it. He was able to steal the purple buff away this time. That's going to be important.
No retribution as well. Zayed is already making his way.
They see Amal. Looks like they'll steal the purple buff in return. So fair trade there.
Top side, building up with a fat wave. Looks like Harith has to respond to this. This is a good opportunity for Homebois if they want to exploit it, but the biggest problem is that they can't face check anything, right? If they accidentally face check the wrong way, Yanlord gets a free kick. Maybe even Momo just drops out the King's Calling for free, both of which are devastating to those who are getting caught inside.
At this late stage of the game, it doesn't matter who you are. You walk into the wrong place, you are dead. There's so much care that needs to be put into the next couple of minutes, and it can still go either way. Both these teams have been playing like crazy.
20 seconds until the next Lord actually spawns. An advantage for Todak because on the long lane, well, it's a little sad that they are missing an inhibitor, but in return, 2 missing inhibitors from the side of the Homebois for them to manage around the Lord as they dance around it.
Right now, wave management favoring Todak. They have more control over the map. And the Lord is coming. Oh, Spear of Glory actually landed on Izanami. Looks like he used Purify, was able to walk away, but again, no Purify for the fight.
This keeps on happening. Izanami is losing out his Purify at the worst times possible. Good stuff coming in from Todak as they now look for position.
They're trying to engage.
Oh,
they spot out Crush first. In the back line, Yanloi gets a kick, but Ama, Soul, CP's all the way back, but Zaman Force catches up with him. Soul not able to get the Winter Crown out in time. He's been picked up, and Crush has already lost his life as well. Amal trying to split push on the other side of the map, but you can see Yanlord has already returned to make sure that does not happen. Homebois, they shouldn't lose too much more from this right now. Amal taking the fight with Zai, Tempest of Blade, pops the immortality, but it's not worth it. He gets frozen. Chiku follows up. Mal, the only survivor, he's got immortality. But what does immortality mean when your objective is exposed? He'll try what he can, but it is not enough. After a strenuous marathon, Todak come out on top.
Beautiful game being played by both of our teams here up on that stage. Equalization for Todak. They're still in it to win it, and they want those 2 points bad. 1-1. Todak take game 2 away.
Oh man, both teams really playing with everything on the line. The stakes have not been higher here. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, it was really good decision making from both of these teams, right? Really exploiting the holes and the space given to them. Either way, it was a hype game. That was a really hype game.
I don't know how I'm gonna survive a game 3, man. I feel like we're in trouble.
We might be in trouble here. We gotta take our time with this one because now Todak, it looks like they're warmed up, and better yet, they are very, very sharp.
Looking sharp indeed. I think Homebois right now are beating themselves up a little bit for giving away that Harith. If Chiku was on anything else, I feel like they could have just outscaled him in general. But it shows sometimes a single slip-up can be the difference between victory and defeat.
I mean, talking about slip-ups here, I don't know. Soul just... This was such a big mistake from him. There is no realistic way he beats him in this 1v1, especially since he hasn't hit level 4.
I feel like Soul was having a bit of difficulty. He was trying to position himself as far back as possible to make sure he wasn't getting caught out by Momo or Yanlord. But Chiku took advantage of that defensive positioning to cut off the backline since he knew that with Zaman Force, he could actually 1v2 certain members.
I mean, how long can you actually 1v2, right? Inevitably, it just comes down to ults.
That is true, that is true. In the end, there were a lot of good fights. I do feel like in the end, Homebois were still a little bit more coordinated in what they were trying to do, but Todak was demonstrating some really solid micro mechanics here and area denial with things like the King's Calling and the Frigid Glacier.
I think the biggest problem is that Homebois could not figure out where Chiku Guys was a majority of the time. Somehow Chiku Guys is finding these 1v1s against Soul when, honestly, it shouldn't be a 1v1 ever 20 minutes into this game.
That is indeed the case. Chiku, he has the angle, he knows what he needs to do, and his team is initiating at the correct time alongside him to make sure that the rest of Homebois cannot respond to defend their backline DPS. And we already mentioned it, Chiku has a way of looking at things. There's a very deep creativity to the angles he takes in the Land of Dawn. And I think that was on full display here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've never seen Soul play so scared in his life. He was really taking his time here. MVP of the game, obviously going over to Chiku Guys here from Todak. No surprises. It's good to see him back on the MVP stage.
It's been a long time. He is a Malaysian legend. and you will get to see his true strength at times like this. He did end up dying once or twice, but 12 kills is pretty impressive overall in a game like this where there is a good amount of cats on the opposite team.
Oh, absolutely. And even with the utility items like Immortality already broken, Ice Queen's Wand, sorry, not Ice Queen's Wand, but the Winter Crown being utilized, the Oracle is a very good option to wait for those two items to come off of cooldown. And that's why you're seeing that he's very brave in taking these full-on fights against a fully built, fully scaled Natan.
There's a confidence in this man that not many other players can come close to. He knows that he will find a way out of very sticky situations, and it is that belief that gets him out in the first place. I think that both teams operated really, really efficiently this game. There were really good decisions being made all around. And if the draft was a little bit more suited, I think Homebois could have closed it out as well.
Honestly, it could have gone both ways. I'm gonna be real with you, right? I think unfortunately certain scenarios didn't work out. Like Izanami, for an example, losing out his Purify multiple times just before a neutral objective was about to spawn. It did cost them a little bit. They did adjust with Mal's Implosion, using it as more of a zoning tool than it is to initiate against their targets. I feel like Crush barely got to play the game, and even when he did get to play the game, it's not to make impact, but to actually slow down their opponent so that Amal could maybe get a backdoor.
Crush does seem to be playing that role in the Homebois here and doing a pretty good job of it, but it does mean you're very dependent on the rest of your team doing well to actually have a good game, and this was not one of those games. Crush was basically being picked off quite early every single time without being able to contribute too much more than buying a few seconds.
All right, let's have a quick look at the emblems to see if there's anything outstanding here. I remember seeing it earlier, but still, yeah, nothing outstanding whatsoever. It's a pretty standard game so far. Even so, a lot of these, well, especially for those who are building into that Thunder Belt, and they want to go for like full tank items, it's actually quite beneficial to pick up the tenacity just so that you can actually really benefit from the bonuses from the Thunder Belt. I can't remember what the scaling numbers was, but it also includes MR as well as armor.
We have to note too, because of all the CC from Todak, Crush actually ended up going Purify instead of the usual Vengeance for Phobius. That also ended up reducing his overall defensive capability and made him survive a little less. I do still wish that Mal didn't go Tigreal. His score is not bad, actually. 11 assists is pretty good. But on something like a Grok, I think he would have had more maneuverability in the team fights.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. However, I will say they made the best out of the situation, right? I think that even if Homebois had a harder to pull off draft generally, especially when you're up against so many counters, this is as good as it gets. In terms of damage, obviously we're expecting Chiku guys to be up above and beyond. No surprises there. But then we start comparing everybody else, right? Zaim Senpoi, for an example, wasn't getting as much damage in comparison to Izanami, maybe because of the mini Lord, but generally Zaim Senpoi is very bursty. He comes in, drops his abilities, walks back out, and then doesn't participate until he has the Frigid Breath all over again.
Homeboy should 100% have banned this Harif. I really don't know why they didn't. I understand why they didn't pick it up themselves, because there is a Cho and Mincetar on the opposite side, but surely that means you just don't want to give it to them either.
I would imagine so. I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that. I do think that Seoul needed to get a little brave against Chiku guys. Like, you know you're going to die. You know that even if you entropy, you ain't going down. You ain't getting out of there. You might as well stand your ground, try and fight, especially if you have an extra +1 around you to hopefully get the trade.
Looking at the damage taken here, actually really close. 469k to 477k on the side of the Homebois. Mal and Crush were eating quite a lot of DPS, but Yanlord actually matching up. This is a rookie player to really keep an eye on when he is on this Cho.
Yeah, it really begs the question, what is Game 3 going to look like here, right? If a lot of these structures are going to fall into the hands of Chiku guys, and then you look at email stats, do you want to let Ling through again?
The Ling was what was prolonging the game for the Homebois. Those consistent split pushes, the macro play, forcing Todak to always go back to defend, gave Homebois time to breathe. And yet, still is manageable depending on your draft.
Yeah, Rich Guy gonna go over to Zai, the carry going over to Chiku Guy, Sandbag going over to Mal, and the best wingman going over to Zaim Senpoi. Homebois. I think that the mid lane could probably be attacked a little bit more here. I do think they want to make sure that Izanami feels a little uncomfortable, which is what they were trying to do in game number 1. But coming into game number 2, I think, man, I really think that it's going to be a blue side diff.
Whew. It's funny to see, considering how powerful red side was in the beginning of the season. Looking at the itemization, was a 25-minute game, so everyone was basically max build at the end and starting to rotate Immortalities and Winter Crowns.
I mean, juggling the items is going to be important for the latter half of the game. Most people need to pick up on the skill. Even I myself am still a little slow hands when switching out these items in critical moments. But at the same time, right, just look at what Zayed opted to go for. He even went for brute force breastplate in the middle of that match just to make sure that he survives this raw burst coming out of the Homebois.
Nolan has a lot of difficulty once you get into the later stages, so I imagine that helped contribute to keeping him alive somewhat. I think there was even a Haas clause later on in his build too, so a lot of creativity. It shows that these teams have prepared and practiced for those late game phases. But game 3 is really up in the air.
Yeah, I really don't know how to predict this upcoming one, right? I can sort of see how the fights are going to play out, but with the way that their drafts are being creative, and more importantly, the way that they're adjusting to each other, it's anybody's game. But with that being said, we're going to go to the off stage here with Sith. Let's see what he is up to. Sith, what are you doing right now?
Terima kasih kepada sang adik sebentar tadi, dan selamat kembali ke dalam MPL Off Stage yang dibawakan khas oleh Hotlink. Bukan, mereka bukan Upin dan Ipin, tapi kita ada Abang Lot dan juga Botak. Abang Lot daripada Todak, Abang Lot muka takut sangat, dan juga daripada Botak daripada pasukan Homebois. Alright, kita dah melihat perlawanan yang sangat-sangat seru, dan ini menyebabkan kenapa keputusan sekarang ni satu berhadapan dengan satu. Saya nak tanya kepada Abang Lot terlebih dahulu. Kali ni kita dah nampak pasukan Todak dah mula untuk stick dengan almost 80% untuk player. Adakah Todak dah jumpa resepi ataupun chemistry untuk pasukan Todak sendiri?
Saya rasa game kedua tadi nampak lebih serasi. Mereka dah main secara sepasukan, berpasukan, dan itu juga akan membawa kemenangan untuk game seterusnya.
Wow, confident. Alright, Botak pula. Dengan kemasukan new EXP laner iaitu Crush, adakah sudah cukup orang cakap the missing puzzle lah untuk pasukan Homebois?
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think first of all, I just want to say I'm proud of them, proud of their synchronizations, proud of their team play and whatnot. And in terms of missing puzzle, I think I think we have finalized the current lineup, but we'll see what's the next plan.
Alright, speaking of the next plan, what about the preparation? Inshallah, if Homebois manage to go to the playoff.
Okay, we are now exceeding our limit in terms of the preparation that we have done, and for sure, the next preparation we are gonna exceed the limit that we have exceeded before.
Alright, tapi Abang Lot, Botak, perlawanan dah nak start dah. Kita akan saksikan perlawanan di antara Todak dan harapan dengan Homebois. Siapakah pemenang? Kita akan terus pas kepada caster kita untuk mengulas perlawanan yang sangat-sangat serik di antara pasukan Todak berhadapan dengan Homebois.
Give it a moment, give it a moment. I hope the camera's cut back. I wonder if they're still staring at each other. And at this point, looks like they've broken eye contact, but you can just see how invested everybody is for this upcoming game.
It is a rivalry that has transcended time and now even faces, as a new era of both teams not willing to give up the gauntlet to their opponents.
Understandably so, right? I think this has got to be a really fun game for our professional players here today. Nobody is like frowning. Everybody is either A, game face is on, or B, they're smiling because they know what to expect.
This is the best that both teams have looked in a little while. You can really see that synergy starting to build up, and yet there are still mistakes that can be fixed upon. There are still drafts that can be improved. Always a greater height to strive for. And right now, the next height for these teams is to emerge victorious.
You know, I have a theory. I have a bit of a conspiracy theory. I feel like Todak something about them, whether it's the Langar strategy or whether it's just the branding of the organization, their opponents always seem to bring the best out of their opponents. It's not like, oh, they come in, they absolutely wash their opponents. No, their opponents put up a decent fight.
Todak has kind of been a gatekeeper for MPL for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So I can see that quality to them. When we compare the two teams, they overall have way more total damage dealt, a higher first blood rate, and yet Homebois are still able to keep up.
To be fair, based on the team comparison, a lot of these stats were taken from the earlier stages of our tournament, right? Early week 1, week 2, all the way up to week 3. And Homebois were kind of up and down, not really doing too well. And finally, now that they've kind of come together, it feels like both team chemistries for Todak and as well as the Homebois are on par with each other.
Well, I'm not the best at chemistry, but I think good things happen when different things mix. And these two teams are showing an absolutely incredible concoction right now on the stage of MPL Malaysia. Game 3, only one shall emerge the winner.
All right, Homebois now back on the blue side with Todak on the red side. Todak need to adjust here because Homebois were the previous losers, so they decided to obtain the blue side. That being said, very similar bans here. We do see the Matilda, we do see the high loss band out, the Fanny, and as well as Angela from Todak.
Not gonna let it through again. They're not gonna make that mistake. Sometimes teams let down their guard, but that really is a difficult to handle hero. Though Homebois feel the same about the Mincetar.
Hell yeah, that's what we want to see here. Chip the final ban, and now Homebois have to make a decision. If we do end up picking the Phobius for ourselves, then we gotta deal with the Chiku Harith.
Is it worth first picking Harry?
Personally, I don't think so. I don't think it's worthwhile, but then again, it really depends, right? It's based on the flavor of the month. I feel like Seoul can do a really good job at the Harith as well. Crush, unless the rest of the Todak lineup was revealed, then I would say that Phobius is a little bit more likely.
Looks like it's the show so far. Flavor of the week. First pick on the winning team, both games. Is this a sign?
Could be a sign. Could be a sign. Let's see how Todak is going to respond to this. Now, Yanlord not going to have access to his Cho no longer. It's going to force him to play something else.
What's it going to be from the side of Todak? We can see Chiku very powerful with the Harith, but picking it early on may not necessarily be the best idea, even with Mincetar taken off the table.
Actually, there's no downside to it. There really is no downside. You still will have to deal with the Way of the Dragon regardless, and that's why you have that Purify.
Whoa.
I was about to mention this. The real question is, what does Todak not want Homebois to have? And number 1, it's Phobius. Number 2 is Ling. It's going to be a fun game here because Zidon Ling is a good time. But aim all on a Hayabusa, trying to even up the score.
It's so nice to see Assassin be Assassin again, and this time Soul will get the Harith. Pretty solid power picks on the side of the Homebois, whereas Todak actually kind of stealing the Homebois lineup from game 2. Wonder how well that'll go.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see here. At least they don't have to deal with Mincetar.
Yep.
It's just like the hardest part about the composition. Now they need to finish off last pick on the very first phase. They see the Hayabusa, they see the Cho, they see the Harith. They could go for single target lockdown if they really wanted to, but I think they might have to go above and beyond this time.
And serve me. Your team is
Zask. I was thinking that Zyve Senpoi did pretty good with the Aurora in the previous game. Would be a good way of stopping the high mobility heroes on Homebois, but looks like Zask is going to be the pick.
Well, here's the thing. I think that Zask is a little bit better than Aurora in this particular scenario with Ling and Phobius because at least Zask can reposition the Nightmaric spawn or even with the Dominator's Descent to keep up with the rest of the team so your anchor is not left really far behind in the mid lane while everybody else is pushing them to inhibitors.
And it is true that he can take care of himself a little more easily. But Zask and Phobius is actually the matchup we talked about previously that really lacked crowd control. So the remaining 2 picks need to have a good amount of CC against a Hayabusa Harith.
Yep, that's what we're hoping for. I'm thinking along the lines of Edith is not too bad here. Do they? No, they probably don't want to go for Franco. It's too easy to disrupt. Kaja sounds like a good idea, but Zask isn't too bursty now that they've nerfed him.
Moskov being banned by the Homebois. Valentina by Todak. Interesting choice to ban Valentina as well. It doesn't seem like they have the most high priority ultimates to steal just yet.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. Does that mean they want to set up for the Gatot again? Because I mean, you can force Harith out of the Zaman Force, because he's only as dangerous with his Chrono Dashes when he's at least crossing or touching that touching his ultimate route.
Gatot is looking likely. They banned out the Faramis as well, so having a hero that can do that big AoE to deny Zaman Force might be the way to go. We'll find out what they decide to go for here.
They also get rid of the Claude. They know that Harith is going to be there. And they also, do they want them to go on something like Carry, Beatrix?
There's also the Lunox.
Oh, the Lunox counter matchup as well. I don't know if Soul... Actually, not
Chiku is one of the original Lunoxes. Remember when he introduced Lunox Jungle?
Oh, that was a different time. That was a different time, though. I think he still can play it if he wants to. Actually, you know what? You're right. Lunox is kind of sick here. Yeah. All right, I can get behind that. With the Lunox, you're able to dodge a lot of stuff from the Homebois right now, but they're going to start things off with the Grok.
Okay, I guess having Wall Charge makes sense to ban Valentina. Or I think they might just be focusing on Izanami power picks, maybe.
Could be.
Because Valentina is very comfortable for him.
It is very comfortable for him. Is there anything better, though? Are they going to force him onto the Aurora this time around? Lack of mobility. Fights in front. Maybe even... Yve is a little tough to say now that Grok is already available. But the fact that they banned out the Claude specifically, it might just be it.
Gonna be tough here, gonna be tough. This show can still be flexed.
Okay, they go into the Aurora. What's that final pick coming in from the Homebois? Interesting. Edith here.
Edith with Cho, with Aurora is a solid amount of CC and will permit Crush to continue being just that frontline damage soaker against Todak.
What's the goal later for Todak at this point? I mean, it feels like it has to be Lunox at this point, right?
Unless Chiku just decides, no, give me Roger. That's my
Roger.
signature. I'm gonna win no matter what.
Coach is like, we need iframes. Roger has iframes.
Yeah.
Check out my Lancelot gold. All right, there we go.
It is.
There we go. 8 total bans, 8 total picks with a 75% win rate. This is one of the perfect scenarios for him. Good luck, man. I think this is going to be... I don't want to predict what might happen in this game because there's just so many ways it could go wrong.
Yep. But I think we've got pretty solid power picks on both sides. The Lunox final pick to counter Harith, though, could be a way of stifling Soul, who has already popped off with this hero many times in the past.
I mean, good luck to both sides. Let's break down their compositions because we're talking about team fights right now. I'm thinking that Todak a lot better at them as a 5v5, but this is under the condition that Izanami doesn't have his ult, because Homebois are very dependent on picking off their opponents and playing around their cooldowns.
Homebois also has more early to mid-game fighting potential, so if they're able to outmaneuver, they can stand a chance to take this game away. But only time will tell who emerges as the victor in this eternal rivalry, which will once again be resolved upon the battlefield of the Land of Dawn.
Welcome.
Let's see where the junglers are going to start this time round. Homebois on orange, Todak on purple. It's going to be a pretty early start here. They're getting a fat leash for Zaid as well. See how this is going to play out between the teams. Both going to end up towards the gold side of the map. It's going to be a lot harder to gank Chiku, guys, because I think at this point he's going to play passive until he hits level 4.
Oh, look at Yanlord resetting the purple buff. Not going to make much difference, though, because Amal hasn't actually started on it just yet. Amal and Izanami going to chase him all the way to the end of the earth.
Yeah, it works fine. Litho Wanderer still up for contestation here. I think that Yanlord might need to go for a early recall because this Litho was basically done for already. Top side looks fine. Bottom side, good freeze coming in from Momo. Emblems, nothing out of the ordinary. Just multiple war cries as well. I still don't get why Crush likes to go war cry.
Yeah, Warcry on the Edith, not too common. You would usually see something more like a Brave's Might or going for the Concussive instead. Maul not quite able to steal the jungle buff away, but Hiku now in a lot of trouble. Ogi's Shadow Kill picks him off. Tempest Blaze comes in, Purify used by Soul, so they're gonna be able to trade gold lane for gold lane. Meanwhile though, Maul flickers into the back line to stop Zayed, so they get an extra little bonus.
Great play coming in from Mal. He expected the disengage coming in from Zayed. The question is, which sword would he jump to first? So he waited until he used all the swords and got that extra dash and flickered upon him to secure the kill.
It does seem like Mal is a bit more comfortable on heroes like the Cho here. So that's already a good start, but it is only the second minute in, so not gonna make that big of an impact yet. That first turtle gonna be more important.
Yep, very important indeed. Level 4 achieved by Momo as well as Zyme Senpoi to make things a little easier for this take. However, with purple buffs already active, that's when we're expecting the junglers to really take their time here, because we see junglers, they don't want this very first turtle most of the time. They want to power farm and look for opportunities to gank.
Especially on Ling and Hayabusa, there is gonna be a little bit more priority to seeing if they can get a kill first and then rotate to the turtle, because that's a big boost. So Yanlord is just gonna keep resetting it.
Yeah, this is wasting a lot of Todak's time right now. Homebois now progressively getting better and better, because that was the opportunity that Zayed could have cleared the top side of his jungle and still be a part of that turtle fight now rather than later. In comparison to Amal, who has been farming the entire way, not having to worry about Soul on the top side of the map because he's playing safe, expecting a gank.
So far, Amal having a small lead since he was able to avoid death earlier compared to Zayed. Mal and Yanlord still in the mid lane. Amal gonna be spotting out Zayed. Who gets the lit though? Looks like it is Todak here.
Now they're gonna rotate towards this turtle once more. They've already started to hold control over it for now. I'm trying to figure out how... Wait. Who is Mal gonna look for the kick if the junglers don't show
Dominated
themselves?
Descent comes out, doing damage to Izanami, trying to force proc the passive onward combo on Momo. Primal Wrath used, but Wild Charge committed as well. So Crush is just taken out of the fight. Tempest Blaze lands on Amal. Amal jumps back in. Quite a risky play. He's already down to low HP, but Zyme Senpoi has been picked off by Izanami and Mal in the back line. Tempest Blaze comes out once again. They're going to be focusing on Yanlord. He gets traded. Izanami loses his life as well, with Zayed getting the double kill. Make that triple! The Ling on Todak makes his presence known.
Zayed just showing off at this point. He's showing off. Like, what can I say? 4 kills already. 4 minutes into the game. A single kill every minute so far. And we haven't even taken the first turtle.
Actually, that's right. We haven't had a turtle taken this entire game. Both teams just going for the direct face-to-face assault instead.
For good reason as well. Turtle now in control over Todak's side. At this point, both sides, it's 4-5. It's pretty dead even here.
Yeah, I don't think Homebois want to force this, but they're still going to engage on Momo anyway. Turtle dropping low. Who's going to be the one to get it? It's Amal! He jumps in, gets the retreat. The rest of Homebois now have to escape. Crush again, going to be the sacrificial lamb. Momo, though, continuing with the Infernal Pursuit, finally flickers out as the Ogi Shadow Kill has already been baited away. Amal blocked by the wall, but still has quad shadows to jump to.
Yep, and still trying. We'll be able to steal a couple of camps before leaving this position. I'm just happy that at least...
Amal in trouble. Tempest Blaze comes out once again. Can he be able to catch him out? Yes, he does. Mega kill. Going over to Zayed. And now we can see he's able to escape from all of it anyway.
Finch points out of there and still comes back for the Beetle camp. At least with mid-tier 1 gone, this should open up a lot more opportunities.
Oh my goodness. Chico guys as well. Wants a piece of the pie. Picks off Mal.
Man, he was in range for that? I haven't touched Lunox enough to know the distancing that well. I didn't expect that still be in range of the Darkening. Oh well, works out for Todak regardless, with now a 1.6k lead against the Homebois so far.
Soul was able to bait out Wall Charge, but that is a small consolation. Zayed already 5-1-1 on the Ling so far, and this is not a hero you want to supercharge.
Yep, agreed. Although Momo does have a Thunder Belt over Crush a lot earlier as well, which is going to be very helpful for him. Stacking now before the 6-minute mark means that he might be, by the end of this game, he might have more than 25.
Ooh, that would be a scary thought to think about, but a genuine possibility. Todak want to continue holding on to this gold lead. If they can continue scaling on Zayed and Chiku, guys, Homebois will have a hard time coming back even with a Harif. They're going to focus on the bottom tier 1, supercharge Chiku as much as possible, and there's just too many of them here. Homebois do not have the standing to face them yet.
But when you look at the top side, right, we can see that even for Amal, he's trying to get the... Oh!
Onward combo, freezes Yan Lord, but Wild Charge catches out the Edith in return. Here comes the rest of Todak. Infernal Pursuit comes in. Chiku, guys, gonna crush in return.
The Machine Gun Mage strikes again. Chiku with another kill. Continues to accelerate his farm, a full level ahead of Soul at this point, and I think that Todak, they've got this game in the bag right now. Homebois, they need to fight as 5, but even so, there's not enough synergy between their main damage dealers.
Yeah, they're fully in the driver's seat for Todak. Homebois still needs a little bit more time, especially since Amal has already been put behind at this stage. Crush, 3 deaths means that he's not going to be able to hold the front line for as long as he'd like.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him, right? Maybe if he took Brave Smite, he might have been able to survive a little bit longer. It's tough to say. Even the Warcry is doing a good amount of work here. We'll check the post-game stats afterwards, but for now we need to see the conclusion of this. Purple buff take for the side of Zion, who's currently 5-1 as Chiku, guys, cracks open the tier 1 top.
And Lord feeling confident, able to start messing with Amal in his jungle even before the buff spawns, because he knows that Chiku will be able to get some damage done in here. Even the Quad Shadow to try and clear wave isn't gonna make much happen.
Chiku, guys, on this Lunox is such a big deterrent, right? You can't commit too many ults on him. He still has the Brilliance, but you have to force it out somehow.
A purple buff stolen by Zayed. The gap between the teams getting wider and wider with every passing second. Top tier 2 already gone, 8 minutes in. Yan Lord surrounded by 3 people. He just takes a nice stroll back home.
In full control, Todak patiently wait. They're pressing their advantages in the right ways, but more so, they're trying to force a mistake out of Homebois to get that final nail in that coffin, because that's all they need to close this out.
They gotta avoid giving it to them though. Looking at the goal difference right now, biggest difference being between Amal and Zayed. Hayabusa has been focused pretty hard, and looks like Amal actually did still go Sky Piercer despite this.
I mean, you are Hayabusa, so you're not the first person to go into these fights, but you definitely need to finish off these kills, especially when you're up against like iframes from the Brilliance on this Lunox, right? You would much rather just go in, one tap, get the execute, move away.
Landlord gonna get kicked away. The freeze actually kind of misses. He flickers out while charged, but Crush flickers forward, lands the final hit necessary. Dominates his descent, slows down Maul, and zones away Homebois.
Okay, not too bad. They take out a support for free. They also get Yan Lord's Flicker as well. They trade Flicker for Flicker. Works out nicely. This Lord take is going to be really important to get a guaranteed gold swing for the side of Todak. If Homebois can deny it, they might have a chance. Oh,
Field play, but they get stopped by the Nightmaric spawn in the bush. All the while, Zayed has been split pushing bottom, just farming by himself. He doesn't even need to be here.
Yeah, and now with that, especially by stealing these camps as his team holds that position, it's just going to put Amal further and further behind. From what used to be a 1-level lead, now a 2-level lead for Zayed.
This feels really bad for the Hayabusa. He doesn't even scale as well as the Ling in comparison, so Amal needs to execute with finesse in the next few minutes to make sure he remains somewhat relevant.
We're gonna hover around and this dance continues. The push and a pull. The mid lane.
Steal play, Wild Charge finds Izanami! Pops the passive instantly! Flicker, not gonna save you! Unstoppable for Zayed! Amal and Maul have to just make a hasty disengage because Todak's presence is dominating.
Izanami taking a couple of notes from Moon, looking for a good flank angle that Todak wasn't going to expect, but he gets spotted out as they open up the map. A free Lord for Todak. This is going to be the game ender here.
The game has been tight so far, but Todak firmly in control of this one. They have adapted to the Homebois draft. They have adapted to the playstyle, and you can see that there is a difference in growth.
I think the worst part yet is the fact that Zask is in the hands of Todak, right? Now they can start sieging their inhibitor towers without really putting themselves in danger. And better yet, with Momo on that Phoveus, they can go even further on the siege to push them off the inhibitors.
Todak feeling good. They're gonna be holding the waves, syncing them up so that they can all push in with the Lord. And these are big waves too. About 2 waves worth of minions pushing down every single lane. Wild charge flickers throw and catches 2. Homebois comes out. Zion already gets wants to kill out the mall in the back line. Izanami's being picked off. Killing spree for Chiku, guys. Dominator's descent continuing to zone. Primal Wrath used by Crush to try and stop the Lord, but they are 2-man down. This is a 3v5 situation. They're at least able to clear that. Another conceal comes out. Zayed comes to join the party. He just got his BOD. Quad Shadow comes in, knock up, Earth Shatter on Momo, Zaman Force being used, but Tempest of Blades, godlike for Zayed, Soul disappears, Crush disappears, Homebois' chances of winning disappearing before their eyes as Todak dismantles every structure in their base. The final inhibitor standing has nothing to do but stand and die. The blades of Todak, Wildchild comes in, picks up Izanami once again, Maul trying to clear the wave, but he can't do much, he's only a Cho, he's only trying to try and find time. But the wave has been cleared up. But guess what? Here comes another. Dominates the descent, zoning out Amal. Todak have denied their opponents the chance at victory. And they've claimed the titles once again as the kings of the comeback.
What a crazy series this has been. You can see the Crush, the Homebois, they knew they played well, but being heated up ain't enough to get a game off of Todak here at MPL MY. This is a professional league for a reason, but you can see the relief on Yanlord's face. He's like, thank God we want that.
Yanlord carrying a lot of weight. Let's find out what he has to say, because we'll throw it over to the host.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada para caster-caster kita yang bertugas pada hari ini. Perlawanan 2 berbalas 1 reverse sweep yang dilakukan oleh pemain-pemain pasukan Todak seperti tadi untuk mencerahkan lagi peluang mereka untuk berada di dalam kedudukan yang terbaik. Alright, alang-alang sekarang ni saya bersama dengan Chiku. Satu perlawanan yang menarik, especially game yang kedua. Saya nak tahu ketika perlawanan game yang kedua tadi sedang berlangsung, macam mana komunikasi pasukan Todak ketika itu?
Kalau dari saya suruh dorang apa, diam jap, saya nak berfikir. Sebab kalau dorang bising-bising, saya tak boleh berfikir.
Jadi masa tu memang keadaannya memang totally senyap lah?
Memang tak adalah diam sangat, tapi macam
bagi fokus kat awal lah. Alright, speaking of which, untuk perlawanan yang pertama, pasukan Homebois berjaya dapatkan kemenangan. Apa menjadi salah satu punca utama pasukan Todak tidak dapat tamatkan perlawanan tersebut?
Okay, kalau dari kita orang first game tu kita orang tak expect lah yang orang akan main Angela Link dengan 1-1. So kita orang rasa yang kacau kita orang ialah Angela je. That's why kita orang main Angela.
Ada potensi tak kita akan tengok 1-1 daripada Chico?
InsyaAllah ada kot.
InsyaAllah ada kot. Alright, saya nak berikan kepada Zaid. Zaid. Okay, kita dah lihat sekarang ni Zaid bukan hanya bisa Lancelot dah boleh gunakan Link dengan cukup baik, Nolan dengan cukup baik. Ada tak kita akan saksikan hero assassin lain yang mungkin Zaid akan tampilkan di pentas MPL ni?
Ada je, cuma buat masa sekarang saya main hero sama je lah sampai orang ban. Lepas tu baru saya tukar assassin lain, macam tu.
Okay, jadi kalau nak tengok dia main hero lain, ban hero yang telah digunakan oleh Zaid sebentar tadi. Jadi kita nak saksikan siapakah MVP untuk perlawanan 2 berbalas 1 ni. Siapa MVP? Hai, kita akan kira dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. MVP akan jatuh kepada Chiku, guys. Alright, dapatkan MVP kali ini full season. Bermula pada, walaupun bertukar-tukar line up, tapi kali ini Chiku dah menunjukkan yang Chiku sememangnya deserve untuk dapatkan tempat untuk pasukan Todak untuk perlawanan yang akan datang. Adakah Chiku guys percaya Todak mampu untuk berada tangga yang terbaik dan sekaligus menjadikan pasukan yang perlu dikalahkan oleh pasukan-pasukan lain?
Kalau dari side saya percaya je dengan line up yang kita orang sekarang. Sebab walaupun kita orang awal tu banyak bertukar-tukar, saya rasa line up ni akan stay lah sampai playoff.
Line up ni akan stay sampai playoff. Alhamdulillah, kejayaan daripada pasukan Todak. Saya nak panggil Saiful lah, Saiful.
Baru dapat mic.
Baru dapat mic.
Cuma tak dapat.
Alright, jarang kan pegang mic.
Jarang.
Okay. Todak menewaskan pasukan Homebois.
Okay.
Pasukan yang awak pernah bersama-sama.
Okay.
Apa yang awak nak cakap dengan pasukan Homebois?
Pasukan Homebois memberikan saingan lah. Saya respect pasukan Homebois sebab pasukan lama saya. Diorang pun
Nitik air mata lah.
tak. Tak juga. So good job lah Homebois.
Itu je. Apa-apa pun?
Apa-apa pun guys, stay true. Todak.
Alright. Sebelum kita lepaskan diorang, saya nak panggil Coach Jeff. Please. Jeff, please come to the stage. Because I heard you guys have some sort of deal, isn't it? Oh, okay. Kita panggil Abang Lot sekali lah. Okay, Jeff. Okay, Abang Lot. Tolong bagi mikrofon ke Abang Lot ni. Okay, Abang Lot. Apa yang Abang Lot dah borak dengan Coach Jeff ni?
Coach Jeff pun dia macam bos Simon itu hari. Kan, masuk dia sendiri bagi challenge kat saya.
Dia bagi challenge sendiri?
Dia bagi challenge, saya accept. Ini Abang Lot, bring it on.
Okay, so apa dia punya challenge Abang Lot?
So challenge kali ini dia bagi 20 push up.
20 push up. Adakah Jeff seorang ataupun botak sekali?
So kita bagi dia orang masing-masing 10-10 lah.
Jeff, are you ready? Okay.
10 each.
Okay, 10 each. Okay. Jadi, tolong lakukan punishment anda. We start with Jeff.
Sekali good.
Steady. Okay, botak. Please, honor the deal. Wow.
Steady.
Okay, alright. Thank you, Botak. Thank you, Abang Lot. Dan congratulations once again to Todak di atas kemenangan. Berhadapan dengan pasukan Homebois. Korang boleh meraihkan korang punya kemenangan sebentar tadi. Dan satu perlawanan yang cukup menarik untuk penonton-penonton baik yang berada di stadium MBSG ataupun yang berada di rumah. Dan jangan lupa untuk scan QR code untuk menilai persembahan-persembahan pemain-pemain anda dan mereka boleh melihat. Dan kita akan terus saja mendengar mic check daripada pasukan Todak yang menewaskan Homebois sebentar tadi.
Boleh try juga guys. Boleh. Contoh ada fikir guys.
Link tak ada hati kan? Link tak ada hati kan?
Edit fikir.
Link tak ada hati, link tak ada hati.
Fikir.
Link tak ada hati.
Anjir lampu tak ada hati.
Mati.
Nice. Tak ada fikir. Aku boleh main lagi. Nah. Ada.
Dia almost 4
Boleh. Pot dia.
Wah, dulu dia.
Nice one. Cik tak silap ni.
Dah body.
Tak apa guys. Santai. Kita buat. Nice. Lingai guys.
Coba cik main.
Main cik.
Dapat.
Nice. Dah santai. Kita menang guys ini.
Aman.
Cik kuat tau. Main cik.
Gila.
Nice cik. Main cik. Dia tak ada hotel tira dia. Kau tahu. Cover. Nice cik. Main cik. Nice cik. Nice. Kita ada load lagi guys. Kita 4 lawan 5 tahun ni guys. Jaga limit lo.
Hati aku 20 guys.
Limit dulu Masuk load.
Nice cik.
Nice cik. Kasih paham cik. Nice. Tak load. Aku balik. Boleh main cik. Salot. Mantap nice cik. Lodge. Alright. Fikir.
Tak pasti.
Link atas. Nathan.
Dah body. Dapat Islami sekali.
Pray. Nathan pray.
Dua.
Nice cik. Tengah atas lah guys.
3.
Aku jaga santai guys. Kontas. Boleh guys.
Boleh.
Min.
Atas tau.
Aku jaga.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah tu guys. Alhamdulillah.
Nice. Ini game kita guys.
Aku jual bawah ni. Mahal cik. Aku jual murah tu RM20. Kita tahu. Guys, tunggu hati aku guys. Boleh pasal guys. Aku ada hati.
Boleh.
Tengok aku guys.
Dapat.
Boleh mau. So, Orang dulu guys. Let's go. Boleh.
Tahu.
Mantap juga
Alhamdulillah.
Genuinely, after listening to all of my checks, the only thing that I was focusing on was how small the ROG Phone 8 looks in Zayed's hand. It legitimately looks tiny, like he's holding a tiny candy bar.
I feel like anything Zayed holds looks like a tiny candy bar. He's just a huge dude, and he has a huge presence in the Land of Dawn as well. Popping off on this Ling, showing Amal how it's done.
I really don't know how he does it, right? His fingers has got to be huge, but yet so nimble somehow. Able to get those 4 swords without much of an issue. The placements has been great. One of the big mistakes here from the Homebois, I don't know what Mal is doing in that position at all. Maybe to try and slow down the wave. It's tough to say, but man, such a banger of a match. And Todak still true to the name with their Langar playstyle.
But MVP of the match is still going to be awarded over to Chiku, guys. This was a tough decision to make. I think a lot of people wanted to give it to Zayed because he was really popping off. Some of us wanted to give it to Yanlord because he was setting up so many good pickoffs across the games. But Chiku's Harif was what kept Todak in the match in game number 2. And his Lunox somehow getting snipes where you least expected in game 3 was what eked him out in the end.
Yeah, which begs the question, right? Is this the optimal build for Lunox? I think a lot of people have been like are a little undecided on what that first to second item should look like. Generally, when you have the glowing wand, it feels like, okay, yeah, you've got the utility, you're able to kind of stop that anti-heal, but what do you get afterwards, right? Which makes it interesting that he decided to go for Blood Wings and then decided to go for the Wish and Lantern here, which is kind of funny, right?
Yeah. You would think that Lunox is not really a hero that needs Wishing Lantern because he already has percentage damage built in, but why not have a little more, right? Sometimes greed is a good thing, and I think Todak showed us that they figured out the Homebois this game.
Yeah, they really did. I feel bad for Izanami because he was having an absolutely rough game here. Could not create a lot of space here. Was zoned out a majority of the time by either Yanlord with his Nature's Barrier or Zyme Senpoi by himself. Just the Nightmaric spawn alone.
They couldn't really get close enough. This draft, you would think that Homebois would be the one setting up a lot of the pickoffs, but Todak has a much more traditional lineup in general, which gives them better angles of attack. And Yanlord on his Grok doing such a great job of controlling objectives and finding those wall charges.
Yep, and as expected, you know, that very final push, I called it that this was going to be the end game push. They've already set up a pretty nasty angle 12 minutes into the game, and they ended off almost breaking into the 13,000. Almost, ever so close. But even so, I do think that maybe the draft from the side of the Homebois, I don't know where they lost confidence in.
It makes you wonder, are they that dependent on pocket picks? Does Amal really just need the Ling to make things happen? Do they want to go for cheese with Angela and so on? It's still questions to figure out.
I don't know, it felt like Soul was pretty much unable to play the game at all, right? There was that very first initial death on Chikugai's side on this Lunox pre-level 4, but immediately afterwards, you just saw that Soul could not do anything and they could not push this Lunox out, and Chikugai's really took advantage of it.
I think Hero Pool won Todak out in the end. Todak have been very known for having wide hero pools in the first place. If Homebois had more access and confidence to heroes like Lunox, for example, then maybe they would have had an easier time in game number 2. Because here, Todak, even though Chiku dumpstered game 2 with the Harif, they still let it through because they knew the Lunox would be in their back pocket.
Yeah, it's just one of those classic tales, right? Of rock, paper, scissors. You just don't know which is going to come out at the right time. Just goes to show that a majority of the game is basically the draft, right? In terms of raw execution, Todak played it very, very well. We did see a bit of minion wave manipulation with the help of the Nature's Barrier coming out from Yanlord throughout the early and as well as the mid game, which made it a little awkward for people like Crush, who has to walk up super far and basically at the doorstep of Momo's turret just to contest for the wave. And the same can be said about Soul, but at least it was broken with the help of Mal.
Heck, I feel bad for Crush here. He was trying to do his job of standing in front and soaking damage, but at the point where Homebois wanted the teamfight, Todak was already so far ahead that he only survived for like 2 seconds and then he was just gone.
Basically, right? Barely getting out of mech before he dies as well. In terms of damage taken, we see that both Mal and as well as Yanlord receiving a large majority of it, but almost identical for Soul and Chiku, guys.
Yep. I mean, they weren't really part of this game in general, to be honest. Chico got a few cheeky kills in, but overall, it was very much a show from the other members of Todak here, Zayed especially. So it's understandable that you're not going to see too much damage taken from them.
Well, I do feel that at least Momo had a very comfortable games here.
Oh, yes.
Compared to Crush, had everything working for him. Waves in his favor, is able to jump on the right target. Soul is willing to step up to his face for some reason. And that is why we got to give it over to our rich guy, as well as the carry, Zayed, and our sandbag and best wingman going over to Yanlord.
What's the highest GPM we've had this season? Do you remember?
It was like I want to say
I don't think
1,000,
we've
but
had 1,000 yet.
Yeah, I feel like that was from last season's stat.
That was last season. We haven't had 1,000 yet. This is actually really, really high. I feel like we have to check whether this is a new record.
Is it 983? I'll double check
yeah,
for you
we
afterwards.
have to check.
Yeah, but man, great game coming in from the side of the Todak. There's nothing much I can really say about it, right?
Giving Zayed a triple kill before the first turtle. Basically cemented disaster.
Okay, it means that they get the lead. I agree, but it doesn't mean disaster. I think where disaster really struck is when we saw Izanami die the second time. I'm trying to recall the timing of it here. Because in terms of item progression, there was a very big standstill moment for him where he basically can't do anything until he's completed it. And unfortunately, that time being roughly around the 8-minute mark onwards, where we see that large gap before he actually gets the Blood Wings, that's probably where he got the punishment.
Yeah, that's a really big gulf, actually. Feels bad for him. Amal he actually went for Sky Piercer first item on that Hayabusa, so that also feels a bit rough considering that he was already behind in the early game. The speed at which these players were able to get their items was overall quite different since, Todak having a much better time overall, and that allows them to shoot all the way up to third place.
That's going to be 2 points for them from their previous position of 8 points back to 10. Now taking third, overtaking Monster Vicious, JP Niners, and as well as Red Esports. And the Homebois still looking for wins in their pocket.
The middle of the board right now, so close. Second to 8th place, only 2 points apart. So it's still super difficult to predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I agree. I think right now, Todak is probably thinking we need to win more 2-0 games because our aggregate points might just cost us that spot.
Yep. I feel like we're going to have a good number of overall point ties at the end of the season. So getting these clean victories, meaning even more than ever. It's not over for the Homebois. There's still one game actually less than Team Ray. So they should be able to pass them at some point. But it shows competition heating up.
It really is. It's getting very, very narrow between excluding SRG. Second all the way up to 8th place. It's anybody's game here. Feels like the bottom two are pretty much secured, but then again, that could change with a simple 2-0.
And you know what else could change our results? At the Movies Awards, which are open right now until the 3rd of November. We've got quite a few categories that people can help vote for, right?
Oh yeah, so many. Live Event of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Strategy Game of the Year. Like, come on. We're hitting all the big notes here.
And that's just for MLBB itself. We also have Moonton in the Developer of the Year category. Our Jungler Skies nominated for Mobile Player of the Year. And just to show a little bit of love for the global MLBB community, Falcons AP Bren nominated for the Mobile Team of the Year category. Go show them some love too.
Yeah, and the way that you do it is by going to their website, themobileawards.com, where you can look for your Vote Now button and then you can cast your vote. The voting is open until November 3rd, so don't forget to vote every day so that MLBB can dominate the Mobile Awards this year.
Oh man, I sure hope we get to win a bunch of those awards. It would be great. But speaking of dominating, and also speaking of SRG earlier, they're going to be playing at the last match of the day.
Yeah, as we see, the Homebois members and a lot of the crowd,
they're already setting up the banner.
That's the thing. That's what I was about to mention. The SRG fans are preparing early for this bout.
And it's against RSG. Well, it's gonna be tough for them, right?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough for them. Good luck to both of our competitors, but that's happening after this short break. And when we come back, more MLBB action. We'll see you then.
jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, limumu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima mu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah,
adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, limu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back, everybody. Here today, we have our very final best of 3 match to conclude week number 4, day number 3. Remember, after this series, there's only going to be 2 more weeks left for these teams to secure as many points as they possibly can to qualify for playoffs. But right now, with SRG and as well as RSG on 2 very different sides of the standings, SRG looking to confirm their spot in the playoffs and RSG fighting for tournament lives. My name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Staffa here at the desk to present to you all of the action happening here today.
The match closing out week number 4, either going to be very interesting or very one-sided. Because like you put out, Gideon, these are 2 teams on the opposite ends of the standings right now. So no, they gotta make sure to do it in style.
But of course, SRG is coming to a point where they feel like they are the best team so far in the league right now. And with JD, they're just swagging on their opponents, right? Coming up with more interesting picks. And honestly, looking at some of their streams, Innocent doing some very funky stuff with what the meta has to offer right now. But let's have a look at the standings to give you guys an idea of what this is going to mean specifically for RSG. If they are capable of 2-0ing Selangor Red Giants, at the very least, it puts them in contention and most importantly, out of the red zone. Bottom 2 will be eliminated.
The thing is, 2-0ing SRG is something that no team has been able to achieve in 2 seasons of MPL MY thus far. So it is going to be a tall order for a team currently sitting in 9th place. RGMY were finally able to get their first victory yesterday, but they're immediately faced with a massive brick wall.
It's not going to be easy, especially against SRG, with the only singular, not even a series loss, a game loss coming up from the Homebois. Nobody else has been able to achieve such. Apparently, it's a feat to be able to beat them in a series, but here is your current world champions, Selangor Red Giants, with Stormy, Cram, Sakai's, Yums, and Innocent as the main 5.
SRG had been raising some questions this season, where it seemed like they were having a bit more difficulty with some teams unexpectedly. But all of that concern was thrown out the window yesterday when they absolutely destroyed Vamos, showing to us that maybe they weren't being serious the whole time.
I mean, this isn't even their final form, and that's the craziest part. So far, their stats are overly inflated. It's really hard to see them actually drop a couple of the games. More importantly so, in terms of specifically adapting to teams, it seems like they've quickened the pace compared to the last time we saw them.
In comparison, RSG has been having difficulty finding their footing throughout the entirety of the season, having to switch lineups here and there to try and make things work out. Their last game, they just barely eked out a win, but against SRG, they're going to need a lot more. Ilham, he only just joined RSG, just joined MPL a couple games ago, and now he's up against world champions.
I mean, this is going to be a good experience, right? Even for Bunny, he's going to have to face off against Innocent, who's currently in the standings for potentially the highest GPM in the league so far. I did bring the list, so the previous game, no. Unfortunately for Zai, it wasn't one of the highest. It was one of the highest, but not the highest.
Aha. All right, I see. But being up there, still pretty impressive. We'll have to see if RSG can get up there. Their synergy getting a little better, but it's gonna need to jump leagues in order to stand even a chance. And now we jump into our ping test by Hotlink.
Lightning fast action. If you're looking to improve your gameplay and rank, Hotlink is just what you need. It will lower your latency, and that is a confirmed. I've tried it out for myself, and it also improves your overall performance.
I think that sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Not to mention they're one of the peeps who make all of this possible. So make sure to show them some love. Check them out. Maybe you'll find your new forever friend.
You're forever friend. I'm going to steal that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. But we got to talk about, can SRG carry on their immortal run to M6? And now there's a lot of debate between what an immortal run is starting to look like, because technically their streak got broken during the Snapdragon Pro series with both FCAP as well as Liquid.
But well, you can technically count an immortal run as one that is through all the official Moonton Run events. So far, still on track if they're able to emerge champion for this season of MPL as well. Of course, M6 though, going to be the big prize.
Yeah, not many teams have achieved both MSC and as well as a M finish at the end of the year. It's a pretty difficult competitive schedule all across the board, and especially with more international tournaments popping up. The landscape of the international is completely different to the locals.
You can see how much the meta changes across the duration of a year, to the point where teams who come out on top in MSC are not usually the champions, just because of how much gameplay changes, how the meta hero pool changes, how the teams themselves change throughout 6 months of gameplay. And now we have to see how much RSG can change to take on SRG.
I don't think it's gonna be enough. I feel like SRGs already have a strong establishment of raw chemistry and really good micromechanics all across the board. Every single role is a powerhouse in their own regards. And I think that if RSG is coming into this game hoping to steal a game, they're going to need a confirmed cheese strat, something that SRG isn't expecting.
We have seen some cheese strats so far, but how about outside the game, right? How about the creative taunting that some of our players do? Like Rippo, for example. Do you miss it?
I mean, of course we miss it. I just wish they would win more games so we can hear it. I think everybody can agree that MPL is interesting because of the way we like to taunt each other, but still have the camaraderie. But it's sad when you don't get to see these personalities show off on stage.
It is quite sad, isn't it? Because a lot of the players known for taunting are not getting a lot of chances to do it. Rippo being one example, but Udil as well, not really being fielded anymore. His taunts were some of the highlights of Season 13.
Hey, who knows? Maybe they're gonna bring out Go just one more time for SRG, right? I'm not taking anything away from either one of these teams. I just want to see a good show and a good finishing taunt.
Well, finishing taunt. It's gonna be hard for RSG here. Like we've already mentioned throughout this situation, SRG is the final boss of MPL Malaysia. If it wasn't clear last season, it is very clear this season. Any team that can even take a game off of them is to be respected.
Absolutely. Hopefully, RSG has definitely grown from where they have started off, and maybe this lineup just brings a lot more chemistry, being able to kind of stay connected with the team, because again, the main shot caller usually is Stoem, and he's the import player, so he's communicating in rough BM and rough English at the same time.
That is true as well. Communication's gonna be important, so we'll go ahead and pass it over because it's time for the players to walk up onto the stage.
Selangor Red Giants.
Dominating the league like they always did. They step in with authority, with flawless coordination. They become a world-class team that no one can ignore. Poised to maintain their dominance, let us all welcome the unstoppable Selangor Red Giants!
RSGNY.
Still deep in the danger zone, they must buckle up if they want to secure a spot in the playoffs. Can they ride on the momentum and pull off a miracle today? We'll never say never. Ready to defy the odds. This is RSGMY! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bump between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. Good luck to both of our competitors.
Lawanan yang terakhir untuk hari ini, minggu yang keempat, hari yang ketiga di antara pasukan Selangor Red Giant berhadapan dengan pasukan RSG. Ini akan cuba kita memperlihatkan bagaimana kedua pasukan untuk memperbaiki terutamanya daripada pasukan RSG kedudukan mereka di tahta liga. Alright. Jadi saya nak cek dulu bagaimana perasaan dan semangat penyokong-penyokong daripada kedua-dua buah pasukan. Kita mulakan dengan Selangor Red Giant terlebih dahulu. Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Itu semangat yang kita nak. Kita lihat semula di bahagian pasukan ataupun penonton pasukan RSG. Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Semua sudah bersedia. Untuk anda yang sedang menonton, jangan lupa untuk pastikan scan QR code untuk menerima hadiah yang sangat-sangat menarik, lucky chance dan berpeluang untuk mendapatkan skin legend untuk siapa yang menonton secara langsung di live stream platform kami. Jadi kedua pasukan dah bersiap sedia. Caster kita pun dah siap sedia. Jadi mari kita bersama dengan mereka untuk melihat bagaimana perlawanan ini akan berakhir.
Thanks so much, Sith. We're heading back to the stage here with 3 minutes left on the clock, and it looks like even Zavs is going to be a part of that helping lineup to get this team back on track.
Zavs was part of the coaching lineup during their previous game as well against Monster Vicious, so his presence seems to be helping a little bit, but going to need to grow quite a lot. Because on the opposite side, the duo of Coach Arcadia and Nazora Vecchi have been making massive changes to SRG.
You know, we did have a bit of a word with Ilham specifically from RSG. We asked him, is there anything you want to say to Sagai specifically? And he said, to Sagai's, we played against each other many times in Tier 2 tournaments, so it's been a while since we last met. Good luck and have fun.
It's hard to forget and also hard to remember sometimes that Skies was a Tier 2 player just a few seasons ago, actually. Making his debut in MPL, he was impressive, but the Skies right now is on a different level entirely. Ilham is facing off against a different beast.
He is. He played against the guys many times before on his previous teams. There's history between the two. Nothing bad, of course, but definitely a competitive record.
A competitive record is an understatement now, though, considering he's got MSC Grand Finals MVP under his belt. Big shoes to fill for Ilham, who has only played one game in MPL thus far.
But think about it. How many other players in the world have a record like that? Not everybody has that against the guys of all people.
I suppose so. Ilham, he didn't do too badly, all things considered, in RSG yesterday. But he has only played one hero so far, Hayabusa, in every game. Will SRG just ban it and test him?
Well, I think that might be a potential option, or they could look for other ways to maybe deal with him, right? So guys, we know that he is a very flexible jungler all throughout, whether it's fighter, whether it's tank, whether it's even assassins, he can play them all. And I think they're going to utilize that to its fullest here, just to make sure that, hey, if Hayabusa doesn't have purple buff, he's actually not that bad.
Indeed. It is also a question, what mode of SRG are we going to get today? Alright, we've seen in their earlier games this season, they are willing to mess around a little bit, test things out, limit break a little bit. But against Vamos, they brought their full power to bear. Maybe not quite full power, but close enough.
I think it could just be like the theme of the week for them, right? Because I know specifically from Coach Arcadia that he wants his players to be extremely disciplined, to take every game seriously. Yes, maybe they have an opportunity to mess around a little bit and loosen those shackles, but now it is crunch time. They've already beaten Vamos, and this game is going to determine whether they qualify to the playoffs now rather than having to wait next week to do so.
That is true. A 2-0 victory here for the Red Giants. Basically confirms that they will be making it to the playoffs even if they somehow lose every one of their matches afterwards. So there is a little something on the line for them. RSG will be on blue, SRG will be on red. Colors are very pleasant on this draft phase.
Very pleasant indeed. SRG banning out the standards. They got rid of the Phobias. They get rid of the chip. The question is whether Hylos is going to be left open or not.
Indeed, RSG actually banning a good number of assassins actually. Fanny, Julian, and Ling all removed from the pool, specifically keeping Hayabusa for themselves.
I mean, SRG could just open everything up, ban out the Hayabusa, really limit down on the assassin pool, forcing RSG to really think, and especially for Coach Behave, right? Hopefully his plans come to fruition, but we do see the Matilda ban from SRG.
Not gonna give over this hero that enables a lot of early game flexibility to RSG. I think if there's any point in the game where SRG is a little bit less consistent, it is the first couple of minutes, so they don't want to give that away. But the Khalid actually being the first pick.
A classic from Rippo, one of the few players who has played Khalid basically from Khalid's inception, played in international tournaments as well, has experience with the hero through and through. I'm curious to see whether SRG wants to pick up the Cho high loss.
Well, it is the Cho. Oh, they steal away the Hayabusa. So they're gonna be testing Ilham a little bit here.
If they're going to be locking in the Hayabusa, RSG, they could, I don't know. It's tough to say that they want the Hylos, but it feels like an awkward pick, especially within the first phase, and not enough has been shown by SRG. So they're going to lock in the Ruby as well as Nolan. This is a much safer option. Pass it back to SRG's side. They could look to get a gold laner and then start pinching on the gold laner area.
I love the message from the fans as well. SRG misses losing. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
It hasn't been that long, to be fair. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it really hasn't.
Well, I do like what RSG has done here. Nolan, one of the few solid assassins left, so they lock it in as soon as possible. And the Ruby is something that Storm and Rippo are both quite comfortable with, can match the Cho, and do a good job of dealing with Hayabusa.
I don't know, the fact that Yums is getting to play Cho is already pretty impressive. And I'm curious to see how Coach Behave is going to deal with this in the draft. We see the Vixana as the follow-up pick for the side of SRG, now heading into the second phase.
Alright, what do they want to ban in phase 2? We already see the EXP, Roamer, and Jungle for RSG, so they're going to be looking for gold and mid lane. Since SRG has Vex, maybe they ban mages.
They could ban, but what would be really disruptive towards them? Valentina, maybe. There are honestly some pretty good ults to steal already in the first 3 picks of SRG. Zas could be a little annoying, but we've seen how SRG handles it. Usually, they just focus fire the little Nightmaric spawn. They get rid of Fire Mist instead, so they don't want the team to deal with a team fight composition.
RSG does like team fighting, and Maima's pretty good at saving people when the situation calls for it, so getting rid of NetherRealm should help SRG a good bit, since they're not going to be in a position to grab Valentina for themselves anytime soon.
In the meantime, we're waiting on RSG's next upcoming ban. What we're missing from SRG, we still don't see a gold laner. We still could get an EXP or potentially a roam. We're not 100% sure where this Cho is going to go just yet.
Yeah, we've already figured out that Cram can actually play a really mean Cho himself. One of the better Cho EXP lanes we've seen here in MPL MY. Thus, the flexibility of this hero cannot be underestimated. Even RSG thinking about that, they banned the Grok.
Very smart of them, actually. Grok being the old, it's like a legacy hero. He's been around for so long. In the inception of the game, he was basically there. And then when Khalid came out, it was an interesting matchup because then you would have Grok basically clear these waves while Khalid not really being able to chunk the Grok out as much as he can. But with new emblems, and especially with Master Assassin, it might be doable.
Damage Grok is still viable, though definitely not popular. Rippo being one of the few, if not the only player so far to have actually brought it to bear. SRG, they do actually ban that Valentina, so not gonna give away Way of the Dragon, since that would be a very easy way to catch out Skies.
Yep, and now RSG with their final ban here to respond to SRG. Is there anything that they're worried about? Because I'm not seeing a lot of gold lane bans this time round. If they wanted to, they could ban the Rogers just for funsies, but I think there's better options, and it looks like Edith is going to be that final ban.
I think that's fine. Edith and Cho form a really powerful CC combination, so this is okay, but we all... We've seen people share images with players, with coaches. Okay, cameraman. I see you, cameraman.
Now I'm trying to figure out which cameraman specifically. I'm gonna memorize his face. I gotta word with him later on and be like, I see you. I see what you're trying to do. That being said, the second phase has already begun here. First pick in the second phase goes over to SRG. They're most likely not going to show where this Cho is going to go, so this should be a...
Whoa! Whoa! What is this? What is this, sir?
Oh!
Alright, hold on. Martis Rome.
I don't think so. I think it's Martis EXP.
Against Khalid?
Because you can cancel him out of the
That's true,
the
actually,
tornado.
yeah.
You can cancel him out of the tornado as well as the sandstorm guard. So, sorry, quicksand guard. Both of which, and wait, no, even when he hits level 4, it's basically impossible. This is a winning matchup for the EXP lane.
This is so interesting. Okay, I think it's not impossible it's Rome, but yeah, now that you pointed out, EXP makes more sense for that matchup into Khalid and maybe not allow him to roam as easily. RSG is still gonna stick with the traditional. We have the carry and the Zask to finish their lineup.
I like the Zask a lot. It's going to deter this Martis from going super deep into enemy lines to disrupt cohesion. More importantly so, it forces him to actually use the Ashura's aura just to try and displace it.
How interesting. SRG definitely testing limits a little bit with this game. We'll see if RSG can punish them for that. One final hero. What is it gonna be? They're looking for their marksman for Innocent.
1-1, I guess. 1-1 is totally okay here. A lot of mobility, inbuilt Purify to make sure you don't get caught by Ruby or Khalid, but they're going to go with the traditional Aerith with Purify. This works out well. It's a power pick specifically for Innocent as well. He played basically only 2 heroes last season.
It's a power pick for a lot of goal laners this season, but you are right, Innocent is very familiar with that Hari, one of the heroes that propelled him to fame. So this is gonna be very interesting. SRG looking very strong overall. RSG's draft is not bad, but do you think it's enough?
I don't know. The fact that Coach Behave wasn't giving any sour faces, even Zav felt a little happy about their composition. I think this is something they're comfortable with. The real question is how exactly is this Martis going to play in the later half of the game, right? Because again, once he has his mortar coils down, he's pretty much a dead hero. He's just waiting to decimate somebody.
Yeah, Martis is a very all-in type of hero. Once you're in, you're not really gonna have ways out, but maybe they don't need ways out if they can take over the game by themselves. The Land of Dawn opens up once again. We are gonna be witnessing SRG versus RSG. Only one of these teams get to keep these 3 letters.
Good luck to both sides. Let's see which of these letters are just going to be stronger, as the early game is going to be predetermined by our victors. RSG starting on the orange buff, while Sakai is going to be on his own orange buff. So mirrored starts for both junglers.
We know that Skies is going to be a little more vulnerable in the early stage, especially with a Khalid around, but having Martis here to hold him in lane is a pretty good idea and will prevent any overly early invades.
Speaking of which, let's have a quick look at the builds. It looks like it's going to be Concussive Blast, but Wilderness Blessing plus...
Oh, wow, that is a lot of damage. Cram getting first blood before the 1 minute mark on Stone.
Oh boy, that's not a good sign here. And the best part about that is that Cram can still face off Rippo with no issues whatsoever.
You know what's also funny is the fact that we have Captain Levi playing for the team that's called Giants.
The irony, the raw irony. Thanks for the zoom in, Prod. With Cram being on the top side of the map, looks like at the very least Slam and Red Giants just biding their time.
Oh my goodness, the coordination too good. Okay, Shadow Kill on the Nightmaric spawn doesn't matter because Maima already blew up.
That was disgusting. That was an incredible read from SRG's side, and here's why. Because they expected Maima to walk up and open up that right bush with a Nightmaric spawn. And before he even gets into range, he's already blasted by the fear.
The coordination is so clean. RSG are just not prepared for it. And Red Giants, it doesn't really seem like they're playing too seriously just yet. They are having a good time here.
A very good time indeed. They're going to hit level 4 on time. They're going to have full control over this turtle. I think that RSG MY should basically give this up and play on the opposite side of the map, and it looks like Ilham, he sees maybe there's an angle.
But not gonna be enough. Skies gets Turtle quite easily. Innocent gonna be focused by Ilham, but the Zaman Force comes down. Innocent doesn't even seem to mind the 1v2, though he will be zoned back. Cram from all the way on the opposite side of the map. Storm walking into the brush, probably not where he wants to be. But SRG will back this up, though Maima and Rippo now looking for the return around. Oh, Raging Sandstorm actually dodged by Stormy with the flicker. Wait, the Dragon kicks Rippo into the tower, and he is taken down.
Insane reaction time from Stormy. Somehow he just knew that he was going to be the target, and he was the most. Oh no!
Oh, they found one more. Storm gonna be picked off. Not even gonna use his Purify because he knows he's dead either way.
Yep, no point wasting battle spells when you don't need to. I'm surprised that Storm opted to go for this Purify rather than the traditional Flicker, because at the end of the day, now he doesn't have as many playmaking capabilities.
Ilham shows up in the top lane. Cram not gonna overcommit. Knows that he probably won't win this 1v2 because Nolan's pretty scary right now. So still, lots of discipline from the Giants.
I am curious to see what Cram is going to be looking to build early on, right? Is he going to go with a War Axe? Is he going to just go straight into Hunter Strike first? Is he going to go a component and then eventually into something else?
Oh, here comes Sky, steals the gold buff. Zaman Force drop down. Bunny in a lot of trouble. The stun from Storm actually saves him, allows him to flicker away. Will they continue the pursuit? Ilham is here to cut off Stormy. Eternal Guard. Ilham dodges it, actually, so no casualties here.
Yep, and guys, he still has his ult. Oh my god, they're both dead.
Yeah, they're just jumping in once again. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. Not quite enough to land the final hit, but Skies gets the double kill anyway. And that did look like a Sky Piercer there, so this Hayabusa about to start racking them up.
He literally sat in that bush, waited 2 seconds, bought the Sky Piercer, and was just like, I wonder if they're going to walk up, and 2 low targets already below 10% of their HP walk up.
I have to ask, a lot of people in chat are questioning the pure. Hold on, Raging Sandstorm on top of Yumes, Dominator's Descent. Giants just walked away. Okay, chat is asking about the Purify on Ruby.
Well, I mean, look at the amount of CC that they have, right? Walking as Ruby, even if you do flicker forward, you still have to deal with Stormy, who can basically like bombard you from afar. Yum's third hit of G Kundo, also very useful to cancel it out. Cram, especially the biggest problem. A lot of disruption with the motor coils and the Asura's aura. So that means they have technically 3 triggers on Cram. They have 1 trigger, actually 2 triggers from Stormy if you include his ult, and another 2 more triggers from Yums. That's in total 7 ways that they could disrupt Storm's combo.
I guess you do lose a lot of flexibility and initiation potential, though.
Well, yes, you do lose a lot of initiation, but that's not what their comp wants to do to begin with. They want to peel backwards. They want to peel against SRG, whose only goal is to pick them off 1 by 1.
I guess that is fair enough. Right now, SRG is still holding on to a 2.6 net worth lead against RSGMY. We know that Red Giants pretty good at holding on to these leads. RSG does have some scaling, but they gotta watch. Oh, Yums flickers forward the conceal, but Ilham able to dash away.
Oh,
misses completely on Storm, and now he's getting CC'd by Cram. Dominator's Descent, and we use Eternal Guard drop down as well. Zoning out RSGMY from the turtle. Maima still quite far in front, but able to use his ult to disengage.
Reset, do it all over again, because SRG, when you see them in a dominant form like this, and especially with a very healthy team, look at that top side. A forced recall by Bunny, just because Innocent found that first initial kill as well as his assist. He is dominating this lane.
It's starting to not look like much of a competition. Yums forcing Raging Sandstorm out of Rippo just to get back to the tier 2 tower.
No way. Is he going to lose this? Oh, thank
Very
goodness.
close.
I mean, it's basically as good as gone at this point. It's free econ for Innocent. He's heading back up there once more. Not going to get opened up by Yums, though.
Oh, the Shunpo, Yums. Oh, you can't do that to him, Yums. Oh, here comes Skies. He gets CC, though, under the tower. Still able to pop Ogi Shadow Kill. Jikundo knocks up Bunny, and Shadow Kill finishes the job.
He's still able to get out with the quad shadows, luckily. Good thing for the change. Innocent now taking the full 1v1 against Ilham.
And Yums is here again. Wave the Dragon knocks him against the wall. Innocent doesn't have Zaman Force, but he doesn't need it. And Yums just accepts his demise to the tower. Doesn't even give a kill to Ilham.
Nah, he doesn't. But the best part about it is that Yums is probably complaining about it, and Innocent is just like, hee hee.
It's like, Innocent, you could have tanked one hit for me.
And he's like, nah, I just wanted to get the perfect synchro vision.
That's not my job.
That's not my job. Sorry, that ain't my job scope, good sir. With 52 more seconds until the next objective actually spawns, I think that RSG is in a very, very difficult position, right? With two missing tier 1s on either side lane, if this mid tier 1 goes down, I think SRG has basically won the game.
So far though, RSG still holding on to some structures, but a 5k, nearly 6k lead in 7 minutes is very hard to come back from. A lot of impact needs to be held by Bunny right now, and the carry is already 0-2.
No. Bunny, you can't depend on Bunny right now. He is not scaled up. He does not have the goal to actually do so. Right now, you're depending on Storm and as well as Ripple to set it up for the team.
Cram is quite deep here, but able to still dash out. Ilham tries to follow, drops him to 40%, though Cram doesn't seem to mind too much. Yums comes in with Conceal again, forces Ilham back as Skies just 1v1s Maima somewhere. Storm dropped to 20% by Stormy. RSG cannot even play in their own jungle.
Yeah, Maima he did not expect the guys to kill him just like that. He thought maybe he was going to try and juke out the Dominator's descent, try and bait it out of him, so that's why he was holding on to it for so long. And not to mention that even if Yoki Shadow Kill was going to get thrown out, that flicker not going to save him with nobody around him.
Ooh, at this stage, there's not much left that RSG can do. Innocent, even 1v2 Zaman Force right in front of the tier 2, and he's gonna get away with it!
Yep.
Killing spree on Storm! Red Giants are just having a picnic.
Yep, I'm telling you, once that mid-tier 1 goes down, it's basically over for RSG. No access to the purple buffs, both tier 2s on either...
Oh, look at Skies. Quicksand Guard gonna actually deny a lot of that Ogi Shadow kill damage, but I don't think Skies minds too much.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's literally nothing to fight across the map for, right? And RSG can't even defend their tier 2s. It's just free econ for SRG. If they break an inhibitor somehow, I'd be very impressed.
Well, we've already seen more impressive things.
Oh,
Holy Crystal, complete on Innocent at the 9-minute mark. BOD complete on... Okay, they're rich.
They're so rich. They're so very rich. Well, wait, hold on. What is the guy's building right now? Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's better. Look, he's getting into the endless battle here. More components than he probably should have bought. But at the same time, I'm liking the way Cram...
Eternal Guard hits 2! Ogi! Not even Ogi Shadow Kill. Unstoppable Streak for Skies. Mega Kill for Innocent. Oh, Rippo falls too. RSG is falling down like bowling pins in front of Selangor Red Giants. Cram finally gets punished for overstaying by the Dominator's descent. But that is one down in comparison to 3. Lord crashing in. Yubes just standing there menacingly. Flickers in, misses the kick. Doesn't matter anyway because Bunny just melts and Maima can't do anything. A one-sided beatdown by the Selangor Red Giants.
SRG just bullying them, taking their lunch money, leaving RSG starving in the cafeteria. I mean, Ilham, he's probably looking at this and he's like, all right, I'm not too disappointed overall, but man, that is a completely different beast.
And you can tell too that SRG was messing around. This is not their usual disciplined self either. They know that this is not a matchup for them.
That's crazy. Give it up to Cram. Man, that Martis, and especially with the way that he built as well, I gotta try that. Thunderbelt, you get half a component for the Hunter Strike with the Fury, being the Fury Hammer. Go into Dominance Ice, then look to finish the Hunter Strike. The game didn't even go on long enough to know what the full build was.
Captain Levi's too busted, man. Like even from the beginning of the show, man was just too good. And Cram really embodying that spirit here. Like what does RSG even do?
Well, I think number one is Stoem not having the Purify. I think that's one, because they needed a tempo breaker. And unfortunately, Rippo, he needs to manage his waves, so the only people that they can rely on is Storm, because Ilham, if he goes in, he's almost guaranteed to die.
I'm just looking at every single fight in the highlight. I'm seeing how one-sided it is. It's a little bit difficult to do analysis on this even because the gap is just so big.
Because, like that for an example. When you see Maima die like that, it's like, what do you say to that? Don't die as quick? Like, what do you do?
Just don't die, lol.
Just don't die, XD. Give it up to our MVP, Sakai's. boring game for him. Just another day in the park here. Ilham, step up your game, brother.
The Prince of the Skies is royalty. You gotta bring him better entertainment than that. 5-0-4 on the Hayabusa, nearly breaching 900 GPM. What I'm curious about is how many stacks he had on Skypiercer.
Too many of that. But wait, he got Skypiercer first and then completed the Hunter Strike, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
I could be wrong about that. Hopefully they show the item progression. I am curious to see what Cram did as well as Sakai's. But generally, one-sided, lopsided game for SRG, just outclassing RSG right now.
Oh man, this is not pretty, basically. It is a sight that children may need to avert their eyes from, you know, PG-13 rating now for MPL, because it's just nasty what SRG is doing to them.
It's the equivalent of spitting in their faces. It's the equivalent of an 18th century aristocrat taking off his glove and slapping you with it. That's how bad this is.
It's not even as deliberate as that.
I mean, it's 10 minutes and 6 seconds. I think there was a goal for 10 minutes, let's be honest. It's 1-14.
I don't feel like SRG is the type of team that'll say, oh, we'll try to end this game in 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure the thought process was, we're just gonna have fun and see what happens.
Cut back to Innocent getting Yums killed on purpose.
Not my job.
I'm sorry, not my job. That's all you, Yums. I don't know. I don't know. It's really, really rough. Wait a minute. Wait, something's not right here. I'm seeing two. Wait, that's one death on Yums, one death on Cram. Why is there only one on? Huh. Wait a minute.
Oh,
wait. Did somebody die to the tower?
Yes, Yums. Because Innocent said
oh
not
my
his
god,
dog.
yeah!
You were literally just talking about it.
He ended up getting executed. I just assumed the kill was given over. Oh my goodness.
He got executed by the tower. That's what I said in my play-by-play. Why aren't you listening to me, Gideon?
I'm sorry. My age is catching up to me. It's the old man theory. Oh, come on. What is that? What are these numbers?
They're big numbers, all right.
It's 60,000. The most we've seen today was 30,000 differential.
Yeah.
But 60, literally double their damage.
Innocent doing 36,000 damage by himself on the Heart of Gold lane. I think Innocent by himself makes up like, what, 4 members of RSG total?
Because everybody else was too busy farming. And Innocent was too busy winning his lane.
Oh no, Innocent was farming, just not minion.
Poor Bunny. Poor Bunny. It was such a rough matchup for him as well. It's already difficult enough that you're fighting against Harith. Now it's Innocent's Harith, and you've already handed him over a kill as well as an assist. It was basically done for.
And Innocent is known for Roger, you know, he's a wolf against a bunny, you know? I think there's a natural order of things.
You say that now.
Cats are also predators, so on Harith, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but then Super Marco is just a human being.
But he's super.
Don't forget about the cuties out of there. They also lost to the cuties of the world.
Yeah. I mean, cuties naturally have an advantage in real life.
It's just Ken. It's just Ken dolls all over the place. Let's have a look at our key players of this game. Not much analysis needs to be done. Rich Guy going over to Sakai's, the carry going over to Innocent, Sandbag being stolen, and Best Wingman going over to Yums.
Yums just having a great time. Cho on Yums is a terrifying dynamic that you do not want to give over for free, but every single one of the players on SRG just has such a wide hero pool that they are capable of executing. Cram is getting a lot of spotlight this season.
Yeah, he is getting a lot of spotlight. And honestly, I don't even know whether the meta is favoring him or not. He's just working hard, right? He's working hard and compensating for his weaknesses with more work and getting better day by day.
Last season, Cram had to play a very, very supportive role for the rest of the team.
Oh yeah.
This time, he gets to shine a little bit. Cho EXP, Martis EXP, what's next?
I mean, bring out the old classics. I want to see him back on Yuzong and just absolutely taking over his side of the map.
Well, let's have a look at the item progression here. Looks like your prayers were answered. Gideon, what do you think?
Okay, so it's going to be the Fury Hammer first and then straight into the Sky Piercer. We look at Crab, which I've been excited to see, and yeah, he does. Oh, wait, he rushes for Thunderbell. I'm surprised that he went for tier 2 boots straight off the bat. Why do you go for tier 2 boots against Ripple? I don't think he necessarily needs it. Maybe to reduce the physical damage that he does, but he was going tank emblems anyways, right? But
it's
after
Khalid.
But he
a little bit of extra defense against Khalid is always good.
But when you're canceling pretty much every single one of his abilities, well, except for the Raging Sandstorm, I feel like it's just unnecessary.
You cancel most of them and then you absorb the rest.
That's fair, but a better explanation is because that he has anti-CC. So why does he need the tough boots? To begin with?
He's already got tough built in. Well, let's throw it over to our offstage segment to prepare for game number 2.
What you gotta say, Sith?
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada para caster kita dan selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawakan khas oleh Hotlink, dan saya bersama dengan peminat setia, pemain yang ke-6 untuk pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Alright, so sekarang ni kita boleh katakan dengan yang mengetuai lah. Okay, abang boleh perkenalkan diri tak bang?
Okay, nama saya Alias. Saya daripada bola sepak ke Mobile Legends. Mobile Legends ni saya main juga, tapi saya main dekat handphone je lah. Main amatur je lah.
Daripada bola sepak sampai ke sini memberikan sokongan tidak henti-henti. Bercakap tentang sokongan, kita lihat bermula daripada musim lepas, kita melihat pasukan daripada Selangor Red Giant membawa peminat-peminat yang sangat-sangat fanatik untuk datang memberikan sokongan. Dan apa yang abang dapat saksikan dengan prestasi daripada pasukan Selangor Red Giant sendiri?
Okay, to be honest pada saya cakap sebelum ni, dah beberapa season kita wakil Malaysia digelar sebagai jago kampung oleh jiran-jiran kita. Tapi untuk kali ini, Selangor dah buat nama Malaysia satu kemajuan untuk diri kita, dan saya sangat berbangga SRG wakil Malaysia dan kita adalah juara dunia dan kita boleh cabar Filipina.
Yes, itu semangat yang kita nak. Dan bercakap tentang juara dunia, MSC tempoh hari dilakukan di Riyadh. M6 akan dilakukan di Malaysia. Mungkin pada tempoh hari tidak dapat untuk membawa peminat-peminat ini datang. Kali ini berada di Malaysia, dan insyaAllah kalau Selangor Red Giant punya rezeki dapat wakil Malaysia pergi ke M6, adakah kita akan melihat lagi ramai lagi peminat-peminat fanatik daripada pasukan Selangor Red Giant?
Okay, insyaAllah dengan prestasi yang ada sekarang ni, kita akan lahirkan lagi ramai pemain dan ramai penyokong yang akan hadir. Sebab kita bukan buat nama Selangor sahaja, tapi kita bawa nama Malaysia. Malaysia tu adalah nombor 1. Tak ada tim yang lebih besar daripada negara kita.
Okey, kata-kata terakhir kepada pemain-pemain pasukan Selangor Red Giant untuk masuk kepada perlawanan yang seterusnya.
Okey, stay fokus, start game, anggap final, jangan terlalu selesa, jangan terlalu overconfident. Ingat, kita adalah gergasi Malaysia.
Wow, itu dah. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Abang Alias. Thank you so much. Sokongan yang tidak pernah putus-putus diberikan kepada pasukan mereka. Jadi kita akan terus bersama dengan caster kita untuk perlawanan kita yang kedua di antara pasukan Selangor Red Giant dan juga RSG.
It's impressive that we have SRG Ultras here. The man's shirt says otherwise. He's an SRG boy. I appreciate fans coming in with strong opinions. Very strong opinions.
To be honest, I kind of want one of those shirts myself.
It's kind of cool.
It's kind of cool, actually. The design is not bad. But it is true, powerful statements being made here by the SRG fans. They are representing the hopes of a nation, a team that carries everything that we have worked to prove on the international stage. And on the opposite side, RSG is just left a little bit wanting. What can they change?
I think number one, they have to really look at the draft, right? But before we get into that, we had a bit of a chat with SRG's Azora Vecchi. I passed by him and I, texted him, why do you think RSG is underperforming this season? And in his professional opinion, they went through a revamp this season. Most of these players are new and have no synergy with each other. So during this season, when teams are trying to power up, it's kind of suffering, not just for RSG, but Homebois as well.
You can always leave it to Azora Vecchi to be very frank about these things, but he is right. This is a season where many teams are trying to reach a new height of strength to prepare for M6 at the end of the year in home soil, but there's also lineups who have completely revamped their rosters for one reason or another, and That's a tough environment to be in.
But here's the thing, I feel like a lot of organizations as of right now are probably prioritizing EWC over M6 as of yet, especially if their team isn't up to par for M6. They're looking for the tournament immediately after. Especially with a large prize pool, it makes sense. But speaking of which, let's look at the top 5 unique hero pool rankings with Storm right at the top with 10, Trap underneath him with 10, Momo underneath him with 10.
And then Rippo and Rasi tied with 9th for 4th and 5th. It's not too surprising for roles like EXP laners, like roamers that have pretty big hero pools. Trap is what really impresses me. Gold lane, 10 different heroes played.
So ridiculous. Wait, can we even name all 10 of them? The outliers being the Ruby and as well as the Phoveus. There's Harith. I think he's played Beatrix. Claude, Moskov, Natan. What are the other 3? I don't remember him playing Wanwan at all.
No, I don't think so.
I can't even name that many gold laners enough to compensate for. Where are the other 3? I'll bug Zipper later. But for now, let's jump back into this and see what this potential draft could be. Because I think in the previous one, it became very evident that there were no clear targets for. Did these guys just get married?
I don't know, or they're just flexing on us.
I feel like a little bit of both. That's why I had to stop mid-sentence. I felt so disrespected by it.
It is the IRL version of queuing into a match and seeing the lovers tag on 2 people.
Yo, that's true. That's so real. It's way too real. Oh my goodness.
And one of them is Angela.
And one of them is Angela. The classics. Or the Johnson Odettes of this world.
Oh, yes.
Some people never change here. Don't forget that M6 is happening in Malaysia, greater than ever. Don't forget to get that redeem code and head on over to your in-game profile icon settings and then hit redemption code and type it in. Just use the QR code, I swear to God. For those who keep texting me about how do I redeem this, just use the QR.
I think we all should be pretty used to QR codes at this point. We've scanned so many across the history of MPL. Speaking of MPL, the final game potentially, if RSG isn't able to turn this around. The Giants, they've already figured things out. Rippo has been using this Khalid quite successfully so far. And then Captain Levi out of nowhere.
I think it's an interesting idea, right? I never thought that Mardis would go into the EXP to handle Khalid in this particular manner, but with the changes to Thunderbelt, it all makes sense. Now we go into the drafting phase, very quick from the side of SRG. The Gatot, the Harith, as well as the Phoveus immediately taken out, while RSG gets rid of the Fanny and as well as the Chip.
Okay. So far, pretty standard. Harith this time getting banned. Oh, you know what? Respect. You gotta do it.
Yeah, that kid is a true SRG fan. He's gone to sleep for the right reasons. That's
a great
funny.
sign.
The question is, who wrote the sign? Was it the mom or was it one of the elder kids?
Well, it definitely wasn't the kid.
Hey, you don't know that. The kid was already asleep.
He's already asleep. He just wrote the message, went to bed. Wake me up when they're done, Mom.
I love it. I hope they have like a TikTok of him just writing it and then going to sleep after. That'd be so funny. All right, Cho going to be the follow-up ban for the side of RSGs. We go into first picks. Begs the question, what should they do now that the typical and new tech of the Cho has been taken out of the pool? Ling straight away, SRG, power picks.
Not a hero that gets first picked much anymore, but a very open draft that it provides you, so SRG can still adjust the rest of the lanes depending on what RSG brings in.
Oh boy. If RSG is looking for single target lockdown, it could be an option for Minzatar, but Ling doesn't really give you much to work with.
And Tempest Blaze just gives you immunity anyway, so it wouldn't be as good. RSG probably want to prioritize Hayabusa for Ilham. Again, it's the hero that he's had the most success with so far. But what else?
I mean, generally Ling does pretty well into Hayabusa. It really just depends on who uses their ult first. Whoever uses their ult first will lose the match. Will lose the 1v1 straight away.
Oh, different. We did see a good amount of Maima playing Lo Yi yesterday. The diversion could provide extra maneuverability against the Selangor Red Giants, but the Roger is interesting.
I think the Roger as a flex pick is okay. The Lo Yi is is a little volatile. As much as you can transport your whole team across the map, I just think that Sakai's is just going to target Loyi in the mid lane. We saw this happen before in the previous match, that if Stormy specifically has lane control, yeah, he is very observant. He will pick up on your habits rather quick.
That is true. Naima was already getting picked off quite often earlier, even by... Oh no. So most likely a Stormy Angela Ling combo. At least we shouldn't have to worry about 1-1 with no Cho, right?
I don't know. I'm just concerned for Stormy. Is he feeling unwell? Is his hands tired or sore? Why are they putting him on Angela of all things? We've seen this happen in Team SMG, his previous squad, before he joined SRG. And even then, the Angela, yeah, the hard guard can come on in some great timings, but most of the time you would much rather him on a regular mage.
True. Stormy is much more consistent on regular mages because he does do a lot of damage overall. And don't get me wrong, Angela actually can output a good amount of DPS over the game, but it does commit you to a very supportive role, which could be a waste of a player like Stormy, but I feel like it can work.
I mean, it definitely can work when you're putting all your chips in disguise as of right now.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, now that we're in this second phase, RSG can technically still... Wait, let me think about this for a moment. I don't know whether... I hate the fact that Innocent has tried a lot of heroes in his streamed ranked games, and I feel that this might not necessarily go the way I think it goes.
Imagine if they go Alice.
I would love that. I would genuinely love to see Alice go.
Then you have Angela Alice.
Yeah.
That was my nightmare in Pops, man. I played one ranked game against it. Angela is no longer going through anymore.
Guess who was that Alice? It's just Innocent on a smart.
It was Innocent the whole time.
I am the nightmare. I'm the sleep paralysis demon of your dreams. Alpha gonna be banned out by the side of SRG. Huh, interesting. They get rid of Alpha. Are they planning on playing another tank once again? Is there something that they can't handle with?
I'm pretty sure it's just to make sure RSG doesn't have a hero that can fight early. Since they already have Matilda and Loyi, early fighting for RSG is not bad. If you give an Alpha too, it actually enables them a bit more.
Okay, we'll know for sure if that is what's on their mind if they ban out the Julian as well.
Yeah.
I think that would be a clear indicator that SRG just don't want to give up any kind of early game pressure. I think that RSG still has a couple of answers though. We'll just wait and see what that final ban on red side is going to be.
Oh, wow, okay.
Darn it, they're ahead of the game.
They played against Innocent Smurf too.
You say the terrorization has not stopped.
I mean, Alice is the big villain of MLBB.
Look at him, look at him. I swear to God, they were reacting to it. He wanted us to play Alice.
It's like, no, my practice.
All the time I spent terrorizing these poor pups.
My chance to increase hero pool.
That's his main goal, to get higher stats in every department. SRG now betting out the high loss. I'm surprised that high loss took this long to finally get let
someone's
through.
pulling on the Star Wars.
Oh,
that's pretty nice.
That's a nice one. I like that Selena skin, honestly.
Anything else? Looks like that's it.
Come on, give us one more.
He's pulling more. He's pulling more.
Here we go. Here we go.
Star Wars. Star Wars.
Oh, darn. Hey, good luck next time, man. Good luck next time. Appreciate you opening up live on stream. Man, if only he got something good off of that.
Stream buffs are not really the best this time around. The last time we did this, some of our viewers were actually getting pretty good skins.
Hey, that's the wild card diff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
That's true, that's true. All right, what's it gonna be, RSG? They got first pick now. Still gonna be looking for their EXP and maybe go lane if Roger is jungle. We see the Ruby in the hands of Rippo.
Okay, at least now there's no way that he's not taking Flicker, right? There's no deterrence here. At the very least, he might be able to get a really good play done, especially when there's a Lingen as well as Angela. You're basically getting a 2-for-1 with the I'm Offended.
SRG going to be looking for gold and EXP, depending on where this Edith is flexed. I'm not too sure. Now that we've seen the different kinds of things our SRG can bring to the table, like, it's so impossible to predict.
Yeah, it's tough to say. It's tough to say. Okay, Valentina?
That's not Valentina gold lane, is it?
Dude.
Okay, no.
Is picking.
I'm gonna quickly look at the player stage just to see Innocent's reaction. It seems like he was ready for it, but they've already locked in the Claude. So that means that this Edith is going into the EXP while Angela is going to be the dedicated robe.
So it is not Stormy Angela. Okay, and Valentina was his classic. Literally the traditional Stormy pick. And he should have a good ult to steal in the I'm Offended. RSG got to round out their draft now.
Pretty good so far. How do they get around this? I would say it's a pretty standard composition from the side of SRG. Nothing too like fancy schmancy here. Generally missing it like a hard engage tool, but then finally it looks like Roger is going into the goal, and then Hayabusa going to be the dedicated jungler.
Alright, still probably not going to be the best game for Hayabusa. Heartguard can save a lot of these players at any time, and BMI can even disjoint it at the right time. But Ilham is confident on this hero, so we'll see if that confidence can bring him all the way.
Okay, as I think about this, it feels like when you look at the compositions from both SRG and as well as RSG side, team fighting is going to be a little awkward because it's on very few conditions. Number one, is Rippo able to get out of the lane first? And even if he does, you still need your mid-trio to work together to maintain control, which I think is going to be a consistent back and forth between Stormy, Yums, and as well as Stolen and Maima.
A big thing though, with Yums on Angela, we're not going to see him be as aggressive and invasive as on someone like Cho. So maybe a little more breathing room for RSG, who they definitely need it. Because the Land of Dawn will return once again. But will this be the last time for today? Or will RSG make a miracle happen?
Let's find out as we jump right into this game. It's going to be SRG on the blue side up against RSG on the red. A purple start for Sakai's, and for Ilham, it's going to be an orange start. They're going to be ending up on the same side of the map. I'm assuming it's gold.
Oh, Storm is here. Can he steal it away from Skies? Nope, not going to be able to. Skies, wait, that's Guiding Winds level 1.
Yep. He just wanted to maybe get a reaction out of Sakai's at the very least. But right now, that mid lane control is going to be difficult early on, mainly because of these love taps coming in from Yums. Let's quickly look at the emblems because it's focusing market as well as mystery shop for Yums.
Angela can be really annoying in the lane because those love taps are very spammable, and while they don't do a lot of damage on their own, getting hit by it repeatedly is gonna be quite difficult to handle. Ilham jumps in, does a good amount of damage to Yums. Puppet on the string comes out. He jumps back to Quad Shadow just in time for Stormy to jump out of the bush himself. Yin Yang reaction though will zone out the Red Giants.
Yep, nobody at level 4 yet, so there's no point actually trying to prolong this fight. They go back into their lanes, back to farming, and speed up this process. Yums pretty much just trying to keep his team topped up. They don't want much to happen in this early game until Sakai's is ready to fight, and Yums is at level 4.
And we see Cram here as well. Ilham gonna be rotating over at this point. Sky's actually not too far away, but I don't think they're planning to gank the EXP lane just yet.
Not yet. They want Yums to be on this top side of the map for now, just in case Ilham tries to go for a potential gank. They know that he's roughly on the top side of the map, and both junglers patiently waiting by their buffs.
Innocent gonna be holding his lane towards his side to try and force Bunny into an uncomfortable situation at the same time as the Turtle to keep RSG guessing.
Guess as they may, first Turtle has already spawned here. Majority have hit level 4, even the mid laners as well. Gold laners are not going to get involved in the meantime. However, I am noticing that Innocent is actually doing pretty well in this Roger lane.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't take direct trades against Roger, Claude is actually able to hold his own quite well. And Roger was nerfed recently, so his early game not as strong as before too.
They're going to take their time as now the Turtle Dance begins. Rippo and as well as Stoem now going to hold the position first. Maima, I'm expecting him to try to make a TP play somewhere, but it might just be a little too early.
Ilham gonna be rotating up. I was wondering if maybe he might want to try ganking the gold lane instead, but looks like he does want to contest the turtle. What is interesting is Innocent is also coming along. He wants to clear the mid wave. Oh, Skies jumps right in. Blazing Duet comes out. Wow, a full commit on the Red Giants immediately. Stormy though gonna be jumped on by the Ogi Shadow Kill. First blood given over to Ilham. Rippo coming in. Circling Eagle gonna be able to knock up Yumes as Cram gets the Earth Shatter onto Maima. He's the one taking the front line right now for the Slangor Red Giants. Heart Guard has already been utilized. I'm Offended gonna be pulling Cram back. Doesn't have that Primal Wrath, so he also gets picked off. Skies has to run away. Luckily, no Ogi Shadow Kill, but RSG should get the turtle.
Yep, good contestation here. Oh, it's not done yet.
Rippo catches out Skies. Tempest of Blades comes out. Skies actually staying to take the jungle minion and will finally recall.
All right. That being said, RSG MY find a lead of their own, which is great to see, right? They were able to take out Stormy as well as Cram in that previous engagement, and now with their 1.6k lead, it also nets them a free turtle. If they can steal away this purple buff, that could be a big deal for RSG.
Cram holding the front line, 1v1ing Rippo. Stormy comes in, but Yin Yang reaction forces him out. Primal Wrath used. I'm Offended pulls Cram back into the claws of RSG, and he's picked off again.
It's going to be Cram for a purple buff. A bit of an awkward trade for Sakai's, but doesn't mean that it's going to lose them the game for now. Does mean that it slows them down overall. I think that RSGMI really taking their time here and utilizing the information that Stome is providing.
It does mean Rippo is 2-0 though. That's going to give him quite the EXP advantage against Cram, who has already died twice. Meaning that the EXP lane side of the map going to be in favor of RSGMY.
As they continue to rotate around, I am not seeing Maima trying to TP his team for some crazy plays. So far, the most that he's utilize it is to either scout or get back into lane just a little bit quicker.
So far though, early game going very well for RSG. Already a 2k lead, 5 minutes in. Ilham having a good amount of farm, so the Hayabusa able to actually come online as well. But the Red Giants are more of a late game lineup. Oh, Ilham, I'm Offended, stolen by Stormy, but he's able to jump away from the tower. Skies not gonna go for it. Guiding Wind pulls him out.
All right, still hovering around, and Storm just making sure that he is allowing the rest of his team away. We do see a bit of a TP here. They're sending Hayabusa in the back lines.
Yup, Ilham in the back angle, looking for Innocent and Yumes. Yumes gonna be the first one targeted. Ogi Shadow Kill finishes him off. Minion Wave comes just in time to prevent any more damage to Innocent. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rippo 1v2, trying to stop Stormy and Skies from easily clearing up that wave, even committing the I'm Offended to zone them off the turtle.
Innocent just hiding underneath his turret 4 now. As we see on the opposite side that Cram was able to take down a turret of his own. And this is what I love about SRG, right? They're not wasting any of their time just sticking around a place with no reason whatsoever. They are looking to not only fight but take objectives.
Skies finds Ilham, Heart Guard committed. Ilham immediately backs it off. Guiding Winds pulls him out as well. Trying to waste the Heart Guard, but Tempest of Blades still chasing the Hayabusa. But Skies is diving into all the members of RSG. Actually pulls Bunny along with him. Ilham jumping too far forward, getting greedy. He loses his life as punishment. Flicker forward. I'm Offended. Rippo picks up Skies, takes out the lane. Yume's gonna follow right afterwards. Stormy also committing quite a bit. Earth Shatter flickers forward, finds 2 onwards, picks off Bunny, but do they have enough damage? Blazing Duet comes out. Bunny flickers away from it. Rippo though left alone. He's already used his flicker offensively earlier. So Innocent gets the shutdown.
2 for 2 trade so far. Slangor Red Giants putting up a fight, but RSGMY need to quickly break open this mid-tier 1 before anything is really going to progress in denying Sakai's his own purple. In the meantime though,
Skies wants Bunny. Tempest of Blades committed, but not going to chase. He sees Storm there.
Close, yet so far. For now, it's going to be a slow game as the score is starting to equalize. You notice that the gold is shrinking for the side of RSGMY every single time they get into full engagements with SRG. And a lot of that just comes down to the map presence that SRG is applying to RSGMY.
Innocent committing Blazing Duet again, just on Storm. And then BMIing out, an interesting option right here, since I don't really feel like that was necessary.
I think so too.
Ilham gets TP'd in with the diversion. Did he steal it? No, I think Sky still got it. No, he stole it. The diversion allows Ilham to take a buff away.
Sakai's was not ready for that. He wasn't expecting Ilham to just show up in his bush and steal it with a single retribution. It's gonna slow him down, but here comes the dive.
Earth Shatter onwards, picks up Rippo, terrified, CC chained. 4 members of the Giants will take out Rippo in the bottom lane, but looks like they're giving up Turtle and top tier 2 for this.
As they do so, just hovering around. They give away this turtle, and I'm wondering whether or not this tier 2 is even worth... Oh!
Ilham in some trouble, but able to get out. Still has the quad shadow set up. RSG playing pretty well together right now, but sticking this close means that they're also losing out in farm.
Speaking of farm, the goal lead that we saw RSG MY have, dwindling down to 275. Looks like SRG has recovered phenomenally. Ooh, a majority of that gold actually coming from Innocent.
Yin Yang reaction pokes out Cram and Stormy. Should be hard for them to fight now, but Innocent still BMIing forward, starting to steal away jungle camps, playing the vertical split against Ilham.
Meantime, split push has been initiated by Ilham. He's only going to get a tier 1 off of this. I don't know. I'm thinking of a way for RSG to create some sort of success here, but it's got to be something to do with the TP. The question is, how do they want to... What are the right conditions for them to actually get this TP off?
Well, more map control is going to be very good, and right now they do actually hold a good amount of it. Just one Yin Yang reaction already forced Skies back, not able to steal the orange buff away. Ilham getting the bottom tier 1 macro play from RSG, doing a good job.
They pull back. Eventually somebody's going to make a mistake. Queen's Wings purchased by Rippo is going to keep him alive for a much longer time, and his Flicker is available. In 35 more seconds, we're expected to see our first Lord of this game. And if RSG is able to make it and take that first Lord, they're at least going to have a substantial lead, finally, against SRG.
Cram should be okay. I don't think they want to commit on him here right now, since they don't really have vision on the rest of SRG. They will see Sky Split pushing bottom lane soon. Ilham going over to respond to him. Will he take the 1v1? Looks like no. Skies just jumps away here.
Yeah, because between the two assassins, whoever ults first essentially loses. Both of them are iframes, and whichever happens first, once your target disappears or goes invulnerable, you're instantly out of it. You're broken to the
play. My mind is Innocent. Innocent BMI is out. Blazing Duet committed. Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be shared. Hard card keeping Claude alive at the same time as Cram jumps forward with Skies to take out Storm. Tempest of Blaze committed. Skies gonna jump away while the rest of the SRG deal with RSG MY Ilham. The first to fall. Maima taken out. Double kill for Innocent.
Wow. Wow. That was a great angle by Maima, making a call of his own. Really creative idea here. And honestly, if the team kind of peeled back together, it might have been a different story. But SRG, fully aware, they saw the initial flank, then immediately start pushing the front lines in to create distance.
SRG are good at controlled chaos in team fights, and that was what we saw there. They very deliberately split up RSG by assigning their members to specific opponents so that they could handle it. And Hardguard committed on to Innocent to survive the initial ambush was huge.
With 3 items already in his pocket and a 1.4k lead, Sakai is ready for the Hardguard. He's ready to 1v5 technically.
Yep. This is gonna be problematic. RSG, they've been leading up until this point, but not enough. We have to remember, SRG has a late game lineup with Ling and Claude. Primal Wrap used by Cram. They want to do damage to the tower, but he gets pulled. I'm offended into the tower. Cram gonna be sacrificed. Stormy tries to save him, but Ogi Shadow Kill picks him up. Double kill going over to Ilham, but Innocent with the Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. Mega kill for the Claude, and he's still going double kill. He's picking up Rimbo to a triple kill. Maniac! This is savage! Savage for Innocent! Wipes out the entirety of RSGMY! And with that, the Red Giants make their dominance known in MPL MY.
Literally the coldest Savage I've ever seen. He just stood there and he pressed one button and put down his phone. He didn't need to do anything else. Absolutely demolishing RSG 2-0.
Wow, wow, wow. We knew SRG had the late game lineup. We knew that Angela comboed well with Ling and Claude, but this is something else. So let's let the host take over for the interview.
Pasukan yang pertama yang berjaya melangkah ke playoff, pasukan Selangor Red Giant dengan kemenangan 2-0 terhadap pasukan RSG. Satu perlawanan yang sangat menarik, ditutup sudahkan dengan savage pertama daripada Innocent. That was a very good game. Tetapi wow, so buzzing kat sini. Okay, sekarang ni alang-alang kita bersama dengan Skies. Kemenangan 2-0. Pasukan Selangor Jaya menjadi pasukan pertama yang melangkah pergi ke playoff. So, apa perasaan Skies sekarang ni?
To be honest, perasaan lepas playoff rasa happy je lah.
Happy lah.
Dapat secure ke playoff kan, target kita orang.
Okay, adakah dengan kejayaan ini menunjukkan yang secara individu awak dah meletakkan diri awak the best jungle untuk season 14?
Let's see lah kalau dream team jungler Malaysia saya dapat.
Okay, kita akan tengok nanti untuk dream team. Tapi dahulu kita nak tengok siapakah MVP untuk perlawanan kali ini. Siapakah MVP anda? Kita akan kira dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. MVP adalah Innocent. Alright, Innocent. That was fantastic. What you did just now. Alright, so Innocent, you currently have the highest average KDA, highest GPM, and highest average GPM. So, is there any achievement that you try to achieve during this season?
I'm just using my I'm just playing like what I always play in scrims, and I'm just being consistent so we can get back to back.
Back to back, is it the biggest dream to be to have the back to back champions?
Back to back and M6.
Back to back and M6. Alright, so sekarang ni saya nak tanya kepada Arcadia. Arcadia, can I have you with the mic? Okay. So, it's already been 4 weeks for the MPL. And just be honest, is there any team that already exceed your expectation in MPL Malaysia season 14?
I think all of the teams are competitive, and I believe that our key in going up against them that we respect every one of them, because I think everyone invested in their own lineups this season, and everyone wants to make it to M6 to represent Malaysia, and that's what we want also.
Exactly. Okay, Ozara Vicky, 3 team that can compete to SRG during the playoff, from your honest opinion. 3 team that can compete with you guys during the playoff.
Stay true Todak.
Another two. Swamos. And last one.
Actually, before that I think MV, but yesterday bangkit lah.
Okay, alright. Okay, last before I throw guys to celebrate your winning, can I have Cram here? Cram. Alright, Cram. Alright, Cram. Is there any last word you want to say to all the fans, RSG here in Stadium MBSJ, watching at home or probably in the Philippines? You can speak in Tagalog. It's okay.
Thank you for all the fans untuk RSG and SRG fans, and I want to especially mention my friend for coming here. Thank you for effort for always supporting me. Yeah, I love you.
Alright, there you go, Selangor Red Giant. You guys can celebrate your winning. Thank you so much. Satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat menakjubkan yang telah pun dipertontonkan oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giant. Untuk anda yang berada di rumah, jangan lupa untuk scan QR code untuk menilai rate peserta-peserta yang telah pun melakukan persembahan dengan sangat-sangat menarik, kerana mereka boleh melihat feedback anda. Jadi kita akan terus saja pergi ke mic check untuk mendengar apa yang dikatakan oleh mereka.
Ruby pun boleh tau.
Ya aku?
Ruby nak verify ya.
Mampu tak? Oh, RM10.
Aku balik Awyum. Careful.
Ada. Sakit. Trade.
Sakit. Dia get the kill, nice.
Baru ada ulti. Don't scare off Ruby guys ah. Pam, see me. Allah. Aku ulti minion.
Stop.
Aman guys.
Aman. Boleh kanan lah.
Oh. Okay.
Wow. Kanan.
And just end.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Ya, aku offside.
Ruby no flip.
Boleh sini Sen.
Jom.
Boleh sini ya.
Offside, offside.
No first skill.
Itu.
No flip.
Asad.
No flip ah.
Sini.
Lebih.
No flip. But careful lah.
Let's go, Asad.
Ini aman.
Aman, min.
Aku aman
Nampak?
bang. Aku mati.
Ready Om?
Tahu pula.
Oh wow. No shadow.
Double. Target ah. Nice one.
Asad.
Roger ah.
Let's go, Savage.
Nature.
Savage.
Oi!
Okay dah. GG.
They seem a little too nonchalant about that.
A little bit, you know? Like, Savage? Yeah, Savage.
Yeah, literally everybody's just looking at it, and the only person who was genuinely excited for it was your boy Innocent, man. Let's look at those highlights one more time, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers, because this game definitely a lot more different, because RSG was making some really proactive moves, and this is the biggest lead we've seen against SRG throughout this best of 3.
Yep. SRG, we're playing a much more late game composition this time though, with Valentina, Claude, and Ling. And with Angela as their roam, they're definitely not going to have the strongest early game presence, which gives RSG a lot more opportunity to fight against them, especially with Matilda, Loyi, and Ruby. However, the Red Giants, they just hit you when you least expect it, man. Seems like, oh, Innocent doing a lot of damage here. He should fall eventually, right? Nope, Savage all the way with that Heart Guard. This is why Angela needs to be banned.
Genuinely disgusting. Genuine. Let's look at our MVP of the match, Innocent, once again. His total KDA, 12, 0, and 8, with a 79% kill participation. Those are basically the kills that he wasn't involved with. Man, this is... There's nothing much I can really say about this. He's just doing too well.
Actually, wasn't Claude's mana removed? Doesn't he not need to take a common emblem anymore?
Hey, you don't tell the man who just got a Savage.
You know what? You're right.
Not pick up the common
I can't get Savage on Claude. He knows better than me.
It's so funny, though. It's so funny that he's still running it. At the end of the day, I do think that overall, Innocent, he's true to his word, right? Even in the interview, he is just saying, I just want to play consistent, I want to give the best game possible, and I don't want to drop in performance. And honestly, it doesn't feel like he ever drops his performance.
Innocent is the man. His micro mechanics are just on a different level entirely. And with the rest of the Red Giants right behind him, I feel like he can easily be considered for one of the best gold laners in the world.
I mean, I'm getting a lot of vibes about that as well. I can't. It just makes me excited for the international to see these gold laners duke it out to figure out who is going to be the best in the world at that point of time. But I'm just looking too far ahead in time.
Also, Innocent may be the man here, but Cram is the man's man. Get you someone who will say I love you to thousands of people on live broadcast.
In 2 different languages.
That's the good stuff right there.
That's how you know this man is faithful. Women be like, my man's cheating on me. And then you have Cram winning MSC. Sorry, I got too many meme ideas that I got to work on later.
It's like the meme, right? It's like, he's probably thinking about another girl. Cram's like, Martis counters Khalid.
Dude, that would be perfect. That is great. Somebody get on that and post it in the group. Somebody has to do it. It's too good to give up here. But overall, I think that RSG, they are finding a couple of things that work for them. I think, in the early game, they had a couple of really creative ideas, especially when they figured out most of the rotations and how they want to prioritize one side of the map while still maintaining as much control over that river. That's why you see Storm proactively figuring out, hey, okay, Sakai started on his purple buff. We know where he's going to end up at the end of his rotation. So therefore, we should be able to look to intercept and if not contest for Little Wanderer earlier.
We can see from this game that SRG actually isn't perfect. Yes, they're messing around a little bit. Yes, they know they're not going to win early, but they're also making a few mistakes here and there and giving kills to RSG that they really don't need to in the first place. So there are still certain points that you can take advantage of.
Well, I do think that would the decision making be different? I feel like there is a world where SRG pulls through with the play, but I will say that at least Rippo, as a pillar for RSG, one of the few remaining veterans of the squad, did some good work, right? The two-man I'm Offended flicker back into his team really kind of set the ball rolling for RSG.
Every single game, Rippo is really trying his hardest. This man wants to win, but the competition has just increased so much that he alone is not gonna do it anymore. The rest of RSG needs to buckle up a little bit. If we look at total damage done, it is very much in favor of RSG.
Yep. I mean, they were getting some really good damage, but they couldn't make it stick. Yums gave them a good amount of sustainability, and notice how during the highlights that a lot of the times that we see Yums outside of that heart guard, that he's not just targeting one person. He's looking for an optimal angle, and everybody else is working together to kind of line up to get a really, really effective love tap.
Yeah, I like as well that the heart guard isn't being used on autopilot. There's a lot of players that do that. It's like, oh, Ling, I just heart guard Ling early game, I heart guard Claude late game. No, you're looking at the situation. You will heart guard Innocent if he's being targeted by OG Shadow Kill. You heart guard Skies if he's trying to make an aggressive play. So I like that from Yums.
I like that as well. I think being able to understand the situation is very nice, and that way it doesn't feel like Yums is leaning into his best friend, you know? He's really taking everything into account. And let's not forget about Cram. In this match alone, I would say that, you know, in terms of overall impact, it doesn't feel like it's there, but when you see him intercept Storm at times, that's when you know that RSG is in big trouble.
Cram's job is to separate the team fight, and he does it every single time. Doesn't matter what hero you give him. He can be Edith, he can be Martis, he's gonna pull it off. And because of that, we could see Innocent having a 867 GPM total. Maima having the highest damage dealt is expected. That Loyi was actually really chunking people out. Rippo, the sandbag, and Stormy as the best wingman.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know who made the call. I don't know if Ilham was telling Maima to send him into this particular spot, or whether Maima was telling Ilham to go over there, because they had some really cool moments. Stealing away the purple buff with the TP, being able to send him to a bot side flank, especially when he's coming from top side with the help. He basically just got onto the MRT.
Yep. I think it was funny too when he took the diversion to steal the purple buff. He appeared outside the bush. He just suddenly appeared. He wanted to go in the bush, I'm sure, and then pop out at the right time. But he appeared outside the bush. So I think there was a split second where both him and Skies were just looking at each other. It's like, hi.
They make eye contact, and then the next thing you know, Ilham retreats and he's out of there.
Bye.
Hi, KFX, bye. Now, let's look at the item progression build. I don't think anything is too out of the ordinary here, but I'm going to double check just in case. We do see that Ilham didn't opt to go for the Sky Piercer. He wasn't confident in securing these kills, so he went straight into that Hunter Strike. I don't know whether it would have made the difference, because the big problem is that Sky Piercer goes right through the shield if you are low enough, but that's assuming you can get like just a bit of true damage.
Yeah. Ilham had a tough time a little bit. We already mentioned Ling is not the best matchup for him. And we can see that because of this, Selangor Red Giants maintains their undefeated streak at the top of the charts. A 7-point gap between them and second place.
Jeez, man. There's no way. Mathematically, there's no way for anybody to actually reach that height anymore. Oh, and to think that they could have been 18.
Yep. Remember, this also guarantees that they're making it the playoffs. It's not even a question anymore. They are going through, whether it's in first or sixth, they are making it through. The difficult part is for RSGMY, who now are officially in 10th place. Same number of games as Team Hak, lower aggregate points, their lives on the line.
It's really hard if in the middle of the pack, especially for Team Rain as well as the Homeboys, start finding success in the next 2 weeks, right? Because then that gap is going to get even bigger and bigger. Every 2-0 is going to force Team Haken as well as RSGMY to win their games 2-0 if they even want to contest for the spot, right? Worst comes to worst, once we come by week 5 and as well as week 6, we're going to double check on these two teams again, because it does matter who is 9th and who is 10th place. 10th place immediately gets eliminated. 9th place will have to take on the second place winners of MAL.
Yeah, but That's the end of week 4, but we still got week 5 to look forward to. On Friday, October 4th, it's gonna be Monster Vicious versus Vamos. Hopefully they'll have refound their mojo by then. Then Homebois versus Red Esports.
On Saturday, we will be having Team Hawk versus JP Niners, Vamos versus the Homebois, and Red Esports versus RSG.
And to close out the week, we'll have Team Ray versus Todak, JP Niners versus SRG, and Monster Vicious versus Team Hawk.
Oh boy, this is gonna be so bad for Team Hawk as well as RSG. Their matches are not only difficult, but also hard to prepare for. We don't know whether RSG can take on Red because we don't know what version of Red we're going to get. Same goes, the argument can be said about Team Hawk versus JP. I would say JP is a little bit more consistent overall, but we still don't know what version we're getting.
There's been a lot of versions of different teams throughout this season, which has made things incredibly unpredictable, but also quite entertaining. And that is our brand here at MPL Malaysia, right?
Yeah, we gotta always keep it on brand here. That's why we're the most entertaining region. We don't take ourselves too seriously, but at the very least, the quality of gameplay is starting to pick up, right? Because beginning of the season, everybody was kind of like, and then there was Vamos and SRG. Finally, after week 3 and coming into week 4, we are seeing some level of polish.
Indeed, but with that, we are gonna officially close out our show here today. Make sure to tune in next week for more MPL MY. For now, we're signing out. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.